Welcome, welcome, welcome. 8 minutes past the hour. It's another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show, Kickoff Hour Live. We thank you for being with us. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lot to discuss, lot to look ahead. We have the golden ticket seats headed our way today. Drive safely. We look forward to seeing all of you today as on a Friday, if you don't know, we open up the golden ticket seats for 2 hours. And so in a couple hours from now, we'll welcome all of the golden ticket seats into the studio so they can enjoy the last few hours of the live show. All right, well, RBU is ready to go and publish Saturday morning. Make sure that you're following, subscribing, getting notifications on Rick and Bubba University. That's Rick and Bubba University, wherever you get your audio podcast. Also, we have the YouTube channel that carries that, Blaze TV, Pluto TV, YouTube, and Facebook. Missing 411, the UFO Connection. We'll break it down with author and executive producer of the Missing 411 series, David Politis. That is this week's installment of Rick and Bubba University, so do not miss that one. Let's bring him in over to my left, sitting right there, ready to go. It's Mr. Greg Burgess. What's up?
What's up?
How you doing?
I'm good.
Are you fired up?
I'm fired up. Draw back like a flip.
I hadn't heard that in a while.
I know.
Love
Ready.
it. Love it.
What you gonna do?
I don't know. Well, I can tell you right out of the gate what we're going to do. I got a little something for you.
I'll go with it.
I just put something together. You ready for this?
Sure.
NCAA men's basketball bracket, March Madness.
Oh, boy.
We've had us some.
Bracket Buster.
Did you like that?
Oh.
Did you like that?
Did that not come through the
No, I
board?
didn't.
Dang it. You did. You set it up so good.
Is this how the day's going to go?
Oh, my goodness. Let's just call it. You didn't have it plugged in.
I didn't.
There was no
I didn't.
malfunction.
I was so proud of myself, too.
You, so you hit that and looked at me.
like, hey, if I had something to drink, I'd have taken a sip.
And you almost wanted to go, well, that's good enough.
Yeah,
But
I know. I almost ran with it, but you wouldn't let me do that.
No, I wasn't because I was like, I can barely hear it.
We do have some.
Oh, let's start.
Buster.
Oh,
yeah,
see, that's
you
much
like, is that better?
Yeah.
You like that?
Do it again.
Kind of cut off a little bit of bracket, but
it
I'm
again.
gonna try it again.
Bracket Buster.
All right, finally.
You want it without?
You looking at me
you want
like check this out, and it didn't even come through the board.
What about this? What about this? Is just with no sound effects.
Bracket Buster.
I like that.
Oh, you like that better?
I don't know about better. So let me guess. So what's the upsets?
Hold on, wait. Every time you said that, what we got to?
Bracket Buster.
You got it plugged in
Okay,
now.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
got it plugged in. Now.
I'm ready to go and could hit it 10 times.
Sure. You were so proud. You were grinning. You hit that button. All of a sudden,
Bracket Buster.
off mic. That boy.
We have a cord that we plug into our headphone jack of our laptop,
Yeah.
and that's ran through the actual console board here. That
It
gets,
sounds
that
a
goes
lot
on the
better when
air.
you plug it up.
And
just saying.
and that cord wasn't in. So
No, but
there
you were grinning like one eating
All right.
sawbriar.
Yeah, hey, I was fired up, ready to go. Well, we
Check
do
this sound
we do
effect
have a
out.
few.
Bracket Buster.
We have number 13 Furman. They took down number 4 Virginia 68-67 with the last second 3-pointer.
You know what that is?
I can tell you what it is.
What is it?
Bracket Buster.
You like it better? You like it with the sound effect or not?
I don't know. I like that.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you
I don't
like?
know.
Hold on. What do you like again? I've never seen that facial expression that you
It's
got.
a new one I've been working
Like a
on.
dog growling.
You
or
like it?
something. Yeah. So Furman takes down
Furman busted the bracket.
number 13, and they take down number 4 Virginia, and then you've got Princeton number 15. They came in late in the second half, pulled off the largest upset of March Madness so far, taking down number 2 Arizona 59-55. And those are your two.
Bracket Buster.
I like that better.
You do?
Hey, because again, I don't really follow it that much. I might when it gets down to the end, maybe
Yeah.
this year. You don't never
Right.
know. But I did hear a comment. They were talking about that upset there, and I guess they released this, and they claim Biden released his bracket, and he had Arizona picked.
He
to
did.
win it
So,
all.
yeah, that is the headline today. President Biden was likely just as shocked as any others as the U.S. Thursday saw a bracket buster, Princeton, upset Arizona and just busted his bracket and probably just about everybody else's.
But now he came out and announced that they won. He thought they were still doing good. So he said it ain't over.
No, it's not.
No, it is. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
They're taking up equipment today. So
Right. Yeah, they're done. They're trying to figure out how they're getting back. How they're getting back home. Do what, buddy?
You know what it was.
Well, oh yeah, I know what it was. Do you know what it was?
Bracket buster.
Pull the cord out and do it again.
Plugged in. Okay.
No, I'm just I'm just messing.
But do you know what it really is?
What?
Bracket buster.
See, there. Look,
It doesn't-
you
it doesn't
couldn't
have the
believe
same.
it.
Dang it!
You could not
It
believe
just
it.
doesn't have the same.
No,
fun,
not
you know?
even close.
I mean, because I would, just
How'd your
really
bracket come out?
I did make one. This
You
year.
didn't?
I feel
Now you
bad.
always make one, don't you, and your boys?
Yeah, normally it's the Wilburn bracket
Yeah.
challenge, and I kind of felt like we fumbled a little bit, but it just seems like we've been busier than ever. So trying to get everybody to do it was just
Ain't nobody wanted.
Mm-mm.
They're like, I ain't got time for that.
We ain't got time for that.
I didn't, but now Lisa did. But no, I'm just kidding. No, but
Well, I can tell you this: most everybody didn't pick.
now I picked Princeton.
Furman and Princeton.
I did pick Princeton
Did you really?
because I figured they were real smart.
Well, Furman took down Virginia 68-67, and then Princeton beats Arizona. What was it? 59-55.
And the Tide won, and
The Tide
Auburn
won.
won.
Yeah. And
Bubba pulled them through.
they did. I was really looking for him. I was really looking for Auburn.
Is UAB in it in the tournament?
They're in the NIT, I believe.
Oh, okay.
But I was really looking for Bubba because I knew where he was sitting. So I was. I mean,
you did?
Yeah. So whenever they would scan the crowd, I was really looking because
Bubba hooping them up. Hoop, hoop.
Well, I
hoop.
couldn't find him, but I came in late. I saw the last. JC played yesterday a doubleheader, so we came in. By the time we got home, it was about 4 minutes left in the game, and Iowa was making a push to come back, and I'm like, oh goodness, is Auburn going to give up another one? But they held them off.
What if?
How about free throws are big?
What if you it flashed across the crowd and you saw some people shirtless spelling out Auburn and the U was Bubba? Some reason I got him with U on
Okay,
there.
yeah.
And he was the U in Auburn
Okay.
and he was just standing up going nuts. That'd be awesome.
Well, just one more time.
Bracket buster.
Yep, much better when you run it through the board.
Yep. All right, so we're off and running.
I got a little story from yesterday.
Okay,
Yeah.
you do?
Yeah.
All right.
Nothing major, just kind of funny, really.
Okay.
It's on me.
It is?
Yeah.
I cannot wait to hear that, my friend. I'll take that all day long.
Okie doke.
Plus, we have some interesting stories I'd like to discuss with you, get your take on them.
Okay.
Yeah, just kind of throw that at you a little
All
bit.
right, I'm in.
I mean, it's not a bracket buster story, but it's.
Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is this high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save on everyday items. That's why I have to tell you about Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you get cash back on every purchase. Now, to get started, download the free Upside app and use the promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of that first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Get cash back today with Upside. Junk science, that's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with very few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Feel better with more energy by taking Field of Greens. And folks, we got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com. We got you a free silver bar. Okay, we asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. There's no magic 8-ball that guarantees that, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. For the next 14 days, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires in 14 days, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
You don't have have to break the bank to make a big deal purchase like with Raycon earbuds, whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party. Raycons, they got you covered with premium audio at the perfect price point. Plus, they offer buy now, pay later options. Right now, you can get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Are you prepared for the unexpected? Now, it's only a matter of time before you're out of warranty vehicles in the shop costing thousands. You can be prepared like us with CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans to fit every budget and includes 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car eligibility. Call CarShield now to save 20% on your plan, and you'll always be prepared for the unexpected. 1-800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
You know, we always recommend Simply Safe Home Security. U.S. News recently named Simply Safe the best home security system of 2023. CNET recently awarded them their Editor's Choice for Home Security. Customize the perfect system for your home or small business in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Spring's almost here, and you can make mealtime easy with HelloFresh. Now, not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes right to the door, new dietitian win options under 700 calories and protein smart choices featuring 30 grams or more of protein make it easier than ever to stay on top of your wellness goals. Join in and save up today for 60% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We got pandemonium in here. We're getting it fixed, though. Good night alive, Greg. We are back, and we thank you so much for tuning in. I don't know what gremlins come in here and work on the board overnight, but it's really amazing.
Yeah,
it really is. It's shocking is what it is. I don't get it. But we heard from some of you that just on YouTube, y'all were not hearing this.
Bracket Buster!
And so just wanted to throw that at you real quick. But because apparently, I don't know why, but something was pushed on the board, and that's there for you. But anyway.
Well, they missed about 5 of them.
They did. So I wanted to make sure
one they didn't miss.
Right.
I mean,
and I was showing you how Furman beat
how about
Virginia.
that?
And
you talking about that bracket buster?
You were shocked.
Yeah.
They're calling it the dumbest pass ever.
The guy just slings it up when they're winning.
Yeah, Virginia's winning by 2, and they're pressing, so they got him in the corner. Virginia, the basketball, they got Virginia pinned in the corner, and he just jumps up and throws it up to half court, trying to get it to one of his teammates, and he throws it right to someone, a player for Furman, who then dishes it off to another guy, and he throws up a 3, and that's how they lose, and then because the guy nails the 3.
Good night.
Clutch. Clutch. All right,
a
so
bracket buster.
anyway, yeah, they're two big upsets.
Bracket
Princeton
buster.
shocks Arizona, and Virginia gets beat by Furman. All right, so when we went to break, you said you had a little something on you yesterday. What happened?
You
What
know,
happened,
well,
Greg?
stupid. I'd never experienced this, but I was out in the yard.
Uh-huh.
You know, I think I was feeling a bird. Anyway, Lisa pulled up in her car.
Okay.
She'd been keeping pace. And so she goes, she had told me earlier, she said, I really need some gas. And I was like, well, I'll run it down. There's a gas station probably, 3 or 4 miles from the house.
Mm-hmm.
I said, I'll run it down. And so she pulls up. I said, just don't pull in the garage. I'll just run it and get some gas.
Okay.
So I go, drive all the way to the store, fill the tank up.
Oh, no.
Go around to get in, and it goes bing, bing, bing. I look, and it says, can't detect your fob. I'm like, what?
Oh, no.
Now I'm away from the house, and it dawns on me. The car was running, and she left it running when I got in.
Mm-hmm.
Took the fob with her.
Yep.
And so
What did
now
you-
I'm
what
stranded-
happened?
I'm stranded at the gas station with no fob.
Oh,
And
no.
I can't go. Once I shut, I didn't know they would do that. But
So you did, yeah, because
I mean,
you
it
have to
kept
get
running
gas.
until we shut it off. You know what I'm talking
Uh-huh.
about? When I left the fob area,
Yeah.
it was run. You know, I mean, Rick left his running at the airport one night
Yeah.
for like 2 days
Right.
because
I do remember that.
I didn't realize that. I thought that if you got so far away from it, it would shut off. Well, evidently not. Because
But
I
once
drove
you do shut it off,
one-
it's not gonna start back up until you got fob gets close
So there I am stranded.
or in the car.
Of course, I called Lisa, and for some reason she tried to act like it was my fault.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, well, you know, technically, I guess it'd be our fault, but you got out with the keys and left the car running,
Mm-hmm.
and you took them with you.
You know, no good deed
but
goes
it's always,
unpunished.
you know, obviously, you know, because then she had to get in my truck, which she hates to drive,
and drive the fob down to
and drive
you.
the fob to me.
Right.
And I'd never experienced. Again, in my mind, I don't know. I guess I didn't know that was possible. I thought it would shut off, or which still wouldn't have been good.
Did when you were driving away, did it give you a warning that
If it
you
did,
know,
I didn't see it.
You say
I
like
missed
fob
that.
not detected? Or
I don't
something?
know. In my mind, it didn't. The only time it did is when I got in and tried to crank it up to leave, and I hit the button. It's like, no fob. Where's your fob, pal?
Good night.
I don't think it
Thank
said
goodness
that.
you were close by, though.
Yeah.
Imagine if you.
What if I was in like, or what if I came to work?
Right.
Sure. But it seems like Rick told the story. Remember they were on the trip. Somebody called and said, "Hey, your truck's in the parking lot here at the airport running."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it
And
didn't have to do with bones, I believe.
Yeah, 'cause
and
a
there
lot
was
of
some
times-
miscommunication there. I think.
I've pulled, I got just my truck the same way. You got a button you push.
Yeah.
So I've pulled up before and thought I hit the button.
Right.
Not hit it hard enough and get out
Right.
and hear it and go, oh, so that's probably what happened.
Well,
to me.
I don't know if you remember this a story years ago, and I mean years ago. My traveling buddy, Marty Adams, he and I were leaving to fly to, I think it was either Dallas or Miami, to because our boys were playing with Jacksonville State, and they were playing, I think it was Dallas Baptist. We were going to Dallas, or it could have been FIU going to Miami. It was one of those two trips.
Yeah,
I can't
long
remember
trip.
which one. We're going through baggage. I mean, like they've called our flight. It was a Southwest flight, and we're like getting through TSA and walking there and whatever. And he realizes when he's taking everything out of his pocket that his fob is still in his pocket. And he had a buddy of his drop him off at the airport because he didn't want to keep his car there.
Yeah.
And his buddy was taking back off, going home. And
And
he had his fob in his pocket.
But it was driving his truck?
Yes.
Oh,
Same situation you were in.
Exact same.
And he quickly jumped out of line and called him and said, "Hey, man, you got to swing back around and get back to the airport and let me throw these keys to you somehow.
Yeah.
Leave it running." You know, but
Good
it was
night.
almost bad because we were gone for days.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but I like I said, I've never done that.
Let me ask you a question. Did you look for the fob in the car?
For a second.
Yeah.
For a
thinking
second,
it might
'cause
be
I
in
thought,
there.
what is going on? And I'm like, because I thought, well, maybe it's not detected. If I get out and get back in with it, it will.
Yeah.
Something like that. And then it dawned on me the car was running when I got in, and I bet it's in her purse. Yeah.
Golly. So
I learned
when
the
she
lesson.
pulled up, it was on you.
Yeah, she just pitched me the fob and kept going.
Okay.
Oh, well, of course it was on me. I mean, you know the book of blame.
Oh, yeah, it's coming
kidding
out.
me?
It's coming out. But look at you, so nice. Let me go get the gas.
Well, she don't like pump gas.
She doesn't?
No. She didn't like it.
Just the whole process?
Not her thing.
Not her. So do you get gas for all the time?
A lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's very
I do.
kind of you, Greg.
A lot.
That's very
Go to
kind
that
of
same
you.
store because it's not far from the house.
Right.
Normally I have the fob.
Yeah. The fob, it has to be, to crank it, it has to be inside the door frame, or inside the car, the body of the car. And sometimes I'll like, if I'm going out to crank Terry's car or something for her or whatever, and it's, it's in my left hand, and I'll just go one leg in to crank it. If it's not in the car, it won't crank.
Yeah,
that's frustrating a little bit. But thank goodness you were close by.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. Is it the one at the corner? That gas station at the corner?
Yeah. Coming up 204. You've seen it many times.
Oh
yeah. Jack State.
Oh yeah. I've stopped there many times.
Mm-hmm.
There you were.
There I was.
So what if you had jumped out? Think about this, because you were out of your element and didn't have your cell phone with you.
I thought for a second I did, because a lot of times if I'm just running there and back, I won't take it.
Now you're going in the gas station asking if you can call home.
My first reaction was, oh, crap, I hope my phone. It was late.
Yeah, because you're just running down the road.
Oh, and I've done it many times. I've not taken it. I tell you what I didn't have. I didn't have my glasses on. I couldn't see very good. I didn't have them on.
Then what if you had to go in the gas station and actually remember the number to call?
And then call Lisa, and she wouldn't recognize the number, so she wouldn't answer.
No, and you're stranded. And all of a sudden you're jogging back home.
Yeah, I'd have to text her and go, hey, this is me, on some stranger's phone. They're being nice enough. Or I'd just walk home.
But you remember when we used to, back in the old days, when you could memorize numbers to call?
Oh, I used to could.
Now it's just contacts.
No, yeah. I don't even know my own number.
That's what I'm saying. What if you'd have had to call home from the gas station? Yeah, that'd have been fun. But thank goodness you had your cell phone.
Yeah, I learned a lesson too. I'll check next time.
Right, yes, you will.
Live and learn.
Yep, we'll be right back. 29 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25, and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Spring is almost here. We're already digging into new flavors with HelloFresh. Not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes to the door, their new dietitian win options under 700 calories make it easier than ever to stay on track with wellness goals. Or if you're looking to power up with protein, simply choose from the new Protein Smart recipes like one pot pork and bean chili or creamy Dijon dill chicken featuring 30 grams or more of protein per serving. We love to eat well, but hate the hassle. That's why HelloFresh delivers pre-portioned ingredients that cut down on prep time and food waste and save an extra trip to the grocery store. And since their produce travels from the farm to your doorstep in less than 7 days, I know what I'm eating and I know it's fresh. Why not taste it for yourself? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order, and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me
25 minutes until top of the hour. Kickoff hour today, live, ready to go. Rick, Bubba, Adler join us right after top of the hour. If you're in the golden ticket seats today, driving here, drive safely. Look forward to seeing you in a couple of hours. RBU is ready to go. It's in the hopper. It publishes on Saturday morning. Missing 411, the UFO connection with David Paulides. We revisit some talk with him. You know, of course, he's the author, executive producer of Missing 411 series, and there's been a number of them. Just trying to understand the complexity and issues of, you know, searching and trying to figure out what happened to these missing people in the wild. And this one here is very unique because he investigates cases of like elk hunters who've gone missing from specific regions in North America, and then explores the theory that there could be a connection between these disappearances and sightings of UFOs as well. So it's a great conversation. Love when we can talk to David, and that is this week's RBU. Today is St. Patty's Day, if that's something you do, and you're wearing green. I know we aren't.
No.
Do not pinch me. I know how you like to do that.
Yeah, that pinching.
But,
I didn't realize today was St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah.
Not that it really doesn't affect me one way or the other.
No, it doesn't. Not at all. But today is St. Patrick's Day, so that's a big deal for a lot. And so I remember we used to call Flanagan's to see if we could get them to holler at us.
If you're planning on pounding a bunch of green beer, you're glad it's Friday.
Yeah, I don't like
this year instead of the middle of the week, something like that.
I don't like anything that has to like change
that's silly.
The original color of a drink or food or anything like that. Don't like any of that.
I don't either.
All right, so we have a story today that's interesting. You know, I was sitting here talking to Terry. If it goes back to one of my favorite rock groups, I think Def Leppard makes it's in the Mount Rushmore for me personally.
I can remember when I first heard them. I remember I saw an article on them, and they were one thing that reached out and grabbed me. They were really young.
Yeah,
they were like teenagers.
Yeah,
and then Pyromania came out. And
right.
Boom.
And I understand that Def Leppard and Motley Crue still like on tour.
Oh yeah, they had the big stadium tour.
Yeah,
and now they've kicked off. I think they're playing arenas, and then in Europe they're going to play stadiums. They're just still cashing.
And they've already announced that I think their tour continues through 2024. So it's like it's a big deal. But Rick Allen, the drummer, you know, we all remember him. He in 1984 had a car accident, near fatal car accident. and lost his arm in the process.
When you're a drummer and you lose your arm, that's tough.
I will say this. Him being able to go, no, I'll tell you what I'll do.
Yeah.
I'll still play drums, but I don't have an arm. Think about what I just said. And he was able to do that.
I remember when all this happened because I was a huge fan, and they came to Birmingham, saw him at the Boutwell.
Yeah.
That means they were on their way up.
Yeah.
So that was the smallest
That's
venue.
right. Yeah.
And, and then after that tour.
What was that like? Was that a good concert?
Oh, it was excellent.
Yeah.
And then when it was done, they were all back home, I guess, about ready to record another record. And I remember the news. He had a crash, driving a Corvette, by the way, and he lost his arm. They reattached it, thought maybe, but it wouldn't take, so they had to take it back off. And then, so we're like, well, the guy's career is over.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a drummer.
Right.
But then he came out and figured out a way to use some electronic pedals. Basically, he uses his foot to do what his arm used to do. And he has some technology that helps do that, but his coordination is unbelievable.
Yeah, just getting the brain to do that.
Yeah.
Go, okay, leg, you're going to do what my arm used to do.
Because like we
That's
talked,
tough.
like when Kyle Maynard beat me up that day.
Yeah.
He's never had arms or legs, so he said, I don't
He
feel
didn't know.
handicapped.
Yeah.
I don't know the difference. This guy knew. He'd lived his whole life, and now he had to adjust to what he was doing. It's amazing. Anyway, we'll get to the story.
Hey, can I tell you this real quick? Side note on Kyle Maynard. I was looking for this is really going to take you back. So we had talk of Uncle Duke yesterday.
Yeah.
And so I knew that y'all were about to talk about that. So I emailed Adler a few pictures of the last time Uncle Duke was in studio, which was 2016. So the way I did that, I went into my photos and I searched, Vestavia, and then gave the year, because that's where, and I was just flipping through a bunch of stuff, I had the wrong year. Anyway, I came up on the video of on my phone of you and Kyle wrestling.
I was hoping y'all deleted that.
Greg, I got to laughing. I just good night alive.
He pinned me and stuff. It was terrible.
But back to Rick Allen and Def Leppard.
Yeah.
The drummer, he has been attacked. He was standing outside the Four Seasons Hotel in Fort Lauderdale. And then a 19-year-old guy named Max Hartley allegedly ran at full speed after hiding behind a column and knocked Rick to the ground. Picture, I'm just sitting there smoking a cigarette.
Yeah, unprovoked.
And I'm there, and all of a sudden, boom, somebody hits me full speed, knocks me back. I hit my head. Then a woman who saw this, I guess in the lobby, ran outside to intervene, and she was assaulted. And he pushed her down. She runs back in, trying to get away from him. Then he follows her back into the lobby, grabs her by the hair, drags her back outside the hotel. When she tried to get away again, he starts like hitting her and
what in the world?
Just it's insane. Well, then he takes off running. Well, they call 911 and they're trying to find him. 911 callers reported that he had been apprehended after hitting cars in the parking lot and the parking deck area, and then breaking a restaurant's window by throwing a chair through it.
Good night. So this guy's so obviously he didn't go, hey, there's Rick Allen, and I got a problem with Def Leppard, so I'm knocking him down. He didn't know who it was.
No.
Because it sounds like he's just tearing stuff up.
That's exactly what it sounds like.
And dragging women by their hair, too. Throw that in there.
Right. So the cars that he was vandalizing was in the parking lot of another adjacent hotel. So anyway, he's been charged. Rick Allen asked, do you want to press charges? He said yes.
Yeah.
He was charged with abuse of an elderly person or disabled adult with great harm what he was charged with.
Without great harm.
That's
what it said.
Okay, here it says with great harm,
really?
but I know what you're saying. Here it clearly says with great harm. But I think
I didn't know. The reason I even brought it up because that seemed odd if there's with or without.
Right. It would
Does
be.
great harm make the charge
It would be
worse?
because the story you have is the one I read, and it said without, and here it says with. Maybe this is just,
Well, he's getting charged with something, and it falls
How about
under
if you leave-
obviously
if you leave
the
out-
disabled person.
Yeah. No word on Rick Allen's condition.
I think he hit his head.
They say he hit his head, and so he went back and hit his head on the ground, and so anyway, that's bizarre. But it made me start thinking about Def Leppard, and I guess maybe about a week or so ago, I just put Def Leppard on, and it was like Def Leppard Essentials and whatever, and there wasn't one bad song, not at all.
And I lean towards the early stuff. I like it a lot better than than the later, but it's still good. And they're still they sound good live, and they're still selling a lot of tickets.
Yeah,
so.
big time.
But who wants to tackle the drummer? I mean,
it just doesn't make any sense. But I think you're right. I think this guy had gotten out, wasn't he, on some he'd gotten out of jail or something?
I saw a video of him being, he's walking out of the station, got out on bail, and you know how reporters ask these questions like you're going to turn around and answer them. And they were asking him, are you a Def Leppard fan? Are you not? Are you? I honestly, I believe, and of course, he gave him 0.
Right.
I believe it's obvious. He was tearing everything up. He didn't know who he tackled. He was just wanting to tackle somebody and then drag women and then break glasses on cars. And he was on a rampage.
So this is one of the 911 callers. Apparently, a guest, some guy assaulted her and was actually beating her up at the front of the building. The woman told 911, adding that the female victim was in the lobby of the hotel, but the suspect had fled. She didn't mention Rick Allen because I don't think they all put it together that he was Rick Allen of Def Leppard. He was just a guy smoking out front.
Yeah.
But anyway, they got the guy, and here in this Fox News story, it definitely says without harm, but in the in this
I
other,
didn't know they distinguished it that whether it were with or without.
But
harm.
in this other story here with Delicious Audio and stuff, it has with. I just think they messed up. But anyway,
But does that make sense? If I knock you down, I mean that's kind of harmful.
It is.
I guess that means no major injury.
Right. I guess
it would be a stiffer charge.
Yeah.
So if you're going to tackle people and they're disabled or elderly, don't tackle them too hard.
Don't tackle them too hard.
It'll be a lesser charge.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
But that is weird.
Yeah.
The guy's obviously on something. We all always go to that, but he had to be.
Yeah.
Good night.
Hey, if you're just
man's trying to smoke a cigarette.
I'm not saying because I don't know, but you got to be on some substance, crazy as a loon, to just start running around trying to be destructive like that.
And how about if I'm Rick Allen, I'm smoking my cigarette, and I'm going, look, boy, we had a lot of adoring fans tonight at the show, and then all of a sudden a person comes up and tackles me.
Right. I don't know what that is. Yeah, you're right.
But anyway, so there it is.
There's your update. Rick Allen of Def Leppard, the drummer, one-armed drummer.
I wonder if he's going to miss any shows since he hit his head. Probably not.
I don't know.
Sure he'll be fine. Yeah, there it is. Man,
okay, somebody says maybe it was an armed robbery attempt.
Oh,
all right.
Okay. Hold the jokes.
He'll take a break. All right, Jonathan. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Dell Technologies semi-annual sale starts now with limited quantity deals on select performance PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Save on select Vostro laptops with built-in security features and select Latitude laptops with enhanced privacy, collaboration, and connectivity. Save on select essential accessories plus free shipping and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
I'm Jenny, Senior Designer for Cleo & Wolf, and this is Behind the Designs with Boot Barn. Cleo & Wolf is a vintage-inspired, effortless collection with a country sensibility. Each design is thought out and crafted so that it becomes a special staple in her wardrobe. Even if it's just an article of clothing, there's so much meaning to that. In her most authentic, natural state is where her beauty and her confidence lives. Cleo & Wolf. Only at Boot Barn.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
3 people you should be 100% certain about: your barber, your plumber, and your tax pro. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and you can be 100% certain about your taxes. We'll get you your maximum refund guaranteed, and we'll back your return for life. Don't be kind of certain or almost certain. Be 100% certain. Switch to Jackson Hewitt today and get 50% off tax prep. Limited time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
I'm Jenny, Senior Designer for Cleo & Wolf, and this is Behind the Designs with Boot Barn. Cleo & Wolf is a vintage-inspired, effortless collection with a country sensibility. Each design is thought out and crafted so that it becomes a special staple in her wardrobe. Even if it's just an article of clothing, there's so much meaning to that. In her most authentic, natural state is where her beauty and her confidence lives. Cleo & Wolf, only at Boot Barn.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Angie, you could cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need, indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign, and we handle the rest, sending a top pro to get it done. You don't have to lift a finger, except to tap the screen or click the mouse. Plus, Angie is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're rolling back. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show made possible by LinkedIn.com/Bubba. You know, these days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. If you are the one, maybe an owner or manager that's in charge of hiring, you need to listen up. Every one of us wants to be 100% certain that we have access to the best qualified individuals available for the job you're trying to fill. That's why we encourage you to check out LinkedIn.com/Bubba. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the right person for your team faster and for free. Add your job and the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on the right person just with the right skills and experience that you're looking for. It's why small businesses have rated LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering qualified hires versus leading competitors. They help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 50 million job seekers visit LinkedIn.com/Bubba? LinkedIn.com, then put /Bubba so you can get through the show here. Join us and post your job for free right now at LinkedIn.com/Bubba. You can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. You know how I love free, folks. Free.
Oh, he loves
free.
it.
Free.
Nothing wrong with a
All
freebie.
right. We are rolling along. We've hit a number of different things. There's one that I'm mad I can't play for you, Greg. But let me just give you the story real quick because this guy's really talented. All right, so there's a dude that has gone through and for every year, the history of rock, okay, starting in the 70s. Actually, started in 1965 and ended in 2022.
This is
a musician recorded himself playing one famous guitar riff from every year.
just back to back.
Yes, back to back, and then put them all together.
From
and I'm talking
60,
about 65 to 2022.
How about that? That's a lot of riffs.
And he's actually got video out of him doing it. I had the audio portion of it, but he recorded himself doing this, and it's gone viral on social media because he has started, and I'm talking about like the Doors into Led Zeppelin, Deep Purple, into Pink Floyd, Queen, Ramones, and it just continues. Van Halen.
If it wasn't for our rules, we could play it and try to guess them all.
Yeah, because
but we don't want to get shut out.
Yeah, because YouTube would block the show,
I don't
and
know
we'd
if
be
there's a limit on how long you can play.
I think so, because it's all back to back to back. But I know we'd go to YouTube jail and we'd have problems.
Yeah,
I'm
that'd
assuming.
be fun though. Try to guess them all.
Yeah. So in the set, I just gave you who is Joy Division?
Don't know.
Okay.
So I would have missed that one.
Yeah. That was one of them.
They didn't bring me any joy.
No. Let's see. Around the 80s here, the collection of riffs that he featured. And again, he recorded himself playing one famous guitar riff from every year.
Yeah.
And
so
then,
they're
and
just
then,
quick.
Yeah. AC/DC in the 80s.
Oh, yeah.
Rush.
Sure. I would have got that one.
Michael Jackson.
I would have got that one.
The Police.
Probably got that one.
Dire Straits.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Bon Jovi.
Definitely.
Guns N' Roses.
Yes.
REM.
See, I want to hear them, though.
I know. I'm sorry, buddy. I could do it off mic, but I don't think that matters.
We'll
and then it ended with The Cure.
Not
but
a
I'm
fan.
just kind of let you.
I would probably miss that.
Yeah, not a fan of The Cure.
Not a fan of The
Not
Cure.
a fan of The Cure. But
Probably
I just thought that was kind of cool that he was able to do
creative.
this.
Took a while, I bet.
Right.
Because you got to pick the song. All right, I'm going to pick this one.
Right.
And if you're a guitarist, you go, this is one I play really good. Or if this is one I don't play really good. I don't want to use it.
No. I think if maybe this won't get me in trouble. Yeah, it will.
Never
All
mind.
Never
Just
mind. We're not going to do it. Not doing it. This is The Cure.
I don't know nothing about that.
I'm just giving you that.
Okay.
All right, so we've also got.
I would have missed that one.
Yeah. We've also got, these porch pirate folks that kind of pull
PPs.
up. They don't just get packages. Sometimes they might pull up and they like what you got and they want it. And it's not, you know what I'm saying? It's not a package. It's just something on your front porch.
Something like I got a big flower arrangement.
Yeah. Cincinnati woman.
A chair I really like.
Right. Who was caught on camera taking a rug off of a couple's porch. Got caught on camera again a week later returning the rug with an apology note.
Time out.
After the two posted the video on social media that their rug, I guess, was stolen, the woman brought it back, saying it was a misunderstanding and she had the wrong house. That makes no sense.
So her story is actually I had somebody who wanted me to come get their rug.
Yeah.
And I went to the wrong house.
Right.
So I see it on video y'all posted. So now I've apologized and I brought your rug back.
Yes, here we go.
It looked like she was here with a purpose. It almost looked like she was stealing it back from us, like we had stolen it from her in the first place.
She put all of her furniture back, and then she just folded it up and left with it. I am exceedingly apologetic for taking your rug. It was an honest mistake. I was trying to pick up a free rug from a Craigslist offer, and I obviously got the wrong one.
What do you think?
You buying it?
I don't know about it. I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, if you want to investigate, you could probably figure that
Craigslist
out.
free rug.
And she thought that was it. I might would have knocked on the door if I said, hey, are you the one with the free rug?
I definitely would knock on the door. Just say, I
Maybe
want to let y'all
nobody was
know
home.
I'm out here. Don't, please don't shoot me. I'm on your front porch here.
Yeah, because think about this. You really won't notice the rug like from the street. So it ain't like she looked and said, hey, there's a rug I want.
Maybe not. Maybe she's telling the truth. I don't know. But just to go up, move furniture.
Are these people buying it?
Roll up the rug. It didn't sound like it, but who knows? She posted a note. The fact that she went back with a note, I don't know.
And again, I'm going to steal a rug.
I know.
To be honest, I'm not going to get the free rug either.
Yeah, no. We've also got a Sacramento person. Listen to this. Attempted to steal a helicopter from an airport.
Well, that's a lot worse than a rug.
Ended up crashing it.
Well, yeah, I bet.
Here's one of the FBI agents talking about what happened. This is bizarre.
What is the motive? But the scope would be almost anything you can think of. It could be somebody wanting to take an aircraft for a joyride. It could be somebody wanting to take an aircraft to do some sort of other criminal activity with it, some kind of damage to some other property, whatnot. Terrorism, of course.
When this story was reported, the person has still not been caught. Yet it's believed it's not that person's not critically hurt in the crash. The picture of it just has the helicopter kind of laying off to its side. It didn't blow up or anything like that. There was no fire. But it's weird because the thief crashed the chopper. It was the Sacramento Executive Airport that he broke into multiple helicopters overnight and finally found one that I guess would crank or something or would start. They trespassed onto the property around 4 a.m., between 4 and 6 a.m. local time, and tried to start 4 helicopters sitting on the tarmac. The person eventually got one of the choppers started, then crashed it. Fled the scene. They aren't aware of any injuries and can't find the person.
I wonder his skill level, obviously. I mean, did he have any – surely he had a little knowledge of flying a helicopter.
Right.
Because I may or may not have been involved many years ago in the 80s was like a construction site and you like crank their tractors up or their bulldozers up and try, stuff like that. May or may not have seen that, but never would have I thought, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. If I can get that helicopter cranked, I may try to take it up for a spin.
Yeah, we might.
See, that's not the same thing.
No, it's not. Not at all. Now, I've wanted a helicopter because of traffic and to get somewhere, but I hadn't wanted to go steal one because I wouldn't know how to fly.
Again, and obviously he crashed.
Yeah.
But it didn't kill him. He fled the scene.
Got lucky.
Man.
We'll take a break. We'll come right back. The St. Patrick's Day edition of the Rick and Bubba Show.
St. Patty's.
Yeah. Main show starts next. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He was telling us he'd had a low moment in Dad World. His family had successfully walked up about a 10-minute walk to watch fireworks. They were on their way back. Helmsy was doing the flashlight for everyone, did not have enough light for himself, was carrying his 5-year-old daughter, slipped in a mud puddle, got mud all over him, ruined your shoes.
Yeah.
You have already cussed in front of your family, your neighbors.
And others that are walking.
And a guest that was there with your son who had a broken arm that y'all were trying to get him a night out of the house.
Yeah.
All right. And then you said it only got worse.
It did, because when I fell, my son started laughing.
Okay.
Which mine would do.
And I uncontrollably threw the flashlight at him.
So now you've thrown the flashlight at your 11-year-old son.
Betty would laugh at me if that happened to me because she's done it.
Right, yeah.
I said, uncontrollably, you think it's funny, and as I'm saying you think it's funny, the flashlight is flying in the air towards him.
Wow.
And hits him.
Oh, it does hit him.
Amanda claims that, first of all, so the moment got even lower. And all I could picture was the president of Highlands College walking down the same street and saying, yep, that's one of our students.
Yeah,
but
proud of him.
What do you mean it got worse?
Well, it got worse.
We've cussed, and now we've thrown a flashlight at our son who's 11, 12?
12.
Connected on it.
Did you sling mud when you threw it?
Yes, had to, because it was one of those little. It wasn't like a full-blown flashlight.
Yeah, we need to clarify
it doesn't make it any better. I don't
didn't
think.
hurt that bad.
But it was one of those you clip on your hat, one of those deals.
All right.
And so
because I was picturing a little bigger, so that
Helms,
I feel a little better.
Did you fall in a mud hole or a pond?
No, it was guys. Y'all just
afternoon thunderstorms this time of year, they bring a lot of water.
Yes, they do. And so the night is completely ruined. Nobody for the next 3 minutes has said a word, speaking to anybody. We get home, and Amanda goes, I can't believe you hit Luke with that flashlight. And I said, I didn't hit Luke. I hit Braden because Braden laughed at me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not proud of it.
Right.
Okay? If I could go back and change this whole thing, I would. Wouldn't have cussed, number one, and wouldn't have threw the flashlight, number two. If I could go back and do it all over again, I wouldn't have been using the flashlight for y'all. I would have been using it for me.
Oh, that didn't go
if I could go back. But
if
I
we can
can't.
go back, take the fall out.
Yeah, but I can't go back. So let's just, well, you need to go downstairs. You've scared the kids to death. They don't want him to look at me or talk to me. I said, they're playing Fortnite. They don't care at this point.
Right.
I said,
have you cleaned up yet?
I will go. Yes, I had to go I had full-blown shower.
Okay.
I had to get a full-blown.
So you cleaned up in silence.
Yes, I went straight to that. Nobody talks for the rest of the way home. Not a word is said.
No, of course not.
Maddie's crying because she's got a little mud on her.
Right, she got a little mud on her.
And so I go in, go straight to the shower, get out, and Amanda just looks at me. She goes, "I can't believe you."
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I'm not proud of it.
No.
I mean, what do you want me to do? I'm not proud of it. By this time, it's nearly 10 o'clock.
Sure.
10:30 maybe. You need to go downstairs and apologize. And I said, apologize to who? Braden. You threw him and Luke. You threw a flashlight at them. Number one, I didn't throw the flashlight at Luke.
Right.
I threw it at Braden, and I hit Braden.
Right.
It wasn't a miss.
Right.
I wasn't trying to hit Luke.
Right.
If I was trying to hit Luke, guess what? I'd hit Luke.
Right.
I was trying to hit Braden, and I squared its chest up with it. Okay? Not a proud moment. Wish I had it back. I'll go down there and see how they're doing in a minute. Well, they're scared to death. Luke's never going to want to come over here again. I said, so you think because I fell in the mud, cussed, and threw a flashlight that he's never going to want to come over here again? They seem to be having a good time down there. You hear them laughing it up with their buddies playing Fortnite.
Probably laughing at you.
Headsets
they
galore.
brought up your fall at
I
least
think
3
they're
times.
fine.
I wish you'd have gone down there with another flashlight.
She goes to lay the girls down, and I walk down there. I said, "Hey, what are y'all doing?" And it's like nothing ever happened. And so the next morning, I get up. She's still really not talking.
Oh yeah, this one's gonna last.
And so about an hour into coffee and watching Wimbledon, I said, "Hey, I went down there last night. They're fine. Quit worrying about it." Well, it was still ridiculous. You embarrass the family. Luke's probably never. I said, "Yeah, I agree with that. I'm not going to argue with you."
Right, because you can't.
And then, of course, I took it too far and said, "You know what? This is where I said, back probably 4 or 5 years ago, it'd have been much worse."
You tried to do
I said,
it
I
was
think
bad,
there
but
was
not as bad as it used to
yeah,
be.
not as bad,
How about
which
that?
was completely,
Right.
shouldn't have went there.
Right.
But tried to. The shoes, Amanda saved the shoes. I was happy.
Good. Okay.
Yeah,
That's good.
she put them in bleach and something. I don't know.
That terrible silence after this.
It was about a 3-minute walk from.
Yeah.
It was terrible.
How about when you come to and you realize, wow.
Yeah.
I don't know how you didn't see the mud hole.
Yeah.
Well, Bubba, I was
You were
not
the
looking.
flashlight guy.
I was looking for everybody else.
Yeah.
That's why.
You know what?
Hey, I had some
I'm
pace about me too, Bubba. Don't forget that. I'm getting down
You
that hill
double
pretty
timing
good.
it.
Real good.
Did you ever say can't have
Hey,
nothing?
hey, cars coming, kids. Cars coming. Bam.
Yeah.
And then I hear.
Well, you can't blame him for laughing.
can't blame him for laughing.
I can't. No.
No, that's funny.
Yeah. No, if it had
But
been
you
him,
can't
I'd
blame
laugh
it. You
too.
can't blame him for throwing the flash.
No,
I even went this far. Man, it's like you can't throw flashlights at people. I said, nobody has asked up until this point if I'm okay. Not one soul has asked me. If y'all would have said, "Are you okay?" Nobody has even.
Yeah.
Hey, it's been 12 hours. Nobody still asked me.
Yeah.
Back's hurting, legs hurts, knees skin up.
You could
I don't care.
You could have
evidently.
caught a flesh-eating bacteria.
Well,
Yeah,
there were
absolutely.
there were two things that if you had not cussed and thrown objects at your family in front of the neighbors,
That sounds bad.
is
It does. Sounds real bad.
If you had not done that,
was bad.
and laid there for a minute, maybe act like you were hurt, I think it would have no
Yeah.
new scene.
Yeah.
You know,
If you'd moan like, oh,
now,
It was one of those
now,
moments-
really
Hold something.
no offspring of ours is not going to laugh when somebody falls. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us. Friday edition. Got the Elite 8 coming up a little bit later on in the program. Actually, I understand it's going to be the So Fine number 9. I got 9 of them today. Got an extra. I got a make good happening a little bit later on in the golden ticket seats as well. This hour starts with the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past the hour. It is another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We got Speedy, the real Greg Burgess. They've been handling the kickoff hour this week with Helmsy's vacation. Eddie Van Adler now comes in for the YouTube experience. Are you subscribing to the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel? It matters if you do. It doesn't cost anything. Be sure and go there and subscribe and like. All those things matter, and you'll get alerts when the live show starts, when the Wednesday Bible study starts, or anything new we're doing. You also can access all those archives that are available to you every day, including a best of hour. Audio archives only are found on our podcast channel. There's that best of hour there, and all the daily archives and the Wednesday Bible study as well. So you got video archives, you got audio archives, you got live options, which is the TuneIn app, America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Some of those affiliates also give you an app option as well with iHeartRadio. So all kinds of ways to get the program both on your time or while it's actually happening. Identify those at rickandbubba.com. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice. Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates.
Somebody say,
Southern comfort running through my veins.
my mama was the wind, and my daddy was a train. Guitarist.
How about it, Mr. Burgess?
I'm good, man. How about you?
I'm very well, very well. Glad to be here today, and hope everyone is doing well. Friday edition.
Well,
hey, here we go.
I know.
Weekend.
I know you've been out partying.
Yeah, I did. I didn't get home about 10:30.
What? Good gracious.
I was out there,
goodness.
middle of the night.
Well, and so Bubba got to see a little March Madness, so he can update us on that today. You were there to watch a little bit of that. I do have some questions about the whole maneuvering of it all.
Yeah. Well, I can give you some answers on some.
I bet you do.
The good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yeah. I also, and I'll share this today. Major setback for me yesterday. Major setback.
On what front?
Have you ever made progress on something and then all of a sudden just some sort of traumatic event will just take you back? You know how sometimes you'll.
Yeah, I got several of those,
yeah.
Rick. I can.
It's almost like saying someone is afraid of cliffs, and you've worked so hard to get them comfortable with a cliff, and then before you know it, they slip and kind of slid down the edge, and then that roaring fear came back. I had a traumatic social event happen to me yesterday, and I had made so much progress in this area, and buddy, I took about 9 steps back yesterday.
Oh gosh,
yeah, it was
so sorry,
traumatic. It really was. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe the situation I was in. Couldn't believe it. Could not believe it. And so don't look for me to go to the public restroom anytime soon.
Oh, boy.
So, and I'd really overcome a lot of that, too. But, out of necessity.
Yeah.
But I'll be a little hard to coax out now. Okay, so
if you're going to peek around the corner before you go in.
Right.
They've been throwing breadcrumbs trying to get him to come out from under the house. And there he comes. Now he's run back up under.
Yep. At one point, I thought I was going to cease to be a person. It was so traumatic. So we'll I'll unpack that one for you today, and I shared a little bit with y'all yesterday, but I'll walk.
Oh yeah,
I'll walk you through it.
Yeah,
we
I
have
had a sliding counter, not a lot less awkward with,
No,
but was
no.
still on the same side.
I would rank mine.
He was on the same side.
But for somebody like me that's a little skittish anyway, if someone's skittish about something, they can't take.
Worst case scenario is what you were facing.
Yeah, I can't. What happened yesterday can't happen to the skittish.
Right.
Not in that area.
If you had the ability to beam yourself somewhere else, how quick would you have done it?
As quick as I could possibly done it. If that flusher back there had been a way to launch me into another dimension, this thing that we talked on the podcast about, just anywhere, I would have taken abducted by aliens over that.
Yeah. Well, we'd cover some of that yesterday.
So we do have another Rick and Bubba University podcast. You UFOers, you're gonna love this.
David Pilatus.
You're gonna love it. We chat with David Pilatus. If you go back, have we done 2 with him or one?
Just one.
Oh, that's right. You and I discussed 411.
Yeah.
Just ourselves.
Yes.
On like the first podcast or second one or whatever.
Yeah.
And then we actually interviewed Pilatus, and now we've interviewed him again.
Yeah.
And those podcasts that anything about missing 411 just garners so many downloads and listens and views. I mean, just so many.
Yeah, well, he does such a good job with those, and they're disturbing.
Yeah,
I mean, they're
they
very
are.
disturbing, and we talked about it during the series that he's done of Missing 411.
They're all good.
He just gives you the facts and lets you decide. Well, he's closing in on some facts with this one that there may be some UFOs involved. So
he's done the missing children that vanish. He's done missing national park people, missing hunters.
Yeah.
And this one is the UFO connection.
Yep. This is very good.
Yeah, it is.
I think you'll like it. If you have not seen his movie, Missing 411, the UFO connection, along with the other missing 411s, you need to watch it. But they are disturbing now, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I will tell you this. I left that podcast understanding it more than I understood the decision socially that somebody in this building made.
Right.
I understood that more.
Yep.
Because what I was in, I didn't understand at all. I don't know how anybody could think that's okay. Good.
Right. I'm with you on that one.
Right. You realize how few times in my life I've been unable to speak?
Very few.
Yeah. Happened yesterday. 15 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I know.
I mean, if not, then what they say about influence just isn't true.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I mean, we've raised a bunch of laugh at falling people.
Yeah,
kids.
we have.
No, you're right.
And then we fall and in the mud. Your daddy falls in the mud.
Yeah,
that's even
pretty.
funnier,
That's
really.
on up there.
Yeah, I mean
that
that's
is
pretty
hard.
funny.
Hard.
Greg,
Yeah.
I know you're
Yeah.
proud of him. Like not spilling your red Solo cup. I mean, he didn't.
I held on to Maddie.
You held on to Maddie.
Yeah,
That's
I did
good.
hold on to
That
it
is good.
as I'm
Did you
sitting
think
in the
about
mud.
jettisoning her on your way down?
No, I
Did it
never thought
scare
of
her?
it. I did try to catch myself with my hand,
Uh-oh.
and that's when the flashlight in the mud buried up into the mud.
So you threw a muddy flashlight at
threw a
him.
muddy flashlight. Now I will say this:
Does Braden
Luke-
have mud on
There
his
is
chest?
a good chance Luke may have mud on his shirt,
Right.
But he didn't get hit with
or
a
on his
flashlight.
cast, right where you
Right.
signed it.
Sure.
Little mud.
Did Maddie think it was funny, or did she panic?
No, she didn't. She never even. She was just shocked by the whole thing.
She's scared she couldn't talk.
Yeah. Everybody was kind of shocked for a while.
That's one of those moments you just kind of drop kick the nighttime devotion.
You do. You do. You move on to the next day.
Right.
Oswald Chambers, we'll see you bright and early.
We'll double up tomorrow.
Yeah.
Just get ready for the next time Maddie falls.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're
Does
right.
that remember?
Yeah,
They do.
they do. They
We
do.
wish they'd take some positive things from us, but they don't.
Watch your mouth,
They
young
they
lady.
grab the negatives and hang on to them, and the
Golly.
positives you can't get them to absorb that for anything.
It's like the negative things have barbs on them. They just
Yeah.
dig in.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. Next time Maddie falls, you're going to hear it.
Oh, sure. Completely ruined the night.
Yeah.
And it was such
You
a
had
good
a good
day.
night going.
I did. The whole day was great.
Plus, nobody want to go next year.
Has it settled now or still coming up?
Oh, no, it's fine. It was fine by noon the next day.
Does it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You think the next time you walk the trail, they'll go, look, Daddy, this is where you fell.
No question.
Yeah.
No question.
This is where you cussed at.
Well,
I will probably
y'all
bring
yuck it up now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sure. I should have yucked it up then.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know.
You'll
what's
have to
going
make the first joke about it. So everybody
It was reaction is what
on. It was. It was reaction.
Do you think there were any kids that were there that actually at the children's church that you lead at your church?
Probably so. Yeah. There's a good chance. Yeah.
Hey, Dad, you know who led worship? Who? The one we heard cussing the other night.
Phil.
You know that guy that fell in the mud the other night through the flashlight and cussed?
You know I got cussing.
You know the guy's a sailor on our street.
He
Punched
was
his son.
Right.
He was on the stage doing closing salvation.
Right. Yeah. I know. Look, we're living in the real world. You know,
I thought I had moved past that. I really did.
Undoubtedly not.
We got a long way to go.
Right. Still a lot of work to do.
Yep.
Minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us today. So RBU, a brand new one, will be out this weekend. David Pilatus, Missing 411, the UFO connection. Interesting conversation. And he focuses on the elk hunters only. But anyway, so enjoy that this weekend.
How about physical evidence of an abduction?
Yeah, wherever you get podcasts. So
it's very interesting.
It really is.
And disturbing to a large degree.
And Bubba and I, you can tell we just want to scream, come on, baby. so anyway, that's this weekend. And you can catch that. The Bible study archive from Wednesday's also out. Remember, next week there'll be no new RBU or Bible study. It'll be best of shows. Bubba and I will be on vacation, so you can go back and do a lot of archive hunting. Enjoy the best of moments during the show every week, and then you can go on our YouTube channel. You can go on our podcast channel. You can find all kinds of past archives. And we didn't read that email yesterday, and we need to today, later, of if I heard it right. There's a guy who is 2 years behind on archives, and he won't come to current day. And I found that to be extremely interesting. Yeah. So anyway, but go listen to things and watch things on RBU.
How did he get that far behind?
I don't know where you'll have to tell me the email. Of course, we can't print it. I mean, we can't print it out, but I could go print it out in my office. But we ever going to get our printer back?
I don't know.
Okay. But anyway, so
waiting on a part, man.
Waiting on a part. How about the waiting on a part? I bet the rent's still due though, isn't it?
Yep, it is.
But anyway, all right. So Bubba, you had an opportunity to take in some March Madness yesterday.
Yeah, it is. It is that time of year, March Madness. It's by far and away the most exciting part of basketball season for college basketball, and had a lot of upsets yesterday too. Speedy was telling us earlier.
What you want it again?
Yeah, you're supposed to play the bracket buster.
Yeah, you got your bracket buster sound effect.
Oh, he does. Rick this morning, he tried to be sharp, and he had it, and he said, hey, listen to this, and he hit it, and he didn't have it feeding through the board. And I was going to look over at him. It wasn't feeding through the board. You could hear off microphone. and I said, I'm sharp.
Oh, you talking about this?
Bracket buster.
Oh, my gosh.
Thought he had it going through the board, and he didn't.
I
Rick looking at me when he hit it.
I love the fact that the face went with
it. And I was going to move on, Rick, and go, it didn't work. And he was like, oh, no, you got to plug it in. We got to hear that.
I want him to hear the real.
So every time we would talk about the bracket buster, we would play that sound effect.
Greg, you love those kind of phrases, don't you?
Oh, yeah. I'm all about it.
I'm going to go ahead.
Rick, you talking about a good catchphrase?
Well, let me tell you what I know what else you hate. I don't mind March Madness. That's been around for a while. I tell you what I can't go down the road of. Hey, guess who's still dancing?
Hey, big dance.
I can't stand
going to the big dance.
Bracket buster. Yeah, hey, but you know who's still dancing?
Keep that.
Golly. We had two of them, y'all.
Bracket buster.
What's next? Are you going to pinch somebody because they have green on them?
Watch him.
Yeah. We had Princeton shock Arizona. That was a big upset.
Arizona, I'll be embarrassed. You know, a bunch of smart people beat you.
Yeah, that's a number 15 that took down number 2. And then in Virginia, the Virginia game, you had Furman beat Virginia.
Now,
and that's a number 13 beating a number 4. But the way they did it,
that's the part. And I didn't even watch anything.
Is unbelievable. You talking about a blunder from Virginia? They're winning by 2. And they get the ball back on the baseline and are trying to advance it up the court, and Furman's pressing them.
Running the clock.
And the guy just jumps up and throws the ball to midcourt trying to get it to one of his teammates, and he throws it right to Furman, and then he dishes it off, and the guy shoots a 3, and they beat him.
Oh, no.
I don't know what he was thinking, but that's the ball game right there. And they win 68-67, Furman does. Number 13 takes down Virginia, number 4.
Did Furman not want to have a uniform where you could see the numbers on it?
Yeah, look at that purple.
Know. But all I know is that, I mean, it was definitely a
bracket buster.
For sure.
And out there at the buzzer, bam.
Speedy, I may be wrong, okay, so I'll underline this because I don't have the facts in front of me, but since Virginia won the national championship a few years ago, I don't think they have won a game in the NCAA tournament. I think they've got put out first round.
Talk about a drought.
That's crazy. I don't know what we're doing there.
Well, that's
we're just slinging it to half court.
Well, was he trapped? Was he just trapped?
Well, he was trapped, but I mean, do something else besides that.
Did he have a timeout left?
I don't need a timeout.
Yeah.
I don't know. Throw it off the guy's knee or something. Do something.
Hey, how about I tell you what not to do? That.
No.
You know what that is? That's in football. The guy who throws it across the defense.
Rick, there's a guy open on the, and I know he didn't want the 10-second violation. I get that, but there was a guy. One of his teammates was open right across the court from him. He just didn't see him.
And
it's
he
obvious.
thought that it flying through the air would take time off the clock. He didn't realize
he
really underthrew him.
My heart breaks for that athlete right there because he's just going to that's just tough.
You know what?
Open across the court.
Yeah, that's tough.
But we got to give credit to the two guys playing defense, though. That created it.
They threw it right to him.
And then
the guy had to shoot and make it.
I'm talking two guys trapping. You got to give them props.
Yeah.
And plus that guy who had to make the 3.
Oh, yeah, but definitely a
bracket buster.
No doubt.
Sure.
Oh, my goodness.
For
Rick,
sure.
But guess who's still dancing?
Hey, let me tell you what. Furman's still dancing.
We're going to use that as a whole term.
And Biden had his bracket busted. Because he had Arizona moving on, which most probably did. But Princeton, who's a 15th seed, they upset them 59-55.
Who does Biden have winning it?
He had
I'm
Arizona.
not
I thought it was Arizona.
He had
wasn't it?
Arizona win.
Well, guys, do you hear what you're saying? Biden don't even know this is going on.
I heard some.
You talking about who filled out Biden's bracket?
Well,
is that
I
what
was just
you
going to
mean?
say, like everything else, wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
I heard somebody on the radio yesterday. They said that the only reason he picked Arizona because he thinks it's going to be a key state, and like it was last time.
That's good.
He's trying to suck up to him.
Greg, guess what Princeton's still doing? They still doing at the big dance.
Shut up and dance.
Because it's never enough. We
No.
can't just call it March Madness. That's got to be the big dance.
Oh,
dance. Guess who's still dancing?
The big dance.
You know, what's that? You know, it's just like saying, guess who's still mad? Madness. You know, like madness.
Yeah, Maddie Mad.
Someone's still in the madness.
Oh, that's good. But yeah, just one more time. We had a couple of them.
Bracket Buster.
That
but I
sounds a
know
lot
that-
better when it comes through the board.
I saw Bubba. He didn't realize I was looking at him, and he had a 10:30 p.m. yawn that lasted 4 seconds. I think. And
That's what happens when you're out dancing.
And it had his eyes watering and everything else. I mean,
Stay and watch Little Houston.
and that has no
we ain't
time
gone
to.
home yet. Big Auburn win. We're gonna watch a little
Can I-
more.
Go scout out Houston. See what they got.
Can I tell you, I yawn a lot here. in the
Yeah, but
morning.
that one
It
I
doesn't
could
matter.
tell. That one was a little. Hey, I've been up a little late. With no time to rest today.
You still got the body paint on?
No,
Nah.
no body paint.
Greg had you as the you.
I wanted you in
Right, I
Auburn.
heard
I wanted
that.
you to be
I
the
heard
you.
that.
Picture it scanning the crowd and you look Bubba's the you.
Oh, let me tell you something. If I saw that and had a still shot of that,
He'd be
I'd
going
frame it and put it
crazy.
up in the office. So I want to come back, though. I want to know what it was like for Bubba because we'd heard, Bubba's not a big, he didn't like these kind of things spook Bubba a little bit when you got big crowds downtown. A lot of
Downtown.
this.
You don't like to go downtown.
You're right. It's one of us already had to go down yesterday over things we're skittish about. I hope yours went smoother than mine.
I mean, look what happened to Rick Allen. I mean,
Right.
Oh, I know. Yeah, Rick, we got a story on that
reason.
for you
Who's
today.
Rick Allen?
Def Leppard's drummer.
What happened?
He got
Somebody
assaulted.
tackled him outside his hotel for no reason.
Assaulted him, and others too.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't just him. I don't even know if the guy knew he was Rick Allen of Def Leppard.
So was he just randomly tackling people?
Yes.
Yeah.
Rick was out there burning a cigarette and got slammed.
How about this? Anybody know where Gerald Cates is?
Stuck him. Stuck him. Oh, no, that's Rick Allen.
Stuck him. I'm sorry, Mr. Allen. I want to hear Bubba's experience.
Oh, yeah.
I want to know about traffic. I want to know about all that. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So anyway, going forward on the program today, I started really laughing, and Speedy sent it to us yesterday because the world we're living in, our society has become so bizarre, and nothing is sincere anymore. Nothing is true. Everything is fabricated, made up, exaggerated.
It's coded, it's colored just to meet the need instead of being the truth.
We are living in a complete fantasy world. I mean, where nothing is real, and we may play it for you coming up. I don't know if you guys did today. Did you already play it?
No, we haven't.
But this thing with technology today, and it is a blast. It's replaced the prank calls. Is what's happened.
Yeah.
With technology where people go out and they film themselves interviewing people, get their permission to use it, and they'll ask them a question, and it's a setup. It's a prank the whole way. And in this particular one, they went on a college campus and began to talk to college students about Trump's nominee for the Supreme Court before he'd ever made it known publicly, and acted like want to know their response to the person he had nominated, which he had not nominated anyone.
Right.
And then
their disapproval of that nominee that had not happened.
They talked about how racist the nominee was. They talked about and there was no nominee.
It wasn't even real.
No.
So keep in mind, none of these people even remotely thought, and maybe there were some. I know it's edited, so there may have run into some that actually said that. But we know we can produce for you people who did not say to the person, "I have not heard who he nominated," and has that happened?
Right.
Yeah, I haven't researched it.
You think somebody would have said that?
They locked right in to their. I'm not talking about deep disdain for a person that did not exist.
That they had no idea.
And they guys, it just lets you know you can't trust anything.
No.
that things are made up, and of course
that's the way to inform yourself.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think they were on Fox.
What that means, though, Greg, I've already know whatever I know what to say about this administration.
No matter who he picked.
No matter what. I mean, it's really.
I want to say they were on Fox News yesterday, the campus reform folks, and I think there was one student that said, I'm not really sure who was nominated.
Right.
I would have to do more. I
Right.
think he said there was one person. But here's what's so bad is that
There shouldn't be any that don't say that.
Not only were these students, there was one professor that he interviewed that said the same thing. It's funny. It's funny because they're just so adamant about. I can't believe he did that.
Racist,
it's funny.
evil.
Oh yeah,
it's funny, but it's sad because these people are voting.
Oh yeah.
And they help to put the people in. And I guess it's kind of the weakness of democracy. We're kind of counting on people knowing what's going on.
Oh yeah.
There
was a time where
I know.
We won't get into that. There was some discussion. It was motivated for the wrong reason.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
But now there was some truth in there that maybe there should be some sort of vetting process. Certainly not skin color, but on intelligence. On really, would we just let anybody be on the board somewhere and make decisions about the company?
Well, let me ask you this.
You would have to show you knew some idea what was going on.
Let me ask you this: should we just let anybody that wants to crank a car drive?
No.
Or should you demonstrate some basic knowledge of rules and how to operate it?
Well, then
I say basic.
I know. Well, but then we're juggling with a privilege versus a right, and that's different. But I understand. But I do understand. I would like for people.
It's a privilege to drive on the highway.
Right, but it's not a right.
Right.
It's a right to vote, and it's a right to bear arms, which is two different things.
Well, with each right comes responsibility.
No, that I agree. Yeah, but you see what I'm talking about. But I still think, even though it's a right, that we do make people who have the right to do something still show some responsibility.
Yeah. We have a right to bear arms, but still have to buy a license sometimes.
Right, understood. So that you can still have that right and still have some sort of.
But it is funny with our most precious right. We just go, hey, anybody, anytime, come on in.
Well, it just shows you that
we got to play the audio from that. It's just people need to hear that.
We'll play it next.
People need to hear.
If you didn't listen to it yesterday, I listened to it when you said I couldn't believe it. I mean, I could. That's the sad part. I could believe it. I wished it wasn't so.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We be big, and thankful that you are with us today. My Pillow, as they just continue. They're known for providing us all night comfort. Now they're going to expand that success and also provide us with all day comfort. How about men's athletic T-shirts as low as $9.99? And you'll love the way these fit, guys. Men's Pima cotton cargo pants are just $26.99. Athletic shorts, $17.99. Ladies, you're also addressed in this. They've got you covered head to toe, too. Check out their Pima cotton pants, $17.49. Women's button-down long-sleeve shirts are just $13.99. Two-piece rib tank set, $29.99. And also, for men and women, the new MyPillow smooth toe socks. All these are available in no-show, low-cut, knee-high, quarter, or crew socks. And they're the most durable construction. They won't bunch up like ordinary socks, and they got that seamless toe, which I love. I don't like from a big toe to feel like it's trapped. So get yours right now by going to mypillow.com/Bubba, mypillow.com/Bubba, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, Bubba, you got to take in, because where we do the show from, where we live, is Birmingham, Alabama. And for the first time in a very long time, Birmingham, Alabama, as you said, the newly renovated arena,
Legacy Arena
hosted some of the first round games for March Madness, and you decided to venture out with your son last night and take it in.
Yeah, it was a good event. We sit next to a couple from Indiana, and I was talking to them about why they had come, and they just like to go see basketball, and they chose Birmingham because of the competition that was here. And
good lineup.
I was talking to the gentleman, and he said, I believe this is the first time ever we've had 2 number ones at the same location, because even though they're in different areas, for the first round games, a lot of them, get piled in. So for Birmingham, it was a big win. You had Alabama playing, you had Auburn playing, you had Houston playing, which is also a number one. And, it made for a good crowd. It was, the place was completely packed for the Alabama game, completely packed for the Auburn game, and a lot of people hung around to watch Houston after the Auburn game last night. So, and it was good. Northern Kentucky, who was a 15 seed playing a number 1 seed, really played Houston tough, and the crowd kind of got into it and started cheering for them. Have you ever heard of Northern Kentucky, Rick? The Norse. Not the Norsemen, just the Norse.
I never have. No.
And a lot of people with Viking helmets on.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
No, never heard of it.
But they played them real tough. I think Houston was leading by 3 points at halftime. They ended up winning by 9 or 10, but it was much closer than the score indicated. And so it was some good basketball. It was a lot of fun. The Legacy Arena is number 1. I mean, it's been renovated. It's good. They've really worked on the soundproofing in there so that it's a little more not as echoey as it used to be.
Can I ask the question that's on all of our minds?
Yeah.
How was the concessions?
Well, the concession stands lines were very long.
Yeah.
And
it's always been
some of the bathrooms were kind of long. But, when you put – I don't know how you ever plan for – in a sports setup for basketball, that arena will hold 17,600. And for concerts, 19,000. So I don't know how you ever accommodate to have enough bathrooms and enough concessions if everybody wants to go at the same time. It's just a hard deal, Yeah. But I will say this, with about 3 minutes left to go in the Auburn game, I looked around. I didn't see a line. I darted out to get a pretzel right quick and got back in during the timeout. So
okay, good.
That's a veteran.
Yeah.
But, no, it was a good experience. The crowd, they were moving them in and out pretty well. But it's, that downtown area, it's just a lot of folks coming in and out at the same time. And it was a little bit of a cluster down there. So.
Well, that was my concern. I understand, because most of the things you do, we're going to get this amount of people in for one event, then back out.
Right.
But when you have multiple games and fan bases leaving and fan bases coming,
the session format, where they have to clear the arena.
That sounds complicated.
Well, they had it so everybody coming out went one way, and it was marked off with these dividers, and everybody coming in was coming in the other way. And they had where they scan your tickets, they probably had, 20 people doing that. So there was 20 different lines you could get into. So we moved through that pretty quick. But it was a massive line outside, crowd of people. And then you had the first session people coming out, which included Alabama, and the second session people trying to get in, which was Auburn. And, man, it was just a lot of people in a very small area down there.
What about today? Add rain to it.
That'll be interesting. Yeah, that'll be interesting.
Yeah, so at least you went on a beautiful day.
Yes, it was. We had a great time. Time. It was.
How was your parking situation?
It was good for us. Probably not as good for everybody.
Right.
It's again, you're trying to park for 17,000, and I don't know how you can. For most events, you don't have that many people. So I don't know how you ever get the parking just right for that.
Well, now you would say, of course, now this is different because you got multiples.
And then they built the football stadium right in the middle of a road.
But
so that
I know what I'm going to say
you
now.
Go around it.
I know now this sounds odd, but if I built something that had 17 to 19,000 seats, I would try to accommodate that, since that's what I hope to feel.
Well, you would think in the big planning, and I'm sure there's parking decks to cover that scattered around.
Right.
But, overall it was good. It was just a lot of folks in there during session change.
Sure,
because at that point you've got 17,600 times 2.
Right, that was my point. Now that's what was my concern. It's not just one in and one out.
But a lot of police, a lot of traffic management. Overall, it went pretty well. But it was thick there for a little while.
How much walking was involved?
Not a lot for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. No. We parked pretty close to the door, and of course I got there way early.
And parking pass.
Yeah, that helped.
Oh,
and
no, that's a game changer.
And
So
we
did you have to
didn't
stand there
walk
and
too
wait in
far.
line till they allowed session 2 in?
I didn't go and get in line until it was almost time to open the door for
Okay,
session 2.
Smart.
And Hunter was coming later because he had to work, and Betty dropped him off.
That's good.
And then she was thanking me for the traffic on the
I
way
bet
home.
she was.
How about the bypass exiting is very helpful. That they did a bypass to get onto 65 South, which is huge.
Yeah, well, I didn't go that way, so I didn't get to see it. So
that's the way
back
to go home.
We go back the other way.
Were you rocking the 19th Street one or the one?
Yeah,
up about
19th. Yeah.
Oh, that is a good in and out right there.
Yeah, it's basically.
I like.
Well, no. As far as in and out, I went in and out on 31-280.
No, I'm talking about where you parking.
Oh yeah. The big parking lot between the BJCC and the FBI office.
I like that better than I even like that
media
better,
parking.
I like that even better than being under the sign out there.
As
far as getting out and
a lot of that is not there anymore.
Really, they
so,
rearranged all that. Yeah.
Some of that is like park area where you can sit outside and stuff.
Understood.
But they've redone downtown with the overpasses and the elevated interstates, and they've got it lit up under it. It's it really looks good, but it's just a lot of stuff in a very small area.
Well, yeah. Well, the session format was what I was.
Let me say this: I got in and got to my seat. I was so happy.
I bet you were.
Just plop down. Hey, here we go.
Yeah, I made it. And here we
Yep. That was good.
Yeah.
That was a good feeling.
Any bathroom runs for you?
Just when I first got there.
Right.
And the ones right by the door where everybody's coming in, there was a line for the men and the women, of course. But if you work your way on around to some of the other ones, it wasn't too bad.
Well, it's one of the things, and Babylon B hit on this a few weeks ago. They said lots of trans women are now transitioning back to men after they stood in a bathroom line.
Yeah, that's always been something I wondered about. If you really thought that through,
if you were going to transition to a woman, just one public restroom line should be enough to make you rethink that.
Mm-hmm.
But the bottom line, we got to see a lot of good basketball, and it was fun. It's a good environment. The crowd was fired up, so it was a lot of fun.
That's right. Of course, you got in a little late. I can't believe you took on some Houston too.
Well.
Are you just living on the edge?
The reason I did that, one, I did want to see Houston play, but there was such a crowd, and I knew what that mob trying to leave was going to be like.
Let everybody settle.
Let it settle down a little bit. But surprisingly, a large group of those people, and I think a lot of them were there for the Auburn game, stayed to watch Houston, and
because
the crowd,
Auburn has the winner of that game too, so they probably wanted to watch all of that.
So all the whole arena seemed like they got behind Northern Kentucky, and when they started draining some threes, and everybody was going nuts because they knew. And Houston's like, okay, we're number one. You guys don't need to be hanging around, and they just kept hanging around.
Well, that's typical though. That's why it's called madness.
Well, that's why you got to play it.
Yep.
Yeah,
absolutely.
15, overall, good deal.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba show as we walk through the stories of the day and get a chance to chat with you before we're done. And then, of course, best of shows all next week. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so here it is. Campus Reform is the group, and they've done this a number of times to show that a lot of college students have no idea what's going on politically, and it's all emotion-based on whatever team they like. They've done some in the past where they told people to give their opinion on Trump's tax plan, but they told the students it was actually Bernie Sanders' tax plan, and they laid it out exactly the way it currently is under the Trump administration, and they loved it. Mm-hmm. Another time, they wanted to know what the students thought about Obama's foreign policy while giving them Trump's foreign policy, and they loved it as well. So this time, they go out and start asking students what they think about Trump's Supreme Court nominee, but he hasn't announced it yet.
No, this was this past weekend they did this.
So they did it over the weekend, meaning there had been no nominee.
Right.
So everything they're saying, and they're going to say it like they know who it is, is every single person is lying because there hasn't been a nominee. You can't comment on a nominee that doesn't exist. Okay, but that's what happens, and this is courtesy of Campus Reform. Oh, you're three, aren't you? Okay.
Yeah. All right, Campus Reform, here we go.
I'm Calvin Phillips with Campus Reform. Today we're in New York City talking to students about President Trump's Supreme Court pick. The only thing is he hasn't made that pick yet. Will people still have opinions on who it was, though? Let's find out. I think the big thing that's been in the news today, it's Supreme Court, Justice Kennedy stepping down, so there's a vacancy. All week people were worried about who it was going to be. This week he made his announcement. What's your reaction to the justice that he nominated today?
I'm honestly not surprised by his choice, but that's just worse for us.
I just saw the pick and I was like it's almost at a point where you kind of expect that it's not going to be what you want.
He's quite, extreme in his views, and I don't know if it would make the Supreme Court very even.
I see it all over the news that he's racist.
Nominee is very racist, and I think it's starting a new wave of something very negative, and I'm really scared about what happens in the future and what choices he'll make.
So what reaction have you seen on social media today after the news?
Oh, outrage, as it should be.
If this is just a reoccurring thing, he keeps doing this with different positions and just doing whatever he wants, abusing his power.
And do you feel like his pick is an abuse of power?
Basically, yeah.
His entire cabinet and everyone he's chosen has been the white supremacist Legion of Doom, and it's dangerous to everyone who looks like me.
And you feel like the Supreme Court nominee today kind of falls in that same line?
Of course. They should all wear white hoods and burn crosses at the Capitol, because that's exactly the move. That's what they're going for.
And the fact that he would put someone up there that is so racist and is not practicing the equality that we need to see, it's insulting, and he's not gonna last. I mean,
so you're not a fan of the pick?
I'm really not.
I did speak to my dad a couple days ago, and I know he was not a huge fan of the decision that he made.
What would be your message to President Trump on what qualities you would want a Supreme Court justice to have?
Black, a black woman.
Is it wrong, though, to suggest someone be picked just on the color of their skin, though?
I mean, but I said black women for a reason. Black women were the only ones who really turned out in full majority to not vote for President Trump.
I think you should just listen to the people, get the opinions of what people actually want.
Do you think President Obama listened to the opinions of the people when he nominated 2 Supreme Court justices?
I was young then, so I can't say that either.
Listen to your people. That's what you were hired to do. You've never been hired to do anything, but...
Didn't they also hire him, though, to nominate Supreme Court justices?
They did.
If you were picking a Supreme Court justice, what qualities would you want them to have?
Someone who's actually just. I definitely want them to be liberal and look to the views of the minorities. Like, the previous Supreme Court justice was a swing vote. Like, you should have some balance. You shouldn't just be all on one side.
President Obama did pick 2 liberal justices, though.
But now it's all conservative.
We have to just keep getting our voices out there.
Keep resisting.
Really, yeah, we have to. Because, obviously, if that's his pick, then, there's nothing we can truly, do as, citizens other than, really get our voices out there. That is not.
Okay, so that's all commentary on someone who didn't exist. Yeah. There had been no pick. That was over the weekend.
Hey, talking with authority, too.
Oh, sure.
Listen, these are our
this person.
Rick, everybody knows he's a racist.
Yeah, sure he is.
Rick, these are our best and brightest walking around on school campuses today.
That's the future right there. That's a doozy.
A lot of parents spend a lot of money for them to be there.
Oh.
Don't forget that.
New York College.
Oh, yeah.
That's a big check.
Oh, yeah.
That's a big check.
That's a big in there.
Big.
It's 10 minutes to the top. Rick and Bubba, the real Greg Burgess, goes to the phones. Headset rocking. He's ready to take your phone calls. We'll chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Bubba recapping him going to a little bit of March Madness action last night. But whatever's on your mind, you can chime on what you've heard already this hour at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And we may get to some of your phone calls this segment. If not, definitely we come back after the top of the hour. Bubba, you said you ran into a bunch of former Rick and Bubba interns.
I did. They said to tell you guys hello, and they, like I say, I saw a lot of folks last night.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I bet probably 17,000 or more.
Yeah, at least. I saw Smothers Brothers, Gucci Gaga, and I can't say Blanco's name. How did we say it, Greg?
Blanco.
Chiquito
Blanco.
Chiquito Blanco.
Chiquito Blanco.
That was hard for me to say when he was here.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, but I saw him. All of them said to tell you guys hello.
So they. How did you see them?
Just walking around.
Just walking around, lobby wise, and all.
One
that?
outside, a couple inside.
Yeah. 866 We Be Big. You can join us. Lines are available. Greg's getting you lined up now. We go to Greg in Pell City, listening to us on 104.7 WZZK. Greg, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Listen, Rick, I was going to tell you, first of all, the rain ain't going to affect Birmingham. They're very lucky because it's going to be a historic day tomorrow. You're going to have two number one games, number one seeds, Alabama and Auburn, in the Civic Center. They don't play today, so that's a good thing. But I wanted to tell you exactly what happened with this Furman game. I mean, as a sports guy, we want to make sure the main man has the ball on your team. Virginia got the ball to their main guy. They took the ball in with 12 seconds to go. They had a timeout. They had the possession arrow.
Oh, his phone dropped out. His phone dropped out.
Much like Virginia, he fell apart right at the end.
That's funny. Yeah. It sounds like he said they did everything they were supposed to, and the guy had a timeout. If he felt like he was in duress.
Yeah, look right here, Rick. Here's the problem. Let's roll it just a little bit, Adler, and I'll show you. He had a guy. He just didn't see him.
I'm afraid of rolling it full screen, so I'm just going to leave it on the TV behind you guys.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Roll it. Right here. Hold it right here. Hold it. Now, go a little bit further when he's in trouble. Okay, right there. You say he's got a guy right here.
Yeah.
Right
can he not see him?
Right here's his pass.
Well, can he not see him?
The guy's wide open. Apparently, he can't, but he should know where he is.
Right. Yeah. Because the defense
the
defense is doing a good job of shielding him right there. Yeah, he doesn't see him.
See, if he makes that same pass to that guy instead of he just threw a Hail Mary up the floor.
Yeah, which was done.
And again, he had a timeout. He could have thrown it off the guy's leg, but if he just throws that pass to that guy on the other side of the court, game's over.
Yeah,
because they never get to. And that guy is exactly where he's supposed to be. I mean, when you inbound the ball, you try to have somebody on both sides, and there's four full Furman players right on him right here. So there's only one other guy. Even number 2 is open here if he'd have slung it that way. He's got 2 guys open. He goes down the floor with a Hail Mary, and the Furman guy is playing center field and picks it off. And then they bust the 3. Clutch shooting.
Yeah, and great job on the trap. Yep, I mean, because they created.
They did defensively. They did exactly what they're supposed to do. They trap the ball, pressure the guy into making a bad throw.
And
but he's going to see that in his dreams and nightmares, I should say. From now.
Oh my goodness! I mean, it's one of those things that you go back and you see. I mean, we've all been involved in those situations, either with a team that you were pulling for or a team that you played on, and you go back and relive that moment over and over and over again.
But that's the good thing about having this big tournament we call March Madness. You have these kind of finishes, and it's exciting, and that's what's great about college basketball.
And I tell you the one that it was awful, and I was on a team once, and this was the championship game for us, and we dish down, get the last shot at the buzzer, make it. And after it goes in and we're celebrating, we're going nuts. There's an official back there, and he's waving it off, and he calls double dribble on the guy who passed it.
Oh, no.
And
that hurts.
I mean, we are in elation out on the court.
So your emotions, you go from such a high to such a low.
Guess who got emotional after that? The team we were playing.
Yeah, I bet.
Then their crowd went nuts. Still didn't see the double dribble, but still. Stacy, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
I want to give a big old shout-out to this Sneak State Parsons. My number 3, Brendan Howard, is headed to Kansas. They are playing in the NCAA tournament this week.
All right. Okay. Well, I hope they do well, and good luck to them.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Proud mama there. There you go.
Playoff time is always fun, no matter what level, wherever you're playing.
They were recognized. JC and them played Snead State. They were recognized at that baseball game for winning the state of Alabama JUCO tournament. So now they'll go and represent them nationally.
How about getting to go to Kansas?
Yeah.
We're so I know Indiana is known for loving basketball, but Kansas they've got quite the basketball culture.
Absolutely.
You're right.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I would say Kansas is one of the blue bloods of college basketball.
Are you confused that there's a Kansas City, Kansas, and a Kansas City, Missouri?
Well, yeah, Rick. Yeah, that would.
Is that?
And the main one is actually in Missouri.
Correct.
Yeah, that's very Rick.
Yeah.
Yes, that's confusing.
Yeah, really close together.
Yeah.
That's another one of those things that if I was a dictator, we'd have to fix.
We'd have to stop.
Yeah, we go. We got to correct this.
Like I have spoken Kansas City, and honestly, I don't know which one I was in.
The Chiefs are in the one in Missouri, right?
Yeah. I think I was in Missouri. I may not have been.
Isn't that the bigger one? Isn't that the bigger one?
Yeah, that's the happening town. Yeah.
The Chiefs are in Missouri?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The Chiefs are in Missouri?
Yeah.
My brain is broken.
Yeah.
Kansas City is just over the border in Missouri.
Look, I'm stupid.
Not in
stupid,
Kansas.
but I did not know that. I'm stupid, but I did not know
Well, that's
that.
why we're saying it's one of those things that if we were a dictator, we'd fix.
Right.
Wow.
I know that we.
It'd be the Missouri City Chiefs.
Yeah, we'll talk about it later. I know that we've eventually destroyed Young Scruggs, but can you have him add a look at your mic one more time before he's
I think he changed something.
Yeah, before he takes his next job.
Before he hits the road.
Are you having to boost it way up?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah, and I know he had to come mess with your processor the other day because it was splattering.
Yes.
Let's go to Kyle in Birmingham. Kyle, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey guys, good morning.
Hey.
The best thing from yesterday, I sent it to Speedy and Adler, but it was Kamala Harris' speech to the Bison.
Oh, that's coming up next. Yeah, that's coming up next.
Oh,
When we come back, we will address that. I haven't seen it yet, but the term, and Kyle, see if you agree, the term, which we all love, it's a new term, but everybody's calling it cringeworthy.
Oh, it's cringe city.
Rick, isn't that just a normal daily event?
Can she not just communicate something and it not be cringeworthy?
No,
Say,
she can't.
Can she just not simply communicate something? Say it was. Can she get through any speech without just blowing it?
Well, I would say too. You pick some speeches that are going to be winners, and you pick some that are always going to be losers.
Right.
Addressing a team in the locker room after they lose. There's no winner in that. There's no way you can be a winner in that.
No. Top of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. The best thing to do with any team if they've lost a heartbreaker or a championship is just leave them alone for a little while, let them regain their composure, then talk to them about, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, let's just simplify something, and that's life insurance. When you're dealing with life insurance, it really, if we just boil it all down, we want to know that our loved ones are going to be financially taken care of if we die before them. That's really what life insurance. And I know people try to say all kinds of things about, make some kind of account out of it and whole life this and all that. But at the end of it all, the thing that we while we're trying to be responsible and have life insurance is that our family, our loved one, our spouse, will be given money to take care of them since we can no longer provide that. So if you would like to get that done quickly and simply, then you need to use Ladder, Ladder. It is 100% digital. There are no doctors, no needles, no paperwork if you apply for $3 million in coverage or less. All you have to, the $3 million or less, you're not dealing with doctors, needles, or paperwork. Just go and answer a few questions about your health in an application, and you'll find out if you're instantly approved. Boy, people love it. I'll tell you, they love it so much. It's got a 4.8 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot. They made Forbes' Best Life Insurance 2021 list. Finally, since life insurance costs more as you age, now is the time to cross this off your list by going to ladderlife.com/Bubba. It could not be simpler. Ladderlife.com/Bubba. See if you're instantly approved. That's LADDER life.com/Bubba. Ladderlife.com/Bubba.
It's a big one.
I like the guy that, is clearly a racist.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Oh, yeah.
I think everybody knows that.
Well, clearly.
Sure.
Clearly.
I like how it's all over the news, too. No, because it hadn't been nominated, so it's not on the news.
One of them's dad even gave me advice about that guy.
Yeah, they've been talking about it because it's all over the news.
Well, and the college professor said that there's outrage out there on social media, just as expected.
Well, we have a term for those people, and I can't say it right now.
Well, I'll tell you one I could use: liars. I would say liars is one because they're actually they're laying down some really, really vicious accusations about a person that doesn't exist.
Well, the term FOS, full of stuff.
Yeah,
sure.
Yes. I bet everybody in that little package there, all their eyes are brown. You know it.
I mean, they knew it too, buddy. You didn't hear anybody go, "Who is it?" Or
well, what y'all said was right. I love the authoritative tone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now keep in mind how stupid you are because all of us are laughing at you because you're giving us authoritative tone and some really big comments on something that hasn't happened. You realize we're living in a fantasy world, and it's catching on. I mean, I can speak to things because things that have been said about us, things that have been said about me, and you look at it and you go, "Hey, that's just 100% not true." And what gets me, even if you correct a falsehood against you, you get a "yeah, but" back. Yeah, but. Yeah. Well, no, that didn't happen. Yeah, but you know, you did. No. What you're saying happened did not happen. Well, I mean, I just don't have any respect for what you did. I didn't do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's not right.
Can we get back to that didn't happen?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, but you know,
we got to back way up. Way up.
You know, if it didn't, thank you for all the information on this non-existent person.
Rick and Bubba.
Not good PR here today. You know, anytime you're handling someone's luggage, certainly there's many jokes and many concerns that we all have. A.J. Francis of the New York Giants is defensive tackle. He's not happy. And the reason why he is not happy is he was flying from LAX to Orlando carrying his mother's ashes, who had passed away and had been cremated. When he collected his bag, he found the ashes had been disturbed, and his mother's remains were all over his clothing. He was not thrilled with this, as you could understand. Now there's some language on some of the tweets that he has put out. He said that to TSA, the next time you a-holes feel the need to go through my mother's ashes for no reason, make sure you close it back so her remains aren't spilled all over my clothes. You okay over it, Bus? He said the least you pieces of garbage could do is to do your blanking job, and he has a photo of his clothing covered in his mother's ashes, and a TSA notice of bag inspection, meaning his bag was picked for inspection, and he said he certainly understands that, but if you're going to go through the stuff, how about taking my mother's ashes and the container it's in and see if we can't get that lid tight so that her ashes that I'm going to be taking somewhere, probably for a very personal and moving reason. Now his mother's ashes, they probably didn't discuss spreading her ashes all over his clothing.
Let me, and again, not trying to be insensitive here, but I don't know the details. Was her ashes not secured to begin with, or how did they get into it to start?
What he's saying,
I mean, because you'd X-ray that and see it's nothing but dirt in there.
Well, but they pull some bags out and open them up and start going through them.
Right.
And he said,
but wouldn't that be in some kind of case that was enclosed they couldn't get into?
No, you may have something in there that has a top on it or whatever. He said whatever he was carrying in, they opened to look what was in it. Which understand, make sure you have drugs or whatever. Yeah. So he said when they opened to see what was in it, discovering it was ashes, they did not secure it back the way it was.
Okay.
So then when they threw his bags on through. Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll get to more of your phone calls before the day is done. As we walk through the stories of the day, some new, some within the program, some outside the program, the country, around the world. We cover it all here on old R&B. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler here, Helmsy on vacation. And welcome back for a brand new hour, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
Bubba, the Veep is in the house again. More awkward moments with Vice President. Remember, it's Kamala. It's Kamala Harris. Here we go. Let's all sing it together, folks. A man without conviction. Well, I'm a woman. I'm vice president. But if there's no gender, I don't know how I can be. Go. Let's all sing to the Veep. Sing to the Veep. Everybody, hey. Kamala. It's Kamala. It's Kamala.
Vice President of the USA.
Well, let's start with cut 11. This is the one that everybody, we're getting emails and people calling about. I don't know the backstory here. I guess Howard University, they lost a basketball game. Is
they were in the big dance.
Okay,
and she is
so they're not dancing today.
She is an alumnus from there,
and she addresses the team in the locker room.
That's what I understand.
Yeah, evidently this is right after they lost by 28 points.
Okay,
so
yes.
spirits are low.
All right, here.
I can't watch. Played hard. You played to the very last second.
Oh.
You made all us Bisons so proud. You hustled out there. You are smart. You are disciplined. You put everything you had into the game. And that's what it's about, right? Until the last minute. You guys did that. You didn't stop until the last second. You did not stop.
They lost
by 28.
And that is so inspiring.
Lose.
So you keep playing with chin up and shoulders back. Because you showed the world who Bison are. Right?
I can't look.
I mean, literally what you have done is in historic proportion.
Oh, my gosh.
I was at Howard back in the day where we were just happy that there was a game. Much less getting to this place. Right? And I see Bison literally all over the world. And we've been talking about you, this team. This team. You all. This team. This year. This team. You make us so proud.
Woo! I can't imagine what it was like to have to sit so frustrated about a 28-point loss and to have to sit through that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I would have maybe addressed the team before the game.
Yes.
And talked about how proud you'd made us. That's just, look, I think her handlers didn't do her right on that one. That was there's a no win there. Yeah. There's no win.
Look, JC and them lost a baseball game yesterday, and we didn't go to the bus when they left because I know he didn't want to talk to anybody.
Yeah.
I mean, at least we had that much common sense.
Yeah.
No,
just a check.
There's no logic to it when you lose and you have invested so much of your physical, stamina into that, and you're give out and you're tired and you're aggravated. You just don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear anything for a while. Now, maybe that speech today would be okay, or
before the game. Before the game.
Would be
y'all
better.
hit on it. Before the game is where that speech belongs.
Exactly.
Yes. What was she doing before the game? Be there then.
Go make us proud.
Well,
yes.
and Greg, if Greg was in there, he would say it right now. I know he's in there eating his breakfast and doing phones. But do you remember when the guy got on the bus? Yeah, I knew you were thinking that. We had gotten beaten in the state championship game by 3 points. Ooh. And look, I'm glad everybody was proud of us, and all that. Of course, it wasn't 28 points. It was, we were right there. And a guy with the best of intentions decided to jump on the bus while we're sitting there bleeding, bruised, and sweating, and start hollering at us about how nobody thought we'd be there, and the famous nobody thought. And it just wasn't. We weren't ready yet. To y'all, what y'all said.
Right.
I mean that was something.
And no offense to middle schoolers, they're not in middle school. They're
right. Yeah.
They're grown men standing there.
Right.
There's no reason to go. Y'all tried so hard.
No. She always talks to people like they're children.
I mean,
you remember it, Greg?
The first thing came to my mind.
I knew it was. I knew it was.
Look at his headphones, please. Look at his
I was
headphones.
speaking on your behalf because you would have already said it.
I was going to come in and mention it to you before we got back from break, but I didn't get there.
Yeah, see, I knew that's what you were thinking about.
And by the way, her speech sounded like they got beaten a buzzer beater.
It did.
Hey, they were down by 28. They had done accepted they had lost way before the last minute.
Right.
I
yes.
promise you that.
Yeah, they already were thinking about, like, are we going to get to eat right after the game?
Right.
Or are they going to feed us at the hotel? Are we flying back tonight? You know, are we on the bus?
You've done accepted defeat before the last
You move
minute.
on. I remember talking about that one time. Remember when I used to be the color guy with Mike Paris on Jacksonville State football?
Oh, we all remember.
I know
Rick.
Bubba will never forget it. And he hit me with one of those one times. We were playing a team and they were down. It was like 50-something to nothing in like the third quarter. And he said, "So on the other side of this, what's going on over there?" I said, "You're literally thinking about if we leave right after the game, I probably can still see my girlfriend. You're thinking about it. I wonder if I'm going to do pizza. Is it going to be pizza?
Yeah. Or burgers.
I said they are not interested in this game anymore. They just want it to be over.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're thinking about, you literally are starting to think about, I got that paper due, and I put that off because I knew we were traveling on Friday. I mean, you're literally thinking about your the rest of this day and next week.
Well, once it's over.
Yeah.
I mean, you know when it's over.
You're not thinking about this game anymore.
Yeah.
You're just watching that clock run.
Yep.
That was Howard University's first appearance in the March Madness tournament since 1992.
Okay.
Oh yeah, well it was a big accomplishment for them to win their league and get in, and I know she's proud of her team.
Yeah.
But it's just
Then that's good.
I think her handlers probably put her in a bad situation there. That's just
We now have a minute 12 of Kamala Harris. This thing that I've never seen the show Veep, but I keep hearing now that this show must have been based on the forethought of Kamala Harris being vice president.
She's even mentioned that a few times.
Yes, she has. Yeah. So here, these are not Veep outtakes, right? This is actually the
Well, it's both.
Is it both back and forth?
Yeah, back and forth.
Oh, okay. We see them side by side.
Yeah, the Daily Show did this.
Okay, this is good. All right, here we go.
My fellow Americans, words have many meanings, and sometimes instead of conveying our meaning, they can suggest other meanings.
When we talk about the children of the community, they are children of the community.
Well, we are the United States of America because we are united. And we are states.
Talking about the significance of the passage of time, right? The significance of the passage of time. So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time.
Whatever we have in store cannot be known. The past was once the future. The future is, I should say, unknown.
We got to take this stuff seriously as you are, because you have been forced to have to take it seriously.
Obesity is a serious disease, and it needs to be taken seriously.
You need to get to go and need to be able to get where you need to go to do the work and get home.
I hope that clarifies the issue, and this can be the last word on those words.
Certain issues are just settled.
Clearly we're not.
No, that's right, and that's why I do believe that we are living, sadly, in real unsettled times.
Oh, that's good.
Wow.
Well put. Well put.
Wow. That's good. That's good stuff. 15 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up. We'll go phone trolling right after this. All 10 lines are available, and we'll chat with you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Springs all went to travel. Mama's ashes are bouncing around in the bag all over everything.
Good night.
He's not happy about it.
Well,
I mean, you can see. I mean, look, you wouldn't be if that was your.
I can see why he's unhappy, but
Sure.
again, how was it secured? Was it marked? There's a lot of little details here that might point to where this went awry.
Well, and they said that TSA is not denying that they didn't get it closed good, and they're saying they're sorry, but they don't know what else to say. I mean, it doesn't make it all right. But the bottom line is he's saying, look, you have a job to do. I understand it. I don't know why you're pulling my bag out and going through it. This is that thing where we can't profile anymore because, it's.
You mean do good police work?
Right.
Yeah.
And he's saying, so I understand that you have all I'm saying is, if you're going to go through somebody's bag, put the stuff back like you found it if you don't find anything in there that is illegal. And I think that's a reasonable request on his part.
Mm-hmm.
And I can see, and I certainly know there's wonderful people that work for TSA, and I appreciate the job they do. But I will say, no matter how much we love an organization, TSA, the military, the police, all of us know that now in the times we're living in, people, our citizens have become so
empowered.
I'm trying to be careful here. So mediocre in their approach to most everything. Now, there's exceptional people. Don't misunderstand me. I just don't think we're as exceptional from top to bottom as we once were.
Right.
You know, there used to be exceptional, and then there was kind of the end.
Mm-hmm.
There's this middle ground we have right now that people are just kind of half doing, to get after it. So the reason why, and I'm not blaming the organizations, we hear this from all the people that are running businesses.
Yeah.
It's just gotten to the point that there's so few people that get after it. You got to hire somebody. You know, and what he's saying is this looks like it was kind of half-handled. You didn't do your job in an excellent way. And when you're handling something like that, that's precious cargo, I would have appreciated you showing a little more respect.
Yeah, I understand
and
that.
being sure that you got this secure where we don't have it spread all inside my suitcase.
Let me ask you this:
Yeah.
what? Because we don't know, but what kind of container were the ashes in? I mean, is it something with a screw-on lid? Or
Well, I'm Baptist, so see, I don't research this stuff.
Yeah, well, I see that. I was thinking that's another good reason to be Baptist. You know.
Yeah, because we're gonna put a body in the ground.
Yeah, and we're gonna have
If we
some
can.
casseroles
Yeah,
and all that.
If we can,
And,
even if something's happened to you, we're gonna find what we can find and put it in the ground.
oh yeah, absolutely,
So,
absolutely.
We're gonna have
Because how many movies, how many TV shows have had a comedic line about somebody's ashes?
Oh yeah.
I mean, we were watching one of the
it's Chancey.
One of the TV shows the other night or movie, and you know there's an urn on the mantle, and you know through some activity it gets tipped over and knocked over, and before you know it, the pet cat's in it. You know,
Yeah.
and
Meet the
there's
parents.
panic. Yeah, that, and so
Pretty funny.
it is very funny. But if you got that sitting around, are you carrying that with you? You know that's things are going to happen.
no.
So you got to take the extra step. You got to, you know, if it's a screw-on lid, you better tape it on and then write it on there. You know what it is.
Yeah. He's trying to make us understand that if we were Baptists and we were shipping Mall,
Right, I got
and the cargo underneath in a casket,
I got you.
and you get there and open it up, and you know, like her dress is all messed up and her wig's missing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He'd be like, "Could we have showed a little more respect here?"
Yeah,
If
I understand.
If you had
I
to
understand.
look in the casket, could you just put it back like you found it?
Right.
You know,
I understand. It's just, you know, it's a high problematic situation when you're carrying that around.
Ashes are dicey, and we've seen that
Yep.
a lot of times. But,
So you got to really go the extra step.
but what he's saying is, all this would have been resolved. You just simply put the lid back on tight, like you found it.
I believe I pack it so they couldn't get the lid off. They might come ask me about it. X-ray it. You're not going to see anything.
On top of your whip. All right, let's go. 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. We are fired up to talk to you. We'll go rapid fire. 30 seconds a pop. That means that the buzzer is in charge, and we'll line those up. You make comments, ask questions, bring information to the table. Not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer grabs you. Your time on the program over. Someone else gets an opportunity, and if you move right now, you should get in. The real Greg Burgess continues to line up phone calls, but it's not time to visit with Greg. That bogs down everybody else. So just let him know what you want to talk about. Let's try to have our phone as good as we possibly can. Always making sure safety is first, and you can really help us on this end, but help yourself too, because I wouldn't think you would want to call and then not be able to be understood. Things to look at tonight up in beautiful Fanger, Tennessee. Old Friendship Baptist Church. They've been rolling through the men's discipleship strategy. Man Church tonight. Andy Blanks just texted me. He is fired up and headed your way. He and Bones will be there with you tonight as the men continue to go through the strategy, and they are in our curriculum as well, and you can plug into that. Then on the 26th, next weekend, an opportunity to see Scott Gorosky. He'll be at Friendship Church, that Man Church in Athens, Alabama next week on the 26th, so make a note of that. You can go see Gorosky. Let's see, the 26th would be, what, Sunday night? Next
Sunday night.
Yeah, next Sunday night. So
my birthday is on Monday.
That's right. And we'll celebrate Bubba when we come back from vacation next week. So there's a couple opportunities
About the time
there.
to quit celebrating those, you know?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I would disagree. It almost seems silly to celebrate when someone has their whole life ahead of them. It seems like now we should start celebrating. Wow, made it again.
Made it.
It seems like a bigger accomplishment now, doesn't it? We continue. Let's go to Kurt in Sweet Home, Alabama. Kurt, 30 seconds on the program. Go right ahead.
So I'm just talking about Kamala.
That's Kamala.
She was saying this team.
Kamala.
Oh, Kamala. I'm sorry.
Kamala.
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 Okay.
Kamala.
Kamala.
This team, and then the guy questioning it in the back. This team. That's the kick I got. There was one guy just had the balls to question it and said, "This team."
Did he really? I
didn't
hear that. That might have been Adler.
I think that was, yeah.
That might have been Adler.
That might have been me just chiming
Right,
in.
yeah. Might have been
He was
Adler.
not in the locker room.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, but thank you for the compliment on Adler. 866 we be big.
There you lived out your dream. You played basketball just saying.
That's
did
great.
it. You did
Thank
it.
you, buddy.
You did
Thanks. I was in a losing team locker room. Good.
David, well, look, that's better than never being there at all.
I played church league.
That's what I tell about everybody when they start all this has-been stuff. I said, I'd rather been a has-been than a never was.
There you go.
There you go.
David in Birmingham, ZZK. David, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Our pleasure.
Hey, man, I just got to see if I can get some more compliments, some comments on that lady from yesterday about the Valentine's story.
All right.
Okay. Do you have anything to add? Do you have anything? I've never felt like, because sometimes I will admit, and doing what we do for a living, David, you have to be careful, and I've been guilty of it.
Mm-hmm.
You can let your mind drift for just a minute, like, oh, I need to go pick that up today,
right,
or whatever. Oh, I forgot about that, and all of a sudden you hear the show still continuing, you realize you left it and came back and you're lost now.
You're like, what just happened?
I think we've all had that happen to us. I know I have. I can only speak.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and so I thought for a minute maybe that's what had happened, but then when I realized that my brethren here were equally as confused as I was, I thought, okay, so maybe it's not me. Did you ever follow that at all?
No.
Okay.
No.
Let's go to John. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
How y'all doing?
Good.
We're good.
Good. I was going to say, I think it's good that Kamala talked to the Howard team after the game, because if she talked to them before the game, they probably would have lost by a lot more. I mean, that was the most uninspired speech I've ever heard in my life.
Well, the thing about our vice president is you can tell when she's not quite sure, she doesn't really have her thoughts together, and you can feel that. There's nothing that makes anyone more uncomfortable, and I know it drives Speedy up the wall and the Andy Blanks of the world who suffer with secondhand embarrassment. But I understand you guys a little bit when I'm hearing someone do a oral presentation and I'm pulling for them. I'm like, come on, man, come on. You can land this. Oh, wow, I can tell you're not sure what you're going to say next. There's just words stacking against each other, and that's the way it feels, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Let's go to Dave in Gadsden, Z93. Dave, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Dave.
It's actually Bo.
Bo?
Okay, Bo, go right ahead.
I didn't know. I saw Bubba at the game yesterday, and I wanted to know if he picked up on the announcer saying ball with a W instead of ball the entire time.
Ball? Like we say it?
Well, no, not ball. She was saying ball.
Ball. Did you pick up on that?
No,
one?
I really didn't. I
Was that
did.
the PA
I did
announcer?
notice it was a female that was doing the PA announcing, but I didn't pick up on that.
Basketball.
Did you, Bo? Did you have a good time? Well, he's gone.
Oh man.
Bye, Bo.
Anonymous, go ahead.
Hey.
Hey.
Good morning, fellas. Two things real fast. The name for the studio, the new studio. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba show at the Common Sense Studio, where it is a superpower. Second thing, if Gary was a rapper.
Gary, a rapper.
I mean, the hip hop, the hibbity, hip hobby, you don't stop. I mean, you don't stop rapping to the biggity beat, to the rhythm of the boogity beat. I mean, my name is Wonder Gary, and I like to say, hey, down here at Rick's farm, just working today, and I say it, and I say it, I say it.
Something like that. Would that be it?
I mean, I get up, I throw down, say we're bound. I mean, the Sugar Hill gang, we're in your town, in Clanton. Come see us down here at the City Hall Diner.
Let's go to.
I mean, I like big butts, and I cannot lie. I can't lie about it.
He could rap. He likes Boston butts. He cannot lie.
I like Boston butts if they cook right, and I cannot lie.
Oh, good night.
Let's go to Marcus in Florida. Marcus, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. Hey, I just want to tell you guys what I like most about March Madness.
Okay. John in Alabama. John, go ahead.
Hey, I just want to say how nice it's been this week, not having to hear about UAB tennis or not having to hear golf spelled as GOFF.
Golf. That's funny. Lori, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Oh, there she
Lori,
went.
go ahead.
Yeah, I was leaving this morning going to work, and they were talking about on Good Morning America the pet monkey that's loose and terrorizing the neighborhood.
Oh, wow.
Another one?
Another one?
From what I understand, this one is still loose.
Okay.
Pet monkey.
Where? Do you know where?
No, I was walking out the door, and she was talking about it, and my husband started talking. I wasn't paying attention to him, so I couldn't hear.
Yeah, okay. So we'll search. I wasn't aware there was another monkey loose. But I mean, we'll look. I mean, you never know. I mean, it seems like we get these stories all the time. We'll be back. Bottom of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Traumatic situation for me yesterday. I'll delve into it. And have we brought an end to young Scruggs? We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So I want to ask you guys a question on that note. It kind of ties into what we were talking about, sadly, in a bizarre way. But I remember the first time that I think I heard this mentioned. It was Bill Engvall. And I heard him make some comment on this, and I remember thinking to myself, yeah, I kind of think that's true. And then it happened over the weekend at our house, and I was reminded of that comment, and I thought, well, you know, this is one of the cool things about working with a bunch of dudes is you can get a pretty good sample of dude life.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so, and I admit, because it was nothing that was taught, it was nothing that my sons saw happening. They just seemed to do it naturally involving a loaf of bread. And my wife hates it, as what seems to be, most women seem to dislike it for some reason. I know there's always exceptions, but I'm trying to figure out, is this in general? I do this. My sons do it, seems to be naturally. We do not use the twist to get the bread thing shut. We just wrap it and fold it under the bread.
Right.
And my wife says, why do y'all not use the twist? And I said, I don't think men do that. And
I do to keep it fresh.
She said, are you speaking on behalf of all men? I said, I literally heard Bill Engvall bring this up probably 8 years ago. And I remember him in a comedy deal saying something about, he said, I'll take a loaf of bread and I'll twist it and fold it under as all men do.
Right.
And my wife actually brought it up this weekend. She said, I'm now watching your sons do this as well. Here is the twist. I said we don't like the twist.
Too much hassle.
We don't like the twist. We just roll
Keeps
it
it
one
fresher though.
Well,
does it?
I
By
have-
the time
I think
you
it
go
does.
through that bread, the bread is fine.
Well, I think maybe it
And I
started.
toast most
I
of
think
mine
it might.
anyway.
I think it might have started with me. Like I lost the twist. I don't remember.
Well, I was going to say it's
I
hard to
throw
keep
the
up with
twist
the twist.
away.
I do too.
I throw it away.
It's hard to
no,
keep
I
up
keep
with
the
twist.
twist.
Yeah, I don't twist.
I mean, well, let me say that I intend on keeping it, but most of the time I lose it.
All right, most of the. What I'm saying
Only
is
about halfway through the.
Well, we
the,
got
the
a
loaf of
drawer.
bread and
We got a
lose it.
drawer with a bunch of them in it.
I'm just talking about today.
That's
You're at home.
unused, stuck together.
You're at home by yourself. You make yourself a peanut butter banana sandwich, and then you get ready to put the bread back up. Do you get the twist out and do that, or you just fold it under?
I twist it.
Wow. So we got 2 women on staff.
Okay. Because
Our bread's fresh.
I've never seen our bread not be fresh the way I do.
something
it.
about
We
it,
go through a loaf so quick it didn't have time to get.
Let me
to
ask
it.
you
That's
this.
us. That's us.
What about a chip clip? You don't like that either?
Oh, I do
love
chip
the
clip.
chips,
clip.
yeah.
On
Yeah.
chips,
Shut up.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a drawer full of them. I love chip clips.
Now I would rather just wind.
I want 'em fresh.
I'd rather just wind the bag back down, but the problem is a lot of
That
the
doesn't work.
way
The
you
weight
comes
doesn't work.
undone.
Yeah,
See,
it
the
doesn't
weight works perfect with bread when you fold it
you
under.
just fold it
It's
under
perfect.
and set the bread right on top of it.
It's why it doesn't work with crackers.
Yeah,
you
but
have
you
to have
got to
the
be
twist
careful.
with crackers.
If you fold under, you got to set it right. If you
I
twist
know.
it,
I will say this.
I find the twist to be a bigger hassle than that.
If me and you are twisters,
If the
great.
twist is
what
available,
twist and you throw it in there.
if the twist is available, it's used.
death
But
squad
I
over
find myself just kind of pushing the air out of it, spinning it, and folding under, and then there it is. But for chips,
I spin and fold
I
under.
will fold. It is a gamble. But if I don't see a little clip thing,
I love the
I won't
clips.
go hunting for it.
I won't
just be
either.
like,
Well, I will. I
yeah,
used to
same
not.
way.
Well, I'll try to.
The
I'll try
clip
to
has to
set
be
it.
readily available.
Listen, no,
I'll
I
try
used
to
to be
set
that
it on
way,
top of
but I've had too many stale chips.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to go to my wheat thins and they be stale. I even clip them in the box.
Yeah.
I'll even chip
If you
my
can.
cereals.
Yeah,
But I won't. But I will not go on
I
a
don't
journey
want
for the
Captain
clip.
Crunch. It's mushy.
I will not
just
go on
don't
a
want
journey for a clip. In my opinion, our house we won't have enough clips. But
Let me tell you what I've done.
You can buy them in packs.
No, here's what I've done. I
just
just
never
got
have.
a bunch of the little clothesline clips.
Yeah, they work.
And
Oh,
I
yeah.
stick them on my shelf in the pantry,
Yeah.
and they're on the shelf. You pull them off, snap it on,
Yeah.
boom,
But
done.
for some reason, bread, I think what I'm doing is adequate. I'm not trying to have stale bread. I just think what I'm
it's
doing
not.
is adequate. And what drove Sherry crazy, and it was funny, she looked, and the bread had been twisted and folded under, and it was sitting on the counter, and next to it was the twist. And she said, "It's right there."
Yeah.
And I said, "It's just not our thing. We don't do that."
Well, that's no excuse in that,
You
Rick.
twist? Use a twister? Do you twist and fold under, sir? Yeah, you don't use either. We got a woman who twists and fold under.
Let me tell you who I
gotten
get
several
mad at.
That's a
emails.
happy couple right there.
Let me tell you who I get mad at is the dumb A that ties a knot in it. You
Yeah.
ever seen
Oh, yeah,
people
that's-
tie a knot in the
Oh,
bread?
yeah. You talk about it.
I
That
will-
doesn't happen at our
Makes me
house.
I will do a knot if I'm down to the last 2 or 3 pieces, and I know the next time I open it, I'm throwing the bag away.
Why would you do it? Not?
Well, because I
spin
couldn't
it and
find the
fold
twist.
Well, just fold it
Yeah,
under.
there's not
Just
enough
roll it.
bread in there to fold it under.
See, where
If you're at Camp House, you know it may be a week.
Of course, that's good. Of course,
Yeah.
you know me. I'm going for the heel and the toe. I'll reach to the back of the
To get the end piece is by far. I wish you could buy the whole bag full of end
Yes.
pieces.
Oh, I ate the toe yesterday.
Absolutely.
The toe.
Man,
the
they're
heel
good.
and the toe.
What'd you
I
say?
ate the toe yesterday.
Okay, that didn't sound like
Not the heel, but the toe.
Yeah.
Well, when I was a kid, I'd run my arm clean to the back.
We're back. 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Catch Rick and Bubba University this weekend. Our weekly unique podcast. Dave Pilatus, Missing 411, the UFO Connection. Catch that wherever you get podcasts this weekend. All right, so as we know, we're a very quirky bunch here. We all got our little quirks, and you know how sometimes you try to work and overcome some of your quirks and your fears and things that bother you. And we've made much of the move to the new studio and the fact that we went from having not one, not two, but 3 private restrooms within our office and studio space. Now we don't have any. And we have to journey to a shared public restroom with the rest of an office building, and there's a lot of people here, and there's one on each floor, and you know, and it's one of those things. We all have different tolerances to different things, and this has been an issue for me my entire life. And I know I'm not alone. There's a lot of people that struggle with this, and that is, you know, I want maximum privacy when nature calls, okay, and I'll handle this very delicately. And so, especially if it's a sit down situation, and I'm very, very quirky about it. I mean, my wife even thinks, she goes, "You are like weird about this," and I'm like, I just don't. Even you, my love, please don't speak to me if I'm in this situation. I must be closed off. I'll even in my own house get as far away from any humans as I can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Rick, I understand that and appreciate that, and that's why it is so strange to me when I hear here at work people in the stalls who are on the telephone.
I don't get it.
That is one of the strangest things. And I mean, just talking up a storm.
I do not get it.
You know?
And I don't want to, like, say, get too sophomoric with this, but when one goes to this situation, there's always, usually, unless you're like me and you're the master of the courtesy and safety flush, there's noise involved.
Yeah,
usually bodily noises.
That's why I don't understand,
because the body has a
on
process of this, and sometimes it includes having to
go in there,
having to move some air, and
sound like a jazz band.
And then there's always there's the process.
There is.
But I am easily spooked. Okay, I'm going to go this far, and this is no exaggeration whatsoever. I know some people that can take a seat anywhere. I really believe they could sit out in the parking lot on the toilet with cars coming in and out, wave at traffic. Wouldn't bother them at all.
I used to work with a guy like that.
I'm not that guy. Okay, going outside is completely not even remotely in the realm of possibility for me. Okay, and public restrooms are not in the realm of possibility for me. If I can avoid it, I will not do it.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I have walked all the way out of here to the restroom, saw 2 stalls full, turned around and walked out.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I've walked in and seen 1 stall occupied, turned around and walked out.
Rick,
okay,
I have left the office, drove home, to go to the bathroom and come back.
So now I have to introduce to you a person that we share the building with, that has become an acquaintance, and I've he's a very kind man, and I have great respect for his devotion to love of Scripture, and he's not afraid to discuss Scripture with you at any given moment.
At the drop of a hat.
And the drop of a hat, and I appreciate it. And sometimes I have time for that conversation, and I really enjoy it. Okay.
When he holds the FedEx man up, though,
right.
It's usually a little much.
Yeah,
the guy's trying to drop his package and leave.
Right. I thought to myself, I know that this acquaintance of mine, there's no way he would ever do what he did yesterday. And he crossed a line yesterday that is a line that shall not be crossed.
Yeah.
Okay?
What happened, Rick?
And our relationship has changed now forever.
No matter what the subject is.
And what he did to me, he traumatized me to the point that I had taken a few steps toward being able to handle public restrooms.
Right.
I'm now all the way back in therapy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw you when you walked in yesterday, and I thought, what happened to Rick? He looks flushed.
If I was a drug addict or I was a drunk, they would go, well, we got to start over.
Yeah, he fell off the wagon.
Back to step 1.
What he did, I can't even believe he couldn't discern this himself. You've talked about all the things we've seen in there that we can't believe.
Oh, this stops it.
It does, and I feel bad for everybody who does this show with me. And let me tell you why I feel bad for y'all. I hate that y'all weren't in there and saw me in this situation, so you could have enjoyed
Rick,
it.
I share that feeling with you.
Y'all would have laughed. Y'all would still be laughing today at my expense.
Well, I've told you,
if I could
I would
just
either
turn back time.
I would have either ran out of there or tried to help for some reason. I don't know how I would have done that.
This story has so traumatized Andy Blanks. He said, I know from time to time we have meetings at your office. I cannot return to that office building.
He's out.
He's out.
I feel you, Andy.
So here's what happened. So on the rarest of occasion, you'll walk into that public restroom and there will be no one in there. Okay?
That's a fist pump for me.
You
I'm
need to take advantage of it.
Well, that needs to be that early in the morning when we first get here. That's a possibility, but it's very rare.
I had pulled off was it pre?
No, it's post.
Post. No, it was pre-podcast.
It was post-show.
I thought you were going
to
say show.
Yeah. And I tried to use that window, and I walked in, and I couldn't believe it. I said, no one's in here. So I do what I always do, and I know this bothers some of you. And if someone who's handicapped comes in, I'll move. But I always go to the handy stall because it has the most room.
Well,
and,
Rick,
and you're the most secluded.
Yeah, that's the key.
Yeah, right.
It's wider for those of us that have a little more girth.
Yeah.
And it's at the end of the row, which means everybody doesn't have to walk by it.
Right.
So that's the key.
And so I didn't know that this acquaintance who loves Scripture, and we discuss it all the time, I didn't know he saw me go in.
Mm-hmm.
So I go to the far end where I always do, and I hide away. I lock my door, and I come in for a landing. Okay, and
you can't believe it.
And the process is about to begin, and all of a sudden, outside my stall, I hear someone quoting Hebrews 13.
What? To you?
To me.
Not just out loud.
Yeah, and I'm like, and I freeze. I don't know what to do. Hey, Rick, I was just reading Hebrews 13, and I thought, oh no, speaking of the Bible, Lord, deliver me from this moment.
Yeah.
And my hand is literally behind me because I always start with what I do a courtesy flush to hide the first.
Hey, get careful.
I just want to, the first time I go in, I want to have noise to drown out any noise that may be associated with it.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay,
Gotcha.
So I don't know what to do. So my hand's back here, and I'm also my digestive system freezes because I
Y'all
panic.
scared it.
Because I
scared to
panic.
death.
Now I'm locked, and I'm going to tell you something. I've never. Probably, maybe there might have been maybe a prostitute that's had Scripture read to them with their pants down. But I'm talking about
it ain't many.
There's not many, and I've never had Scripture read to me with my pants around my ankles sitting on a toilet. Never.
No.
And it's not just that he's outside my door talking to me, which is already enough. He's quoting Hebrews 13 to me through the
Very
door,
passionately.
wanting a response. And
Can you see the top of his head?
I love the book of Hebrews. I'm even considering it for one of our Wednesday Bible studies. But this is not the moment and the time. And so I think, well, if I go ahead and flush, will he get the message?
Right.
So I
don't believe it.
I do not speak because I can't speak. I go back here and I do the handle because it's an old school toilet, and I give him a flush, and I think, well, that'll do it. He just waits for the flush to dissipate, and he starts again.
Oh, he actually stopped for the flush.
Yeah, and then I was like,
that's even better.
Rick,
He wanted you to be sure to hear it.
and then there's part where it says, see, I don't want to be like Esau, and who gave up his birthright, and I was just like, and I flush it again.
Right.
And I'm thinking to myself, I give him 2 flushes trying to say, please, is there any way that you could go away from the door? I guess I should have maybe commented or said something,
Hey, buddy,
but I couldn't speak. I didn't know what to do.
Give me a minute.
And I don't know.
Let me get with you when I get done.
Do you say give me a minute? It was just such an uncomfortable moment for me. I didn't know what to do.
And Rick, there is some irony in this. I find some humor that, probably just me, but, Hebrews 13 says, keep on loving one another as brothers and sisters, and do not forget to show hospitality to strangers.
Good night.
He skipped that part. Bubba, picture this. I give him this. And I give him, and I think, well, he'll stop. And in 13, I don't want to be like Esau, who gave up his birthright. And I'm like, I can't believe this is happening.
Wow.
And I give him 3. 3.
No.
3 flushes.
3?
3 I never respond. I don't.
Rick, you know
any,
what you were doing? You were giving him hope you were finished, and he was going, well, Rick, he's about finished because he's flushing.
Right. And he's probably thinking, boy, Rick's tore up.
I tell you, Rick, that's a 3 flusher.
I stayed in there until he eventually grew tired of quoting Hebrews 13, and I heard him fade away out the door. And I just sat there. I mean, and it was one of those moments that I thought, I feel like I need therapy. Should I call somebody?
You need counseling.
Is this where I get my counselor on the line? Rick, are you okay? I'm sitting here with my pants down on the toilet. I'm stuck in a public restroom. Someone just read Scripture to me through the door while I was on the toilet. And Rick, just get up, pull your pants up, walk out of there, and go find somebody to talk to. I didn't know what to do. So you know what that's done? I'll never go back in there.
No, that's over.
I mean, do you realize how far back now I've gone?
And he thought that he inspired you and all this. He walked out there, hey, man, I brought the word to Rick.
Oh,
Never
yeah.
went through his mind, it maybe
Made him flush.
that made you not listen to one
Look,
word of it.
Look, it's one thing to ask me about, March Madness. I mean, that's bad enough. I don't like that. I hear people do that sometimes, but I wasn't ready for that.
Rick, at least be glad he didn't try to lay hands on you.
Oh, no. Good point.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, I would mash half of the bread. My mother did not like it
There's
at all.
nothing greater than a heel-toe peanut butter sandwich.
Well, everybody passes that up in my family.
No.
And so I'm like, well, it's going to be either thrown away or eaten. So
And if
I
you
made a
toast it-
sandwich yesterday and used it.
You toast
Not
a heel
bad.
on the toe?
Oh, come on.
Do you know
Cheese toast out of it? Just get out of here.
How about this? How about we don't? I've noticed that it's a lot different. We don't eat a lot. We don't have a loaf of bread in the house a lot. Usually, if there's people making sandwiches, they go get those sub rolls or whatever and cut them
Pitas,
down.
yeah,
and
we'll
all
do
that.
that.
We rarely just have a loaf of bread in the house. We just did.
We
recently,
don't
but-
either.
Do you know this
It goes
too about-
bad before we get. Now that the kids are gone, it goes bad.
Y'all both mentioned y'all mentioned toasts, okay?
Yeah.
I toast everything.
I like
too.
mine
I do
slightly
too.
on the burnt
Gotta toast
side.
everything.
I do too.
Oh, I want it smoking.
Yeah. I mean, and so if
Yeah.
Terry ever accidentally burns anything or anything, they'll like give it to me.
Oh,
'Cause
I
I'll
love-
eat it.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
this
I love carbon.
Hey,
I'm
I
glad-
burn my Eggos. I burn my Eggos. Smoke them.
Yes. I'm glad you brought this up.
I mean,
Me
toast,
too.
I like it black.
Me too.
I like it really black.
I was toasting my bread for a peanut butter banana sandwich, and Sherry looked at the toaster and told me what number I needed on. And I said, but it's not your sandwich.
Yeah.
That didn't need to be on 4. And I said,
I'll
but
give
I
you 4 or 5.
But I want it on 4.
crank it.
But I want it on 4.
No,
Now,
listen.
you know what she said?
Listen.
She said, no, it needs to be on 3.
We made
well,
BLTs.
for your sandwich, I guess so. but that's my sandwich.
Listen,
Grown man.
Rick, we made BLTs last night. Amanda toasted my bread, got mad, and said the following: "I messed up your toast. It's too burnt." I go over there. I said, "No, this is perfect.
Perfect.
Don't
Oh,
throw
yeah.
that away.
Oh,
That's perfect."
Hey, I'm a threat to push my bread down again and burn.
I melt Pop Tarts.
do too.
Melt them.
We'll be back.
United States will have a
All right, we're back. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number, and we are thankful that you are here with us. Relief Factor and the Rick and Bubba Show, man, what a partnership that has been. And if you have not tried the 100% natural research-based formula that was created to help combat the root causes of inflammation, the body's natural inflammatory response function that causes the aches and pains, then you need to make a move to get it. 3-week supply right now for only $19.95, and you'll know within those 3 weeks whether it's working for you like it does for the majority of the people. The majority of the people that use Relief Factor, like myself, they see relief naturally. So the over-the-counter stuff and prescription stuff, they can serve a purpose short term, but they are not designed to be a lifestyle. And we know the addictive properties of some of the opioids and the overuse of the over-counter stuff and some of the bad side effects that go with that. So try an all-natural approach, and hopefully it will work for you like it has for the majority of us who try it. Go to ReliefFactor.com today and get started. That's ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com right there under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, we've got the Elite Eight, the Grade 8 coming in here in the next segment. They'll be with us for the next couple of hours. But before we go to that, Adler, some of the videos he's handed down, this is a flashback. I think this may be interesting. This is in 1960, and they're going to be predicting what the year 2000 would be like.
Yeah, like one of these time capsule things, which are always interesting on either end of them. But we see what they think the year 2000 is going to look like.
Yeah, so here it is.
Projects that by the year 2000, the United States will have a 30-hour work week and month-long vacations as the rule. A lot of this new free time will be spent at home, and this console controls a full array of equipment to inform, instruct, and entertain the family of the future. We could watch a football game, or a movie shown in full color on our big 3D television screen. This console provides a summary of news relayed by satellite from all over the world. I might check the latest weather. A telephone is this instrument here. If I want to see the people I'm talking with, I just turn the button and there they are. With equipment like this in the home of the future, we may not have to go to work. The work would come to us.
Well, you know what? Some of that
amazingly close, although the details are off a little bit.
Yeah, the details are off a little bit.
The general vision was pretty close.
Yeah, it was. And the 30-hour work week, they're a little off on that. It's just now here. But we are pushing for something like that right now.
I think you'll probably see that.
The TV thing, of course, his console was much larger than what we use, but the TV projection stuff was pretty spot on.
Yeah. It was the fact you could see people, with the Zoom that we have now.
Yeah, and FaceTime.
They just missed out how small it would be and how personal it would be.
Right.
That it would fit in your pocket, not across that whole thing.
Oh,
Yeah, everything was its own console. Like here's the sports console, here's our weather console,
right?
Here's our TV console. But now it's all right here in this little calculator-sized thing in
They
our
thought
pockets.
each one of them would have its own little console.
I love stuff like that.
I do
really
too.
do.
I do too.
Is that Cronkite?
Yeah, that's Walter Cronkite.
Oh, the great.
It was Cronkite. Okay, that's
the
what I
most
thought.
trusted man in America.
Right. And whatever his political affiliation was, you never knew it.
No.
How nice was that?
That was nice.
That was great.
He was liberal, but you didn't know it.
No, you didn't know it. Yeah, he just reported the news.
And that's the way it is.
Well, and
Wasn't that
also
his sign off, didn't he say that? Like at the end of the newscast, he go, and that's the way it is today. Blah, blah, blah,
It seems like
blah.
you're right. Yeah. Somebody said that. I don't know if it was him. And then, when Walter Cronkite, you and I are old enough that we still remember when he was still on.
Yeah.
We were
used to watch him every
kids
night.
and stuff.
But that's the way it is actually a Celine Dion song. So that may be what you're thinking of. That might be.
No, what was his signature sign off? He said something like that. But that is funny, Adler. Thank you for bringing that up.
That's the way it is. Was Walter Cronkite's final sign off.
Okay,
there it is, Bubs.
Boom,
boom.
Yeah, so
history.
History, and
he's in so many historic clips. When Neil Armstrong stepped on the moon. When Kennedy was assassinated, his clip of that was historic. So.
Yeah.
Walter Cronkite.
That's when people had to wait till the end of the day to see what happened today
Yeah.
at the news.
Right.
It's crazy.
You know, it seems like he would maybe, being in the news business, he would have mentioned that they would have been, far as the visionary part, there would be 24-hour news channels, not one but many that are competing against each other.
And the problem with that, and it's the same thing, the problem with these phones and all of that, is that we've created things that has a demand for content, but honestly, life doesn't move as fast as these things want it to move.
Right.
And honestly, there's not that much to report. There's no need for 24-hour. And there's no need for constant, but all this has to be updated. That's why this stuff becomes so worn out and driven into the ground, is that honestly, not enough happens to warrant 24/7 sports, 24/7 news.
Well,
just not enough happens. So you basically just have it spinning, repeating the same things over and over again all throughout the day.
Well, that's the way it was designed to be. And the idea was that you wasn't going to sit in front of the TV for 24 hours a day and watch it over and over.
Right.
The idea was tune in when you have time and you get updated and then you move on.
If somebody could grab video from right now and play it in 2050, what would you predict?
Oh, I know. I was just thinking that. And by the way, a lot of the cable stuff, Ted Turner was, you talking about an innovator. Big lib, don't agree with his politics, but I'm going to tell you, the guy had a vision of the future, and he took lemons and made lemonade with it in Atlanta. Not only from a TV station to cable to the Braves and everything else. So, Speedy, I need to think about that for a minute. That's good. What do you think?
I don't know. Will we have... will everything be battery by then? Will we have a chance to fly and things to get places? Will
the Jetson car?
Yeah,
Will it finally be around?
Will there be?
I've been looking for that.
How will we watch things? What
implants or wearables?
Yeah.
AI is exploding this week. AI is exploding, so that's scary and crazy.
I would think we would have more robots that would help us out with tasks that nobody wants to do, like cutting the grass and cleaning the house and those kind of things. Because we have versions of those now, but they're not readily available and they're not intelligent devices. You know what I'm saying? Right. That can deal with problems that come up.
I'll tell you something I think that may be, but we'll talk about it later. I know we don't have time for it now. There may be necessity may drive something in a different direction.
Oh, yeah.
Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
World. I feel good. Bubba, what is it with
Rick,
the way we're treating the dead today?
Rick, what?
I mean,
what are we doing here? Renard Matthews of New Orleans. Rick was sadly robbed and shot to death on the evening of June 25th while walking his dog.
Oh, no.
The neighbors described him as a nice young man who loved football.
But what?
The family, I know, that's what it says.
Well, they picked a strange honor.
It says, loves, let me finish the sentence, loved football and basketball.
Oh, okay.
You had to pick one of the other.
He was a big Celtics fan.
That's obvious.
And Rick, the family has decided to honor his memory in an unusual way. You may think, what are they going to carry his ashes on the airline and try to scatter them around Montana or something? No, that's not.
Is the airline going to mess it up?
Rick, I don't even know. If you've got R&B TV, you can see this. They have his body.
Oh my gosh!
His corpse slouched down in a chair, dressed in his favorite Celtics clothing, sunglasses on, got his Nike slippers on.
Some kind of headpiece.
He's holding a game controller in his hand. He has his favorite snacks next to him on a table, Doritos and something else.
Not bad choices there.
And they've got a PlayStation controller in his hand facing a television. Because they said that was the position they saw him in a lot.
I'm not sure that's the legacy I'm looking for. Let's remember Rick, the way we always saw him slouched in a chair watching TV, playing video games,
Eating Doritos.
eating Doritos. I don't know that.
And a red drink.
I mean, that they won't exactly name buildings after you for that. I don't think. I mean, it's that's
we had a similar story years ago. You remember the guy they set him in his
Pittsburgh
easy chair?
Steeler fan.
Yeah, Pittsburgh Steeler.
Yeah.
We have a top 5 here too.
Okay, so this has been done before.
Is that the ones I'm looking at? Have you seen?
Yeah, these are from the funeral home saying things that people have done with their loved ones.
And now May.
Oh my God.
May Burbank. They said that she was described by those who loved her as a party girl. And May. I want you to look how they had May set up. Okay, they took her body. This is in 2014. Wow. And they posed her with a beer, a menthol cigarette, an ashtray at a table. She was a fan of the Saints football team.
She's dressed in the team colors.
And had her fingernails painted in the team colors of black and gold as well.
And she went with Bush, regular Bush beer.
Now, wait a minute, Greg. Is that a utility?
Oh,
beer?
all day long, yeah. Right in there with Natty.
Yeah, well, wait,
I'm sorry. I don't know my beers, so it's always
that's
entertaining
entry level.
to be.
All those are entry level.
It looks like to me that the Bush beer's in a can. Now, is that glass there got wine in it? Are they?
Yeah.
Why
red
not?
wine.
It doesn't look like beer, does it?
As strange,
No, that does look like wine,
as strange as this is.
But
that's
that
nothing.
is strange.
That's nothing compared to what you're going to see in the next few.
Okay. What happened next?
Speedy, can you do the countdown of them?
Sure.
Or we're going to do the Green Lantern next?
Yeah, we got Green Lantern there.
They're calling these extreme embalmings.
Rick, they put him in a Green Lantern uniform and stood him up.
Uniform.
Oh.
How's he standing? Y'all get carefully.
Oh, that's like a kid, man. That's weird.
That's wrong.
Hams, he's embalmed. They can do whatever they need to get him to stand there.
Oh,
so
my
wrong.
Gosh.
So many ways.
Y'all, who has a loved one done as the Green Lantern?
Well, he must have really liked the Green Lantern.
Who allows that?
Look at O'Garock in his car next. You seen him?
So they got a car there, and he's driving. Okay.
Yeah. Now Victor Perez, Cardona.
He was a cab driver, so they put him in a cab.
Look at him sitting there.
Oh.
Rocking. He's rocking that brim.
She ain't got to tip him.
Okay.
They said the daughter who did this said that he loved jokes.
Well, cross is a nice touch.
Mm-hmm.
Hanging from the mirror.
Right. I saw it.
I just
Then
don't.
they got to get him out of it.
I just don't.
I know. How would you get him
Or
out
do
like
you?
that, I guess.
That'd be tough.
Or do you just bury the whole car?
Now
Well,
this
that's
one
a big
here,
hole.
this next one, if it wasn't already creepy.
Yes,
is
I haven't seen
real
any.
creepy.
I hadn't seen any beyond the cab driver.
This one here, I don't really get. I don't know what's going on
what
here.
What are we doing?
What is that?
But we're sitting in a chair.
Does it explain itself? Speak.
I could come out. I could come out of the picture and
all the others have a little explanation with them. And I got to say, I got to have one for that.
Y'all, I feel like we moved off the Green Lantern a little quick.
We got.
Guys, I got to tell you something. I'm feeling like Mama not being a carry-on bag's looking kind of no big deal now.
Y'all, we didn't read the Green Lantern enough here. Did y'all see he died of an asthma attack? Did you see that?
Good night.
Why is that funny to me?
Yeah, well, you laughing
You got asthma. You should be laughing.
And they put him in the costume that he would often
calm him
wear
down.
around town. I mean, I'm trying to understand this.
So he was known for that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, hey,
An
there he comes. Here
asthmatic
comes the Green Lantern.
who liked the lantern.
You don't see many superheroes
A
with
Green
asthma.
Lantern asthmatic.
Wow. The last one we showed was the body of Fernando de Jesus Diaz Beto, 26.
That boy, Speedy.
He was seated in a chair with one leg crossed over the other, wearing a black cap, glasses, khaki pants, and sneakers.
So what's the reason?
Just saying that was
What's
him.
his pose about?
They preferred something more traditional.
6 minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, we're back. Breezes in the southern wind. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler here, Helmsy out. He's on vacation. Welcome back for a brand new hour, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We have the Elite Eight. We're minus a couple this morning.
I know,
we're good.
And believe it, this ain't a corner man. It's never been. So we've got 7, 6.
Yeah, Super Six.
Super Six. And
little elbow room.
Yeah, we had Super Six last week, too. So that's good. Of course, I got about 8 emails over the last 2 weeks of people that try so hard to get in, can never get in. And
Well, people might be sick.
But all people hear is, wow, so I could have got in that day. These people didn't even show.
Well,
we might have to start having a will call.
I know there's nothing you can do. And we're not going to be like airlines and oversell.
No.
We actually tried that one time.
Let me tell you something. That airline overselling thing, how that's allowed to be legal is beyond me.
No, you overbook so that you underbook. It makes sense.
Right, sure. Yeah, all the sense in the world. So, but welcome. We're glad you guys are here. And they came from all over, traveling from Starkville, Mississippi, Tuscumbia, Kansas City. Can you believe we talked about Kansas City?
How weird.
And now we have people here from Kansas City.
How about that?
Yeah, Kansas City, Kansas. There we go. So there you go. Not Missouri.
Yeah, that all confused.
Well, great. We discussed that, and he's going to help us with that today.
Yeah, we're going to have to get an explanation how that works out.
And Paul is going to answer a question for me today that he's from Kansas City. Where did I speak? I spoke at a church, and I was in a Kansas City, but which one was it? So I'm going to go find my coffee mug, and he's going to
run that down.
Are they right? I mean, are they connected? Is it
Well,
pretty much
it's
the
a
same
street.
city?
It's a street right down the middle, right?
Okay,
Yeah,
so it's
yeah,
the same city, but it's in 2 different states.
Correct.
Wow. Okay, I had no idea.
Which that even makes it a little strange.
I am shook.
Greg, I think I was over here.
Yeah, maybe.
So we'll see. Bubba, you were talking about you going to March Madness last night, but you left out a story.
Well, no, it's just the way things go, Rick.
Sure.
You know how it happens sometimes. And we're down there. Birmingham hadn't hosted in 15 years. We got 2 number 1 seeds there. We got Alabama playing. We got Auburn playing. The crowd is into it. You know, they got pep bands under the goal on both sides.
you gotta have a pep band.
I mean, everybody's fired up.
yeah.
You know, the cheerleaders are having competition. They're seeing who can hold up their cheerleader in the liberty position the longest amount of time.
What is that?
Okay.
What's the liberty?
That's where they like one guy holds one girl
They shoot 'em up in
and
the air?
she's like standing up, holding her
Yeah.
pom poms up.
He's like behind her like
Yeah,
this.
and they have a competition, see who can hold it the longest.
How do you know that?
I was there watching it.
But I mean, how
did
do you
they
know that's
go,
what it's
"Hey,
called?
we're
Oh, they
having-"
do it like they
They do
announce
it, yeah,
They
during
announce
timeouts.
They announce this what we're doing.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
they always have
okay.
little things going on.
I got you.
You know, the mascots, they're out there having a dance off.
Right.
You know, it's all this
Yeah,
kind of
sure.
stuff. They're throwing socks into the crowd. I mean, they they got all this
There
kind
it
of
is.
stuff going on.
There it is.
And man, I'm just into it. I'm enjoying it, you know, and it's a close game. And I feel my phone going on.
Oh, no.
You know, now me getting my phone out of my pocket
yeah.
without
I've been
elbowing somebody is quite an ordeal.
No seats are tight.
But I'm thinking I better check it. You know, could be an emergency. And I get a text from my lovely wife Betty Lou, and it says, and I want to get the quote.
he's getting his
just right
glasses
here.
out.
This is good.
Here comes a message.
She says, "Is there a smoke alarm other than the 3 coming into our bedroom? I've changed batteries and still chirping. Not a fun night.
War Eagle.
War Eagle.
I haven't even had a chance to eat because the dogs are going nuts.
Oh yeah,
I can't
it'll
get
shut
it.
a dog
I
down.
can't get it to quit."
That's the most maddening.
Now Betty
it'll shut
was
a dog
already,
completely
and because of the schedule of us having to go in, I went in early, but Hunter was not off yet, so Betty was going to drop him off. She was just going to circle the BJCC, drop him off, then he was going to ride home with me.
Yeah.
So the crowd was so much larger, and it was so much more crowded than I
bigger ordeal.
anticipated. I knew when I saw it, I hated that I'd asked Betty to get in it.
Oh yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And I knew that there'd probably be some degree of blowback about it.
Oh
you know,
yeah, 100%. You better, but you gonna hear about
and
that.
I felt bad, but there was nothing I could do at that point.
And now
you
we
know.
got a chirper.
And I know she's home and aggravated about the crowd she had to drive through, and now she has a smoke alarm that's chirping. that
They're
she
hard
can't
to narrow
find.
down.
They are.
You got to get right
And
up
I
under 'em all
text
out.
back, I said, I have no idea. I said, pull all the batteries. Just pull them all.
Right.
So when I get home last night, it looks like that a smoke detector truck has crashed at our house.
Pulled the whole thing down.
There's pieces of smoke detectors. Covers are off. Batteries are laying around. Whole detectors are down. Everything. It's just laying all over the bathroom. I mean, it looks like a smoke detector bomb went off.
You got to put it all back together.
Yeah, I got to figure all that out today. So it'll be like a puzzle putting it back together. But I knew she was aggravated from having to drive in that crowd. And honestly, it was much worse than I thought it was, or I wouldn't ask her to do it.
Right.
But and I thought, wow, she's having a bad night.
Oh,
which
yeah.
means I'll
Right.
eventually have a bad night.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Then you went right on back
Trickles
to
down.
just cheering.
What could you do though?
Well, I couldn't do anything.
No,
nothing.
Just pull all the batteries.
That's right. Just
I've-
pull everything. You
I've done
pull.
that before. I've had a chirper that we could not load. I've had a chirper that I was like, I know this is the chirper. And replace the battery, and it's still chirping. I can't. Where is this chirp coming from?
Baker Mayfield's commercial about, I guess, when he was with the Browns and he was trying to find it.
Yeah, that is funny. But you know the thing with the dogs. And it's funny. We have one dog that is absolutely horrified of the chirp. The chirp will send her into a mad shaking fit and possibly losing all of her training. And then we have another one that doesn't even pay attention to it, like it's never happened. And I'm like, what's the deal? You know, how can you be that much different on that?
I don't know.
Same thing with storms, the way they react.
Yeah.
Well, here's what I'm wondering, and maybe they have.
And it is aggravating.
And maybe they have these now.
It drives you nuts.
Maybe they
But
have
we
these
we
now.
don't have 3 smoke detectors in our bedroom. There's built-in ones, that come with
I'm
the
in the
house.
same boat.
And then there's, in some parts of the house, you have heat detectors, like in the garages and sometimes the room where the washer and dryer is. And then we have some battery-powered ones that are set up with our alarm system. And it can get a little much looking
It
for
is.
it. I
No,
agree. And you have to get on a ladder to check every one of them.
Oh, sure.
Oh, yeah.
And it doesn't chirp long. Rick, I know what you're going to say, and I agree. Instead of chirping, can't we have a light that comes
Bingo.
on and
That's-
stays on?
I was literally about to say that.
I don't get that.
Why
You're
why
right.
does it not have a light that
latches
blinks,
on?
and then
Here it
you
is.
can easily walk around and go, it can't
Yeah.
be that when the light's not blinking.
Right.
And you go to the one where the light's blinking and
You
you
go,
say, well,
that's it.
There
That's
it
it
is.
right there.
Guys, you remember the story I told you one time? I climbed up on a ladder and I was like, this is it. And it still wasn't it. And I'm like, where is it coming from? And I don't know who put them in, but there was one all that was separating them was like a door frame.
Yeah.
And there was another
You're like,
around
I think this
on
one's got it.
on the other side. I'm like, why do we need 2 this close together?
Well, some of that is the one that's wired into the house
you
that
go.
they're required, and then
Yeah.
some are battery
Security.
on top of that.
but
which
why
is good
why
to have
not a
too.
light that is
Yeah,
blinking?
yeah. Make it. There's 2 things. I wish they would latch something so that the light came on or it was flashing so you'd know, and it had a thing in it so that it would not chirp during the night. That it has to be daytime before it starts chirping.
I just think the blinking
because
lights.
the battery doesn't go dead all at once.
No.
I mean, it gets weak and it starts chirping. So, okay, you're in chirp mode. I got that.
Chirp on.
Throw a light on or flash a light. That's fine. And then wait till daylight to tell me about it.
Or how about this? What about a longer chirp? It's not very long.
Yeah.
Well, it's just long enough not to know where it is.
Yeah, long enough to echo to where you can't figure out where it is.
And this is me.
Yeah, you run in the room and then it does it again. You hear it across the hall.
Down the hall somewhere.
I thought I was right on it.
Listen, I had one night. It went off. It didn't chirp. It went off for just a little bit, and then it, one goes off. Then we all got to scream.
Yeah.
So I'm in the middle of the night trying to figure out what that is, and I'm messing with it, and a tiny spider came out of it.
Yep.
And I guess it crawled across the little.
Yeah, there's a little LED in there with a receiver, and anything that breaks that light, like
that had to
smoke
been
wood,
what it
sets
was.
it off.
Yeah.
And the spider will do it.
Did you get to screaming, Greg?
No, I was just glad I found it. It wasn't very big.
And it's such an annoying. I understand you want an annoying sound to wake you up if there's a fire, but not to tell me the battery.
No, we need noise to get you up when it goes off.
I like the light coming on.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is kind of what you would see every day from him.
That's not traditional.
What
No,
he
it's
would
not
see.
at all.
If you've got any loved ones set up like they're sitting
No.
there talking with you, that's not traditional.
That's very untraditional.
They're calling these
if
things.
that's the word.
It doesn't say in the article how he passed away.
Well, I want to know why they just saying we
That's
don't.
just every day. That's what. Here's what.
How
you
about
see.
that look?
What's
he's
wrong
got?
with the box? What's wrong with that?
Rick, we were talking earlier that we would take Speedy and we would like just set him like behind his mic there, and then we'd move him over by the wheel of meat and do different things, maybe over the editor.
Sit with a golden ticket seat.
Sit with a golden.
All right,
and that's things he's
Why am I
done.
dead? Is what I want to know. Why me?
Because you're just a
You know what I
staple.
mean?
No, I think if you get the position, you remember Speedy, he would be greeting somebody.
We mentioned that, or we were going to put him in mug shots, and he'd have his wallet with no money in it.
He's holding an empty wallet.
Greg like this, like
Yeah,
Guys,
or we'll pose him reaching his truck to get his wallet.
I got one for you. This would be you if we did you. You'd be like,
Hey, buddy, I don't know what that was.
I was
Don't
supposed
do
to
that
be.
again.
I was supposed to be a tall boy.
That doesn't resemble a tall boy.
That's all I can find.
I think you may have needed to find another problem.
When going from props from now on, think them through.
just look.
I guess I won't grab a cowbell
I was
anymore.
extremely offended.
Hey,
Sorry about that.
Golly, I was just kidding around with you.
wow,
Rick, they say
severe response to that.
even
Really
though
mad about it, wasn't he?
the pictures that we have seen, they said that's still not probably one of the strangest that this particular funeral home has done before. They said they took a guy who is a drummer from a grassroots band and actually posed him on a drum set.
Now, that'd be tough.
I love in there from a grassroots band.
Yeah.
I mean, what's that even mean? I mean,
I guess that means one that's not very famous.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
Does that mean that the people used to go over to the garage and listen to him were thrilled?
I'm gonna tell you that one's pretty strange though.
Yeah, the one we just started with. Yeah,
About all
guys,
those.
I don't know about this. I just have a thing. Maybe I'm out there, but I don't really want to be.
Pose again, Speedy.
Oh,
Like
greeting?
you're greeting people.
Okay, I'll be like,
I thought we're supposed to like honor somebody, not freak everybody out.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There he is. Glad to be here, Rick. Thank you, and thank all of you for listening to the show.
Greg, you know what I didn't. "21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us today. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out again this weekend. David Pilatus, our guest, Missing 411, the UFO Connection.
It's a good one.
It is. Catch it this weekend wherever you get podcasts. There'll be no new podcast next week, nor an updated Bible study. So on archives, this will be a good week for you to go. There's some Rick and Bubba universities I've missed. I want to go grab those. Or there's some Bible studies I missed. I want to go back and grab those. You can do that, and you can also hear moments on Rick and Bubba that maybe you missed, or there's historic moments you've heard a million times, and it's like your favorite song. You just want to hear them again. Those will all be playing next week. So next week's a big, let me go back and hear some things I either missed or things I'd like to hear again, as Bubba and I will be on vacation. Now, Bubba, you and I are, maybe we're not drawing this line. Maybe this line shouldn't be drawn. It's kind of hard not to. But this has been a year, we're now in year 2 of a lot of change. 2022 was a big year of change for us. And,
yes.
We left a studio we'd been in for 14 years. We moved to a new place. A new studio had to be built, new equipment brought in
record
time. And we were introduced to a young engineer who was new to the show, which we lovingly call Young Scruggs. And the Super Tom, the engineer that we had dealt with for years, has been promoted. It's uncomfortable sometimes when one of your brethren goes corporate. Tom is
moved up the ladder.
Now you look at Tom, and you think, okay, he's with the suits now.
Yep.
Right. And that's all right. I mean, we're happy for him. It's kind of like Greg out there on the power company when one of the guys that was just on the lines with all of you. Suddenly he's
management.
He's gone management.
Oh yeah, company job.
Reminds me of the time
you talking about a company job.
Yeah,
that homie become the man.
Correct.
Yes.
All
One
that
of
is
my favorite
accurate.
episodes.
All that is accurate.
Yeah. Yep.
So
my favorite episode ever.
I remember during the time of this studio attempting to be built out in record time, I popped by up here to get something because I'd never even been to our office, and I wanted to kind of get zero in, and that was when you and I were off for 2 weeks at the end of the year. I wanted to at least see the place as it was getting closer to time for us to come back,
right,
and go see what my office looked like. I had no idea. Maybe set it up. And I remember looking at young Scruggs, and he looked like he was maybe 2 steps from death.
Yeah,
he was very sick. Yeah. He was very wore down. He was very pale, unshaven.
You felt glad we were on the first floor because the potential for him just to walk off a ledge was high.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, if he had not been in here working on equipment, I would have thought he was a vagrant.
Right.
And I mean, he looked rough, and we say the term, the no-name studio, on the bleeding edge of technology, not the cutting edge, the bleeding edge.
Yeah.
And there's, we've gone through
big difference.
And then all of a sudden, Speedy informs you and me, and we've talked to young Scruggs about this, that he's leaving. Mm-hmm. He's taking another job. And what was our first thought?
Well, the studio's killed him.
We've killed him.
Or
he's changing careers.
We've run him off. Mm-hmm. He thought incorrectly that being the engineer for this show would be a dream job, and it turned into a nightmare.
Yeah.
And I think he
that
has
popping sound alone.
Yeah, he has decided that being here is too much.
Yeah.
And
Super Tom there.
Yeah.
We're showing some.
That's the last time I saw Tom.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what I was doing.
Greg
you were
doing
just in the way. I can tell you what you were doing, being in the way.
But this build out, I think, was only part of it. But I think engineers can survive that. Bubba, you can speak to this. You and Greg both, because y'all have been in this world. It's the ongoing problems that I think have killed John.
Yeah. It's it just never ends.
Right.
Rick. There's always something, and the more complicated the build out, the more complicated the problems.
Right. And he and I have had the discussion. He said, I still remember the day that I got the speech about the list of things that shouldn't happen and things that can't happen. And that's not a fun one. Right. Nobody enjoys that one.
Yeah. Guys, during this build, Scruggs started caring so little about his own life and self. Here he is using a grinder, just no glasses, just doing the squint method.
He's almost.
He didn't even care.
Yeah, he's almost hoping that would take him out.
Yeah.
Right.
It got dark.
Right.
Over those last 2
Do you remember the time, and that's who we are, you remember the time when the children of Israel became so frustrating to Moses that he went to God and said, would you just please kill me?
Yeah.
Please kill me. Just bring me to you.
Yeah. I can't take any more griping.
If I hear one more thing about what we're going to drink or eat, or let's go back to Egypt, I'm going to lose my mind.
Right.
At least there we had food. You know, and
I was able to ask him what he was going to miss about this job.
And he said nothing.
Because I know we're so fun to be around. And he said the wake-up calls in the middle of the night is one thing I won't miss. Because it's kind of like once your kids are out, you know, anytime they call you at a certain point of the night, you don't answer hello, you just answer what's wrong.
What's going on? Yeah.
And so that's kind of what Scruggs does. Anytime he gets a call between, let's say, 2 a.m. and 4:30 a.m.,
Yeah, it's not good.
he knows it's not good.
Never good.
He says he won't miss that.
No.
Well, who would?
And that's
No.
why I'm trying to get Adler's mic fixed right before he leaves.
Right. There's some things that we did ask him to button up before he vapors
Maybe we
on
could
us.
get the lights in the hall and in here on a different circuit.
Well, I
That'd be
know
my only
that's-
request.
that's-
I don't think we're going to see
No,
that.
buddy, that's been a no.
I think the mic, we're in good shape. The lights.
Yeah.
They ain't enough time
You
on the
won't
clock.
move on past
They
that.
ain't enough time on the clock for that one. You know, that's one of those things, if you're leaving a job, you're going to add somebody else.
That's the fastest thing.
That's the least of my worries.
That's called next guy.
Yeah. Imagine when he tells stories to other engineers on wherever this new job is he's going. One time I had to take out an entire glass to get a big boy statue through.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
And bring it from the parking lot in.
Boy, what a day that was.
So,
Well, you talk about a glorious day.
yeah.
So since we don't have anybody, as John leaves, young Scruggs, I guess it'll fall back on Tom again.
Yeah.
won't it?
Yeah.
Tom's back.
Yep.
Corporate Tom.
And his Tom is, you said, corporate Tom and traveling corporate Tom.
Oh,
Yeah.
always traveling.
As I looked over at baby brother, I said, buddy, we really got to know how to do like
You gotta pay attention.
little minor things.
Yeah.
It'll be
Yesterday-
hard to get Tom here if he's in Omaha.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
I'm going to ask everybody an honest question, a completely, straight up, not even trying to be funny.
Uh-huh.
If Scruggs gets this job offer that he just got, and all the things that have happened with this studio in the last year and 3 months, would he take it?
No.
We are the reason he's taking it.
Yes.
Rick,
I think you might be
I
right.
asked him that directly yesterday. He said no. He said it was just too good an opportunity.
Well, that's
to
because
pass
he's
up.
kind.
Yeah.
That's because he's a
Right.
kind
He
person.
doesn't. I mean,
He
we're
said, "I'm
standing
about
right
done
there.
listening to y'all gripe."
Right.
Right, yeah. It's can you imagine? I mean, because the thing
I'm gonna call and wake him up anyway. It's his first day. He's not here.
Just for old time's sake.
By the way, let me know.
Hey, John, how you
in
doing?
his final
Hey, man,
date
what you
here,
doing?
like April 7th.
Yes.
somewhere around
that
there.
Friday. Yeah.
All right, so April 8th, I got to make myself a note.
Yeah. It's a
I'm
Saturday
going
morning.
to call him at 3:30 a.m. I'm going to say, hey, man.
Hey,
You ain't
miss
gonna
you,
believe
man.
Say something about the weekend show. That'll really
Now,
get him.
here's what I'm
Say, hey, what you doing?
Does he talks about popping or weekend show the worst?
The popping is kind
Oh,
of
it's
been
gotta
resolved. It's all about automation and
Okay.
and
Anything
weekend
to do with
stuff.
automation?
Anything that has to do with contact closures, anything like that. It's a nightmare.
Done.
Just say something like Westwood 1, Colorado, and
Not getting a closure.
and
Yeah.
and ZZK it just has nothing,
Okay.
and then that'll get him.
And dead air.
Right,
Text dead
right,
air all the
right.
time.
Okay. Phone calls are next. All 10 lines are available. What is on your mind? What do you want to talk about? You're running the show right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
This, I got to listening to the band, and even last night at the house, and Sherry and I were, I always try to introduce my wife to music that I think she should appreciate that she doesn't. And in this case, I had actually won her over. So then we got in depth studying the band and the great, now recently deceased Levi Helm.
Oh yeah.
And I did not realize we found an old David Letterman interview with him, and this was like after the band was already, broke up
when
and
he
all
became
that.
an actor.
And I did not know. I did not know this. I knew he was the dad in Coal Miner's Daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know there were people that wanted him to be put up for an award for that performance?
Oh really?
And I was like,
Academy Award?
Because Letterman was asking about it. And he was
good at
talking about how he got.
He was good.
Yeah, and he was talking about hanging out with Tommy Lee Jones, and I was learning from them. And how about he just the good old boy? He came on there, Letterman. He, for some reason came out with the mandolin. I don't know if he ever went on to play it. I didn't watch the whole interview, but when they went to commercial break,
There's a Netflix documentary just on him.
really.
Oh yeah, pretty good.
I mean, all right, what was it? You know what it's called? Because
I don't remember.
I'm in. But anyway, and then Robbie Roberts, wasn't he with
Yeah,
the other guy?
Robertson.
But Robertson, that was. I knew it was something like that. I kept trying to tell Sherry I couldn't think of his name. Now he went on to be in a bunch of different stuff.
Yeah, he
didn't
had single stuff.
did his
years
own
ago.
stuff, but none of it was like that.
No, Rick.
And but anyway, and I found a version of the Wait where it's them, and they have like backup singers that are over here with them, and the backup singers sing the rounds that Levi doesn't sing, except one other round the bass player sings, and they, because I suppose it's all of them singing that they go around and do a verse. It was interesting. All right, as we start this hour, first of all, we do want to update you that it appears that all the soccer players and the coach have all been rescued in Thailand, right?
Correct.
Everybody's out.
Everybody's out of the cave.
Yeah. Safe and sound.
There were still some rescue personnel still in there. But
I think because some medical workers and some other they had gone in there to stay with them.
Now
and I think they're coming out too.
They've hit the old journey out.
Yeah, but as far as the 12 players and the coach, they're out.
Well, that's incredible. Sadly, one of the rescuers though did lose his life.
Yeah.
Right?
Correct.
Yeah, trying to get him out.
What happened? How did that happen?
I think he had an oxygen problem. He couldn't. He
ran out of oxygen
and couldn't get to the next. Couldn't get to the next oxygen tank that was available to him. So anyway, but they are out and they are safe. And boy, you talk about a coach-parent meeting coming up.
Oh boy,
I mean,
yeah, I think from this moment forward, maybe the cave exploring will probably not be included in practice.
Team building, they'll go see a nice movie.
Every coach that says I'm going to do team building, it's going to be cave dwelling. They've just crossed through that.
Yeah, or added to the waiver you signed, one of the two.
Well, okay, we got waivers now, don't we?
Well, FIFA can be happy now because they've been invited to the World Cup finals in Russia, if they're all physically able to go. Okay. So the world is.
Why are we punishing them?
They're soccer players.
They've suffered enough.
Haven't they been through enough?
Now get on a plane now.
2 weeks trapped in a cave wasn't bad enough.
Yeah.
Good night. You know what? If I had to go watch a World Cup match or be trapped in a cave, it's a toss-up.
I asked that question. I
think I could do it and swim out. I think I could.
All right, another story.
That one narrow spot got me.
All right, for some reason, throughout our years of doing this, there's certain stories that just seem to come up all the time. I mean, it's like they come on around the bend. And here's another giant hog story.
Yeah.
Now, we've had such a history with giant hog stories. I mean, it's even got us on.
They're not calling this one Hogzilla, though. No. Usually that's what they call it.
And for some reason.
If we could get a hog and a snake in one story, I don't know what we'd do.
Mm-hmm. Giant hog stories, for some reason, I don't know why, they always go south. Everything that you start out thinking somebody's killed a giant hog, and there's always some
kind of deceiving.
It's a neighbor's pet that got out or something.
Hog controversy and all this. So there's and of course, to no one's surprise, this is once again in Alabama. An Alabama hunter says that he shot an 820-pound wild hog out of his front yard.
That's a big one.
Rick shot it with a pistol.
That's a big hog. What if you walked out your front door and saw that thing?
That's your big boy right there.
Mm-hmm.
So he
that gum that's big.
He says that he heard his dog going crazy, which I can imagine.
Mm-hmm.
And he was trying to figure out what was going on. When he first looked out his backyard, he didn't see anything, but then he heard his daughter screaming, and he got up to check on the dog, Cruiser. And he said, I jumped up to see what was going on, and I looked out the back window, saw nothing, as I said. So I ran to the front of the house, and my daughter was looking out the window, and I truly could not believe what I was seeing.
A Black Panther?
No.
Oh.
The dog was barking at a massive hog. He said only about 5 yards from our front porch.
Did you see the dog's name? I like that. Cruiser. I like that.
This is a good dog.
Hey, Cruiser.
Hey, Cruiser.
I bet he's a good dog.
Yep.
What was his name?
Cruiser.
To your point, he. 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Car Shield and the Rick and Bubba Show, man, we have been together for a while, too. Got an email here from Charles, who listens to us near Montgomery on I-92, WLWI. And here's what he wrote us. I bought a truck 2 years ago, and my extended warranty just ran out. So I went to carshield.com/Bubba. I found it right there on the sponsors page. I thought it was going to be an expensive deal from all the times I heard you guys talking about it, but I was pleasantly surprised. The gold plan on the Ram 2500 for life now. Traveling by car is a way of life, and boy, there's nothing that is a bigger hassle than your car breaking down and you're thinking about, here comes money, my car doesn't have warranty anymore. What am I going to do about getting back and forth from work or getting my kids where they're supposed to be? Well, under the protection plans, you got 24/7 roadside assistance from Car Shield, courtesy towing, rental car eligibility, and they pay the ASE certified mechanic of your choice directly if it is a covered repair. So go now to rickandbubba.com under that sponsors page, just like Charles did, or you can go to directly to carshield.com. You want to talk to somebody, 1-800 888-451-7776. To the phones we go, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Shane out of LaGrange, Georgia. Shane, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today?
Hey, good, Rick and Bubba. How are y'all?
Good.
Hey, I was listening yesterday, and listen every day. I love you guys' show.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Talking about the John Boy and Billy Big show, if I'm not mistaken, they came on the air in 1986. I may be a year off on that, but something like that. But you guys started talking about them doing a pre-recorded show. I was just telling, I'm not sure if that was Greg or Steve, who it was I was talking to answer the phone, but I was on their show. They have a segment on their show called Wordy Word. And but anyway, I called in, and I've been calling them for years. That's the first time I ever got in. But I was on their show. And it was about a month ago.
So were you on with it live, or were you part of the time that they were recording it?
There's a station in Columbus that plays the John Boy and Billy show.
Yeah.
So when y'all are on commercial, they're their own. So I'm a truck driver. I got plenty of time to.
Yeah.
But no, I called in, and they were. As far as I know, it was live. I mean, I called in the radio, so they answered the phone, and John Boy and Billy Big Show, which
Okay. Well, maybe what happened, because somebody said part of them going to the pre-recording, maybe that was just for a time, was because one of them had a health issue. And it was an aortic aneurysm or something like that. And so maybe they just had to do it for a time, and maybe they're back doing it live now. So maybe
parts of it are recorded.
Or maybe
and
parts are recorded
not,
and parts aren't. Who knows? But
Yep.
nowadays with the technology.
That was John Boy. He had a certain.
Yeah.
That was John Boy. He had a surgery. He was out for a while. So their station manager was just kind of playing best of for a while. But they've been back on now for a couple of months.
Oh, good. Well, yeah, you never know nowadays. Honestly, Shane, just so you know, the way the technology is now, I mean, what you're listening to, whether it's live, archived, or pre-recorded, it's hard to know.
Yeah, it's not always linear, that's for sure.
Yeah, but you calling and them answering probably means they are back doing that. So thanks for that update. And like I say, they're absolutely legends of the business, no doubt about it. Let's go to Pigeon Forge. John is standing by. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. This is John from Nashville, and I'm just looking for a little bit of encouragement this morning. I've brought my family to something that looks fun, but it ain't.
Oh yeah, you got to know that list.
We are at an indoor water park, and we show up. The first pool my kids want to go to is the one with the basketball goals in it, and I was like, "Why is there so much chlorine in here?" I mean, we were hacking, we were coughing, my eyes were burning. Well, somebody had just thrown up.
Oh
boy. They just thrown up, and I asked the lifeguards, like, "Hey, why can I not hardly see in here?" And he's like, "Well, somebody just threw up." So we go to the next pool where they dump all the water on top of you, and then I see a kid poop his pants. So we had to leave that pool.
Yeah.
Oh, you're on fire.
Just wait. I had an experience.
There's
yesterday.
more?
That was day one. I'm about to enter day two, and but at the end of day one, the slides now they weigh you, like as a group.
Yeah.
And we are standing up there. We're next, and imagine being Speedy at the very top of this whole family about to go down to this ride, and a group of 4 big mama womp womps get weighed and can't go down together, and they got to split them up.
Oh, gosh.
Well, that happens.
It does.
Can't deny the laws of physics, Captain.
No. Safety first. Yeah.
And just one more thing. I'd like to remind all parents that your daughter is not a Victoria's Secret model.
Yes.
And there's no Victoria's Secret talent searchers there. So everybody needs to cover everybody up.
Cover on up. Boy, and put that on the list of things that look fun but aren't. Indoor water parks.
Yeah.
We continue. Let's go to Rob in Mississippi. Rob, go ahead.
Hey, let's hope we can end this on a good note after that call. But look, Rick, I got to give you kudos on the Gear the Rapper.
Thank you.
Hey, now
Now, you probably don't want to quit your day job,
Right.
but look, that was pretty funny. You had me cracking up, brother. You're going to have to sprinkle a little of that in there occasionally.
Gary the rapper.
Yeah, there's so many Gary things. Gary the poem, the poet,
Yes.
Gary the rapper. Yeah, Gary usually is a win. Yeah, Gary the singer. Yeah, all that. Thanks, Rob. I appreciate
The
that. buddy.
videos of him leading the parades are still my favorite.
Bubba. Golly,
Those
that's
are
so
precious.
good. Let's go to Ken in Alabama. Ken, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hey, Ken.
I want to tell you job of talking and using words on the radio. You guys do such a great job. You use your words and you say words. And you guys are awesome. You work so hard and we're all so proud of you because you say words on the radio that are so good.
Thank you. That was his impression of Vice President Kamala Harris.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Thank you, Veep.
Thank you, Veep.
That was good.
We continue.
Y'all, this Gary behind us is.
Yeah, that's one of our
best
favorites.
things I've
That's one of our favorites.
I mean, a lot of things make me happy, but that's one of them.
It's that little Christmas parade we have down there in Clanton. You could come down to Thorsby. It's a Scandinavian community.
Forgot.
We researched that again this past
Yeah.
weekend. Sherry didn't believe me. I said,
Yeah.
I'm telling you it's true. It was founded by
Isn't
Scandinavian.
it on the sign?
Yes.
Yeah.
Scandinavian community.
Lily in Alabama. Lily, go ahead.
Yes, I was wondering if y'all have heard about a French scientist reviving what they're calling a zombie virus that
Miss
spent
that
48,500 years in the permafrost.
In the what?
In the what?
I think I know what she's talking about. Say that one more time.
Good luck with that.
I was wondering if y'all had heard about this French scientist reviving what they're calling zombie virus.
A zombie virus.
Yeah, this was something
I
they
haven't.
found drilling in Antarctica, I believe it was, and they discovered a virus that they said had been locked away for, so many thousand
That
years.
sounds like a
and
movie.
They're calling it a zombie virus.
Somebody said that there was really nothing to worry about because they actually sent it to Wuhan where they'll be researching it.
Good. Yeah, no danger to anyone.
Hey, she's secure there.
Oh, yeah, baby. Let's go to Dusty, Greenwood, Alabama. Dusty, go ahead.
Morning, fellas.
Hey.
Hey, got two things real quick. Bubba, I think I've got a name for your property out there. How about Eagle Tower Ranch or Eagle Tower Ridge for your property? Since you like eagles, you like towers, all that good
Yeah,
stuff. That ought to work out well for you.
What else
You hear that a
Be
lot.
fairly
yeah.
unique, I think.
And you could decide,
And
because
then
I'd
the
hip it
other
up. So you going to ETR?
The other thing is, hey Greg, did you watch 1,000 Pound Sisters this week? Oh, Tammy's done got engaged on there.
No, I've got it on DVR though.
You got it on DVR.
I'd catch up.
Got
hey,
engaged?
Hey, Big Tammy's lost some weight.
Has she really?
Yeah.
What's she down to?
She's about the size of a Volkswagen Beetle. Now. She was like a Wagoneer.
Yeah, right.
But she's getting there.
God love her.
But she's had time to get out and date and get engaged.
Yeah. Well,
We got engaged.
Move quick, huh?
We got Tammy.
She's had a few boyfriends.
Really?
Hey, really?
Oh, yeah.
Any of them still living?
Tough, Rick.
Okay. Let's go to Jimmy.
A lot of woman.
I feel like there's more to that story.
Yeah, Tammy. I've had to catch up on the recorded versions we got.
They say one of her ex-boyfriends goes by Flat Stanley.
You got to take them before you can say it. That's another Flat Stanley reference this month.
Anytime we can work, baby. I couldn't even get it out. Oh, my goodness.
Whoa.
What do we do for a living?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The .38 caliber. Took the revolver out there and said he got in a position to shoot. The hog now was about 12 yards away. Cruiser was out of my line to the hog, so I fired. And
So I took the shot.
Yeah, he says he's not going to trust the meat, though, because it's so humid right now in Bama. And he said because of the size of the hog, he had to let it hang there in the tree all night, and he said, I wouldn't trust eating that.
Right.
So,
and this is close to Sampson, which is in southeast Alabama.
Dothan area, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So it said that
Geneva, Opp, Enterprise, and that circle.
Might be listening.
Says he has a tusk-like teeth, obviously, that was 6 inches long, as we've seen on the boars. And he said that in Alabama, feral hogs can be shot at any time, anywhere,
right,
because of the damage that they cause. Millions of dollars worth of damage. So feral hogs, we got TV shows about them. They're all, feral hogs, they will take over a place. Please look.
And when they eat, they
size.
don't graze like grazing animals where they just eat down to the ground. They pull the roots out, which destroys the plant completely and causes erosion trouble and all that.
And of course they're dangerous. They can kill you.
Yeah, well, they got giant tusks, Rick.
Do you see that thing hanging there?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's
yeah. She's a big one.
Here's, I guess the thing. What was
how many did he just shoot? How many times did he shoot it with a 38?
I didn't see it, but you better do a headshot.
You better have a whole clip.
I have to ask this question. What was the hog's plan? I mean, he's been rolling along, and his life has been so uninterrupted that he's gotten up to 820 pounds.
Yeah.
He looks like
he's doing what he was doing.
He looks very healthy. He got a good muscle tone.
Well,
it
the
looks like
problem
he's
is
working
always
out a little bit.
He's got to eat to keep that. I'm sure. Can you imagine how much that hog has to eat every day?
But what drove him to today's the front yard for me?
Right.
Well, it may have been a fresh cut grass. Who knows?
Yeah.
He smelt it.
Now they eat really most anything, don't they? I mean, they'll eat any kind of
everything but a cucumber. I've always been told that.
They're scared of cucumbers.
Somebody told me that.
Yeah,
one
I heard
time.
they were scared of cucumbers.
The hog will eat anything but a
that's
cucumber.
it. I'm Googling it. Will a hog eat a cucumber?
I can't remember who told me that.
So that's what you've been told.
They said eat all around it.
So a hog will eat anything but a cucumber.
Yep, that's what I was told.
Okay. Wow, where do you get these little facts?
I'm not.
Here we go.
Yep.
So I'm gonna take it a step further. They're scared of cucumbers.
Bubba said they got a phobia.
I'm not a big cucumber guy.
I love them.
I'm not a big
What?
Nah.
Oh, I eat one every day.
I mean, if I'm eating them, it's because I feel like I need to.
Oh, I eat one every day.
I don't pursue them. Somebody, hey Rick, how about a cucumber?
What if you put a little vinegar on them?
Yeah, you put a little balsamic on there.
That's good.
Sherry eats them like that.
A little feta.
And I'll have that a little bit.
Purple onion.
But it's not. It ain't
Found
great.
it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us. Next week, best of shows. We'll be on vacation. Catch those. And also Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, our conversation with David Pilatus, Missing 411, the UFO connection, out this weekend. Look for that wherever you get podcasts. It's also available on our YouTube channel. All right, so this email, we've been talking about it. We actually got this email on Wednesday. And it comes from a listener, Elijah. And I will tell you that those of you that live in this world, and I've met some of you, it's very, very interesting to me how you stick with it. So here's the email that came to us. Bubba, it looks like you're on it, I'm on it, Speedy's on it. Yep. No one wastes time sending it to Greg. It says, hey, guys, I wanted to let you know I was telling a friend of mine about how I had gotten a couple of weeks behind on the podcast archives. And those of you that may not know that, if you're new to the show, just had someone yesterday said, I'm listening now for the first time out of Ohio. So there are archives every day, and if you can't hear parts of the show live, or you can't get the show live at all, you can always go to our podcast channel, and you'll see audio archives there of the show every day. Said, I've been listening every chance I had and finally got caught up to this current week. Okay. Now listen to this. He responded back, I'm listening to the July 14th show as we speak. I said, July 14th of last year? He said, no, 2021.
Wow.
So if y'all could give Eric Weaver, the Colonel, a shout out, maybe he'll hear it 2 years from now.
Hey, Eric. And when it gets to, 2025, I hope you enjoy this shout out.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
what were we doing?
2 years behind.
In 2021. Where were we at? Like, what was happening on the last?
That was a rough year for me. I remember 2021. I struggled through 2021.
That was our last year at the old studio, right?
Boy, we were COVID.
And we'd gone through 2020. Everything had been canceled. Now you try to make everything up.
Yeah, we're trying to get back on track, and it kept coming back.
It kept coming back, knocking the legs out from under us again. All
variant
that.
Here, variant there.
Variant there, here, variant there, variant. Think about how many things we were being told then. Absolutely not true.
Right.
But can you imagine? Like, you remember the one before, Greg, was it you who they were listening and Bubba was just now having his procedure with the liver?
Me
and he's sitting there like, and Greg and Varvutis are like, well, buddy, do you want to know? I mean, and he's almost looking like, is everything?
I'm not going to tell you what we did.
Is he going to make it?
Yeah, well, what y'all did was wrong.
It was a joke.
Yeah, but Greg, not a good joke. That's kind of
we were like, touch and go.
Kind of a rough joke.
It was.
I have nothing to say. I would have done the same thing. I don't even know why I'm doing this.
Then it kept building.
I think I'm trying to come off looking better than I actually would have been in the moment. But 2 years.
I know.
And some of them, like, I understand going back and catching the show or a moment you missed, but the ones that are committed to, I won't go to current. I'm trying to catch it by binging, and I hope I can get there. But somehow they think they want to hear our life unfold. Mm-hmm. In chronological order, but it's already happened. And it didn't just happen like I missed yesterday's show. Right. It's 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he's still rolling. That's you archive people are interesting.
Yeah. But he also just started watching a new series, Breaking Bad.
Right. Also,
I've had several people tell me on a long trip they'll just binge listen.
Yeah.
Several, like 4 or 5 hours worth.
Wow, really?
Time, and I'm like, wow.
Yeah, and that, that's good for the road and all that. And I like the archives too because I'm not sure what happened on the show usually. I try to go back.
I can't remember the 6 o'clock hour to save my life.
866 We Be Big. How did you say this name? Bablo?
Pablo?
You got it a B.
Pablo. I don't know. I think it should be a P. I put a B. Should be Pablo.
Is it Pablo? Is it Pablo?
Oh, Pablo.
Is it Pablo?
It is Pablo with a P.
Yeah. I put a B.
Pablo. Speedy spelled your name with a B, so I apologize for that.
Yeah, it's all right.
It's all right, Pablo.
Sorry about that, Pablo. So Pablo, you wanted to share with us that you are a legal immigrant to the United States. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. First off, Good morning, and thank you for having me on the show. It's my first time calling, and it's a pleasure.
Our
be honest.
pleasure.
Thank you.
So when I was 22 years old, I had the chance to becoming a legal immigrant, and I came here to the States. Man, I didn't know the language, didn't know the culture, didn't know absolutely anything. And my stepdad, he's born and raised American. He showed me some tough love, and which I deeply appreciated. Now he was like, son, here we go. You got 90 days to get a job, save some money, learn the language, get a driver license, buy a vehicle, and get an apartment.
Goodness.
Wow, 90 days?
90 days.
And yes. And man, I felt that it was the biggest challenge that I ever went through my life.
Yeah.
I didn't know what to do. To be honest with you, I felt like just giving up, and I was like, man, screw it. I'm just going to go back down. I was born and raised in Costa Rica, which is in Central America.
Very familiar with it.
But anyways, man, the first thing that came to my mind was Mexican restaurant. I said, man, if I get a job in a Mexican restaurant, they're going to teach me a little bit of English. They're speaking Spanish. And I went out there, and I called the manager, and I said, man, I need a job. I will clean dishes. I will mop the floors, anything, but I really need a job. I mean, on desperation, you will do anything, you know. And the guy was kind enough to put me as a waiter, even knowing that I didn't know how to speak English. He put me with this. Yeah, I was like, what part you didn't understand, man? Like, I don't know how to speak. And he's like, don't worry about it. I'm going to put you with this girl, and she's going to teach you English, and it's going to teach you how to be a waiter. And I says, that sounds good. And, man, next thing you know, it's like the Billy Madison movie with Adam Sandler, you know. She's teaching me with the chalkboard and all that, and that's when I met my wife 11 years ago.
Wow, how about that?
Congratulations.
She was the lady teaching me how to speak English and how to do all that stuff. Eventually, I got comfortable, and I felt that it was time for me to raise the bar, and I moved into construction just to realize that I didn't know anything. It was back to zero because I'm coming from a metric system, and right here we have the standards.
Wow. Ooh, yeah, think about that.
And just kept going and keep endorsing, you know, keep doing my best, keep pushing forward. And 11 years back, I didn't know how to speak English, didn't know the language, didn't know anything. 5 years ago, I have the privilege to becoming a proud U.S. citizen. And the day that I was being sworn, the national anthem was playing, the flag was waving, and tears was coming down to my eyes because this is the greatest country of the world. And people don't realize that this is going down the drain, and once we go down that road, there ain't no turning back.
Wow.
I love Pablo. I love Pablo.
Pablo.
Let
me tell you something.
Pablo. I love you, Pablo.
Yep. That's a reminder that we all needed. Thank you for that very much. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
On the cover of the Rolling Stone.
George Clooney, Bubba, is hospitalized.
No, he crashed his motorcycle? Is that right?
Yeah. Crashed his motorcycle in Sardinia. Do y'all know where that is?
I don't really.
He lives in Italy or somewhere, doesn't he?
Does he? I don't know where this is. I'm not familiar with that. But he crashed his bike, and actually they've got a picture here with the story. He was taken to the emergency room of John Paul II Hospital in Sardinia, and he had an X-ray. His wife, who was 40, I don't know why they have to give her age there, rushed to his side.
It's a large Italian island, Rick.
Is it okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then they did let him out in the morning, and it says he and his wife left together in a chauffeur-driven car. I guess they thought him driving was enough. But this picture, think about if you're the car that he was in the accident with, has a smashed windscreen. Is that a windshield? Is that what we call a windshield? Yeah. This is one of these stories, you know, where it comes from another country. And can you imagine the story you have that George Clooney nearly crashed through your windshield? And some guy's talking, you know, probably talking about a time that like a big bird or something hit his windshield, and you're waiting,
an owl or something.
You're waiting on him to get finished. You done? Let me tell you what came through my windshield. How about George Clooney?
Yeah. And you know how when some things like that happen, it seems like it's happening in slow motion.
Yeah.
I wonder if they recognize, like, here he comes, and you see Clooney coming right at your window.
Yeah, they said he's on location, Rick, filming a new TV series, Catch 22.
Okay. Didn't know about that. Didn't I didn't know what was the current state of Clooney. I know he's usually very political, and we would agree with, I think, zero. But maybe said it did hurt his pelvis. Legs and arms. So and then but he was released. So undoubtedly it was nothing that was overly a big trouble.
Oh my gosh.
So there you go. There it is. I mean, we're looking at the pictures. I mean, that person in that automobile has quite a story. What happened?
How? It looks like just a 2-lane road. How did he end up? I know that's.
But you're right. So did this car
never fail?
Is it the car's fault? You think the car driver was looking down?
And Chris Tucker's one of them. That's
right. Yeah, right.
Oh boy, you just missed.
No, I caught the end of it. But so, do you think that we had a car that drifted?
I don't know. Somebody come across the road texting, not paying attention, something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, either or the other way. Clooney wasn't paying attention.
Right.
Could be.
The Bubba,
he's perfect, so I know when he's
may not be. Bubba, I know, is we always love to watch the zaniness that is California as they continue to try things that have never worked in the history of the world.
Yeah, but keep trying anyway.
Have you seen this?
Rick, they get an A for effort.
Yeah. Are you familiar with Stockton, California?
Yeah. I am.
You spend some time over in Stockton?
No, I know where it is. I've heard of it.
It is set to become the first city in the nation. Now, anytime you hear that, and we're talking about California,
a lot of cities,
you better strap it on too, because if it's coming out of California, it's going to be a nation's first. Get ready. It's an experiment of universal basic income. Now, this is the socialist dream here.
Mm-hmm.
Paying 100 residents $500 a month with no conditions.
Right.
They just get $500 from the. Now, the last time I checked, California's broke. Am I?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Am
Here's the question: who is paying for it?
Right. They're giving 100 residents cash for 18 months as part of a testing phase before deciding whether to roll it across all of Stockton.
Now, Rick, this is only 100 people.
Yeah.
And that's going to cost them $50,000 a month.
Right. Can somebody help me with the math again?
If you do a year, that's $600,000. $50,000 a month, $600,000 a year. That's just for 100 people. So where are they getting this money from?
I think there's a donor in there. Silicon Valley.
Economic Security Project contributed $1 million to the project. And there's others.
Well, to Bubba's point, though, so we got a donor, which you're glad to hear that, because it can't be from the government because it's broke.
Right.
And they said this is once called the foreclosure capital of the world, Stockton, California.
Mm-hmm.
So, but here's the problem, and this is always the problem. I don't care how much Silicon Valley money you have. Is there anybody that for the rest of the people of Stockton's days can keep sending them $500 a month? Anybody? I mean, till further notice. I mean, it has to at some point run out. I mean, we're only talking about 100 people. That's $50,000 a month.
Yeah, and there's a lot more than 100 people there.
But so if our plan was, hey, we got somebody else to give $500 to these 100 people, that's fine. So that's what people's private money. If you decide you want to pick out 100 residents and give them $500 a month, that's fine. That's wonderful. I'm glad taxpayers aren't having to do it. I'm glad the government's not doing it. But all you've done is taken the problem of the government trying to do it, and you just put the problem over on this guy or woman or whoever it was, this person. Can they continue to do that forever and ever? For everybody in Stockton?
No, Rick, there's 300,000 people in the city.
Well,
They said,
what are we testing?
It seems like we did this story. It's talking about in Finland. They were 2,000 unemployed working age people were given €560 per month. The program came to an abrupt end after the Finnish government decided not to extend the funding. It seems like we did a story on that. And basically,
you're right.
And here's the shocker: they were giving these people money, so they weren't doing anything. They just laid around and took the money. And they didn't do anything, and they said, well, this isn't going to work, so they had to cut it off.
Now,
we did that story. It's been a few months.
I know what they think this is, and this is where we always miscalculate how low human beings can go. We always minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. Thank you for being with us today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler here, Helmsy out. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day.
That's all we need. Surely you've got that to spare. Adler update. I actually was talking with someone yesterday. Y'all have sons that are around the same age now. And he asked me, he said, hey, look, how is Ezra James doing, the new member of the Adler family? And, you know, you've been, when they first come home, it takes a while for the dust to settle. So now you're kind of settled into, there's a new baby here. So tell us how Ezra's doing. What's the update?
Well, guys, little Ezra James is doing all the stuff that babies are supposed to do.
Yes.
But that's not much. It's a short list.
Right. They can't do a whole lot earlier. Look at that precious baby.
But he's doing great.
Look at that. Look at little fella.
Phenomenal.
Look at right there.
Last night was, and because he's only a month old.
Right.
Last night was the first night I had 2 kids by myself at at the house.
Oh, wow.
Erin's been home. She's been, she's been around.
Always near.
So it's been, a team thing.
Yeah,
I get one, you get the other.
Right.
So all right, let's switch.
Right.
Last night she had a cheer banquet to go to, so she got together with all her cheerleading girls, and that's awesome.
Yeah.
But that means I had to handle dinner.
Oh boy.
I had to handle bedtime. I had to handle everything last night, and boy, that's a different ball game.
And how did you do?
It went good. I made curry.
Good by our standards, or good by like mom's standards?
Good by man standards.
Right.
Yeah.
So it went
just what you could do.
I made curry chicken.
Oh.
And corn on the cob. And the corn.
Interesting combination.
The corn on the cob. It was just a yellow meal. There was nothing green.
Right.
It was yellow.
Interesting combination.
The curry chicken did not go. Yeah, I was scrapping.
Right.
I was scrapping together stuff.
Yeah. I think at one point the corn was probably asking, "What am I doing here?"
Yeah.
Right.
It made no sense. It was just a yellow. It was a
You knew
plate
how to
of
cook
yellow
those
food.
things. You knew how to cook those things.
And I had those things.
Right.
And I threw them together. But the curry chicken was not a hit with Ruby, but the corn on the cob was. And then also, since Helms wasn't here, I stole his grapes from this morning, and then Ruby had some grapes. But I did cut them up. Because, choking hazard, all that stuff.
That would be safe.
So it was a big time, guys. At one point, I am feeding a kid with a bottle and pushing a kid in a swing.
Not a way to go, super
at
dad.
the same time.
No way to go, super dad.
So I pretty much have superpowers. I think is what that
super
means.
dad.
You got your shoe off, using your foot.
Yes.
Absolutely.
You went a little far with the curry chicken. You could have had SpaghettiOs and been
I know.
fine.
Yes.
They're not going to tell on you.
And they probably would prefer SpaghettiOs.
Right. And did Ruby have more packs of fruit snacks than she's ever had in her entire life? She did.
Oh yeah,
she did.
But
Look who's
hey,
fired up.
I needed that time.
Yeah, you did.
Daddy does it different, but we get through
it's
it.
whatever.
Yes, Yes.
Yeah. You remember the first time that your kid, Ruby's old enough, of course Ezra's not, but they looked and they almost had that look on their face when they almost wanted to say, "Where's mom?"
Yeah.
And they see that you've been placed in charge, and they're like, "Where are you? What? Wait a minute. You're the only one we got?"
Hadn't seen mom in a while.
Right.
Yes.
Where is she?
Where's
Absolutely.
mom? And they'll ask where mom is.
Yeah.
In a second.
Yeah, like you're struggling. Where's
Absolutely.
Mom?
And then I always reassured them, she's coming back. Don't nobody think that y'all been stuck with me forever.
I can handle this. Why are you looking
We're
at me like
fine.
that?
Yeah. You want two of those little things?
Boy,
of fruit
Ruby's
snacks?
really
Of course
growing.
you can.
I know. She
Yeah.
is huge. She's hilarious too,
She's
guys.
tearing
My
up them-
goodness.
Them
she's
gummies.
funny.
She, you remember when she was remember when she was testing the echo in the hallway?
Oh, yeah.
Adler, I mean, where are you at Jungle Gym or what?
Isn't that cool?
You got
I
quite
got
a
a
setup
cool
there.
kid set up down there.
So
by the way.
we had a basement that's just, it's just a bare bones basement, but I got some jujitsu mats down there. I got my,
Look.
there's a slide for Ruby. I got my weights.
She's counting, isn't she?
She is. She's counting.
She's jumping.
She can count. She can count.
Yeah.
It's
I got
amazing.
a
She's a little
sidebar-
person.
Sidebar question here. Are we going to talk about the fact you work out in your underwear?
What?
That's
Why
so I
your
can
underwear?
check my own form, Speedy. I told you that in confidence.
You got to
Oh,
wear
I'm
underwear
sorry.
to check
What?
your own form.
Yeah, he kicks the bag in his underwear, I think.
What?
What do MMA fighters wear when they fight in the cage? They're wearing those
Y'all,
spats. Really
he's made
Shorts.
him a gym in the basement, and he sold this as for the kids.
Yeah, it's definitely for the
because they
kids.
can come down
You
with
notice
daddy.
the mirror on the wall?
Yeah.
How's your form?
They're not watching their form.
Do you like your form?
It's getting better. I'll tell you that right now.
Okay.
And you can really see when you're wearing it. Just-
So traumatizing.
So you go grippies or the boxer briefs?
They're boxer briefs, yes.
Okay, so I can't wear those
but they're
things.
pushed up.
They're not
Hey,
pushed
now.
up. They're pulled down. Not pulled down.
I've tried.
What
Look,
kind
They're
of
not
workout
pulled
are you
down
doing?
like
let me tell you, when
pulled
you're
down.
built like me, I've tried boxer briefs. They get pushed up, and I had nothing to do with it.
They're just coming up.
They found their way up.
Yeah. Sherry even commented on this. She goes, "What's going on with you?" I said, "I tried to wear boxer briefs." She goes, "Well, they're a little bunched up there." I said, "Yeah, they are. That's why I don't wear them." You know, I'm wearing 2 pair of pants. I can't. What about? I'm going to slide into second.
Yeah.
So
Were you getting a paddling that day?
Ride a bike.
You're right.
Oh my goodness gracious.
So
Pal?
will you enter Ezra James in the baby race? You know, you're telling me this baby race that North Carolina put on got pretty intense.
Yes, absolutely. It was during the
This is during the regular season because North Carolina didn't make the March
big
Madness
dance.
this year, did they?
they didn't make the dance. I don't know.
Yeah,
No, they did not.
They turned down going to NIT.
Yeah. Look,
yeah.
Yeah, there we go. So,
Okay.
Did they really? Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, this is, I guess, when they had games.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So here is but you said the moms, dads always get accused of being super competitive, but some of these moms right here.
I've seen moms at T-ball games that go nuts.
All right. So
Babies were wide-eyed,
courtesy of CNN.
and they're off. It was halftime at a University of North Carolina
he's out to a
basketball
blazing lead.
game. Lila instantly took
it's a
the
female,
lead,
okay.
continued
Bunch
towards
of them
someone
just-
else's mom instead of her dad.
That's speedy.
She's going to the wrong parent.
Lila was so stinking cute. I mean,
And that's coming from one of Lila's rivals. Lila made it just inches from the finish, but stopped dead. Please from the announcer.
Lila, please.
The contestant made his move
Look,
to
she's got her
pass
hand
Lila
up.
She's waving to
and
him.
plopped down.
Look, then
Oh,
one.
yeah, now.
Finally turned the wrong way.
Look, he's heading
Back the other
No
way.
wonder some considered this the
That's
most
hilarious.
intense baby race ever.
It was intense.
And then Lila did the unthinkable.
She goes there. Look at this on the
Just
far
as
right.
she reversed course,
Uh-oh, we
a
got
dark
anybody?
horse
A
entered
dark
the
horse.
fray. Is she a fast crawler?
well, funny enough is she only started crawling maybe a week and a half before that baby race.
9-month-old Brexley Dennick's strategy was to start slow. So slow, her dad had to throw his watch down her throat and hope she'd follow. It worked.
Go get the watch.
Once Brexley got
There
going,
she goes.
She just doesn't give up, which is great, and I hope she can keep doing that for the rest of her life.
to lure her over the finish,
Look, little man's
Brexley's
done.
mom did what most of the other parents tried, waving the phone.
Listen to the crowd go nuts.
Crawling earned the winner a $529 check for her future education
Well,
fund. But this was itself an education on how we're all doomed to end up on our knees looking for our phones the rest of our lives.
That's funny.
That's true.
Pretty good line from CNN there.
I love that lady, by the way. What next? You wouldn't
That was funny.
believe it.
She's trying to be the female version of that guy that we always talk about.
right.
Whatever would happen.
Goes over the top.
Hey, and you've got
Whatever that guy is.
Oh,
You won't believe.
So it looks like it's
just
an
thought
open.
you knew.
It's an open and shut case. Everyone thought. But what happened next?
You're not
No
gonna
one saw
believe.
coming.
I know.
Every time.
Oh, wrinkled up guy.
Rick say he had no idea we was here.
He had no idea he was here.
But yeah, in the basement, I do have a pretty much an American Ninja Warrior setup. Ruby's going to be the next American Ninja Warrior.
Oh,
look,
wow,
look,
that's
look.
pretty
Oh,
good.
down goes
Oh,
down.
no. Oh, no.
But it
What
is
we
set
got?
up for kids, Bubba. See, it's for kids
It's
too.
for kids,
It's not
Bubba.
just for me.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there you go.
Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep. Think on these top programs that it's not a lot of money, but it's enough to keep people eating, and then they'll be inspired to go get the rest of the money and eventually replace this money. but that doesn't happen. What we always miscalculate, like in Finland, is that there's some people that go $500 a month for doing nothing. I think I can make that work.
And don't forget, these were working age people. They're able-bodied.
Yes. Right.
So they said, I just won't do anything. Not that that's that much money, but I guess if you don't want to do anything, you can make it work.
If you extend this to the whole population, the numbers are astronomical.
They're staggering, Bubba.
I bet. You come up to, for 300,000 people, if you do 500 a week or 500 a month, that comes to $150 million a month. And if you do that over a year, that's 1.8 with 9 zeros behind it.
Yeah.
How do you fund that? How do you sustain
what are we
that?
testing? I mean,
we can't even figure out universal health care. Why we figure we're going to pay everybody? It doesn't even make sense.
.21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Thank you for being with us today. Much to do as we finish up this hour.
Great friends, Rick and Bubba.
So, we've been talking about, Sean. We've lost contact with Sean a little bit. There was a time.
Hey, Rick, thanks.
Well,
I think you did that.
Well, I know that's. I certainly will take responsibility for some of that, but
I thought at one point we had a pretty healthy professional relationship with Sean.
Yep.
And then you asked me for his phone number, and then shortly after that he changed it.
Well,
I'm just saying that's the trail of events that caused that, because you started texting him about beating him up.
Well, I was just kidding with him. He would be during the show, and he would be talking about how tough he is, and I would just kind of text, I could take you, no issue. And he would laugh and whatever.
That
got old, too.
Yeah. Well,
should have just held it, Greg.
Yeah.
Should have held it.
Yeah,
Well,
should have kept that one on the
well, when his staff took over, you remember when all the cancel was going on, and he stopped doing his own social media, and I've heard him talk about on the show that he can't do anything. Well, he changed his phone number in there too, and sometimes we think we're friends with people more than we are, because usually you're friends if your phone number changes and you want them to have it, you'll send them the new phone number. Or the new email, and
when that doesn't happen,
and when that doesn't happen, you have to read something into that. So I don't deny that.
I know,
but everybody is now sending me this that Hannity is talking, and today is St. Patrick's Day, and Conor McGregor, and so I don't know why Hannity is talking to Conor McGregor.
Is he going to try to fight him?
He's talking to Conor McGregor. And so he begins to talk to Conor McGregor about all the martial arts training and stuff that he does, and everybody has sent me this now because I keep bringing up that Sean's constant. So he's got him
referred to as martial arts.
McGregor is on the Hannity, and here we go.
I train 4 or 5 days a week, an hour and a half a day. Nice. I've been doing it for 11 years. We bow in, we go like this. We bow with partners. We respect the arts. I do an eclectic blend of martial arts, Krav Maga, Kempo, Japanese Jiu-Jitsu, and situational street fighting, sticks, blades, firearms. I do, but so you're not I'm an old man.
You're not to be messed with anywhere. And all McGregor's thinking is this guy really telling me how he trains?
Yeah, he could have just said, I do a little martial arts. He could have left it at that. I do this, I do that, guns, knives.
You think you can take me, Sean Hannity? And so
I think that.
So you think you can take me on there, Hannity?
That's the only reason I wanted to call Flanagan's, is just so you can talk like that.
Talk to Flanagan's.
Adler's wanting you, Rick.
What do you want in there, Adler? I know I mentioned martial arts. I'm sorry, I should have done that.
Yeah, by the way, Japanese jiu-jitsu. Okay, Hannity, you not Brazilian jiu-jitsu.
Right.
Japanese Brazilian.
What's the difference?
It's just say jiu-jitsu. You just that's a little much.
Is it? But why was one called Brazilian and one called Japanese?
Well, the origins, where it
is there a difference in them?
Where it was grown. Yeah, it actually did start in Japan, and then the Brazilians took it.
Thanks, Rick.
The Brazilians took it to another level, if my understanding
The
is
Gracie
correct.
family took over.
Which one do you find to be superior?
Well, evidently Japanese jiu-jitsu is superior, according to Sean Hannity. McGregor was actually on there giving a $1 million check to a 9/11 Foundation tunnel to towers.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
Are you guys familiar with that? I had never heard of it, but it's pretty amazing.
That's the one Rush was involved with heavily.
I don't want to play this clip because.
Then why are you playing it?
Well, not the audio.
Okay.
Because Connor at one point says you're talking to the guy whose brother passed away at 9/11. He's a blanking hero. Oh, excuse me. He's a hero. So that was pretty funny. But then Connor dropped a $1 million check on the guy. So it's pretty cool.
That's good.
Yeah. Pretty neat.
Yeah.
That's like check Speedy gave out.
It is.
Where'd it go?
And then Hannity,
it's a little bit bigger than our charity charge check.
Just a little.
Right. Hannity dropped another $100,000 on top of it. So it's pretty cool.
And then got up and broke a board.
Yeah, with his face. Take that.
Here's $100,000, and I will now be eating a jar of nails. But anyway,
Rick, did you text him too much?
No, I don't think I did.
He got tired. But Rick, you can tell by the way he talks about his arts that he don't want you making fun of him.
Right, and I was just kidding.
Takes it real serious.
He's serious.
I got a very uncomfortable.
And you know Rick will needle.
What?
Oh,
What am I one to need?
Cost us a contact.
Sticks, blades,
Burgess.
guns,
Knives.
Right, yeah.
We
right.
get it, Sean. Okay,
Yeah,
you train.
Right, we got it.
Hey, look, we're trying to break boards over there.
Yeah, that's right.
Mike
Friday's
over there.
The board breaking happens after the show.
Right. Good night. She really tried to break the chair arm. Look,
she really did.
She's like, I think I can do it. I don't understand how that didn't hurt though.
What?
You know, have you ever seen people breaking all kinds of stuff?
I'd like to see you do it.
Blocks and everything.
Yeah, the block thing.
Yeah, the power team back in the day. Power team. That was awesome.
I've seen Adler blow up a hot water bottle one time.
Oh, yeah. You know, I was wondering, what do they tear now that we don't have phone books?
I know.
Great question.
That was a big part of the show.
And you can't hardly find a newspaper.
Somebody said they now tear in half the tax code.
They better get up early on that one.
I'm telling you.
Start tearing before sunup.
What a nightmare.
They break an iPad on their face, I think.
You know, I was. Do you think that it got bigger, or there used to be at one time, the running joke about the NCAA rule book, but with all the things that are happening now, do you think the rule book's smaller now?
Yeah,
I mean, it seems to be.
Rick, it's not as tough. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, that about paying players is out.
I think a lot of the board breaking and people who do it can comment on. There's a lot of technique to it.
Sure,
of course.
There's not. I mean, there's some skill. To
you
that.
put all your power in like 2 inches.
Right.
I think when it just comes to raw power, the breaking of the baseball bat is still.
Oh, that's
a big. That's a big.
I didn't really like
because I've
blowing up
seen
the
a
water
number
bottle.
of people who tried to do it and it failed, and it looks like it's really miserable.
Yeah, you don't want to try that.
Blowing up the water bottle, really, I mean, I get that, but what's that got to do with muscles? I mean, you just can breathe good, I guess.
Yeah,
you can breathe good.
Well, I'm just saying I'm up there breaking stuff, now I'm going to blow up a hot water bottle.
I'll tell you what we'll do sometimes, and you got to really be careful. And for some reason, even Sherry thinks it's funny, I thought she would find it annoying. But one time she wasn't ready, and I went over and form tackled a rotten tree and knocked it down.
Oh, we used to do that. Remember that?
Showed her that I could throw right through it and knock it down.
Yeah.
And I stand there like saying, "Don't you feel safe now?" And so now she'll see a tree. She goes, "You think you knock that one down?"
You better be careful.
You better be
On top
careful.
of that.
I know.
It's a widowmaker.
What's the most impressive hidden talent y'all have that we don't know about?
Most impressive hidden talent?
Yeah, like you got some little
that
talent
you don't know about.
Well, no, that we don't know about that you can do.
Right.
Like I didn't know.
Most
Greg,
of them I've told you we've all shared. But
from the year, to being together, I would think I would know everything.
Because I told you I have that hidden talent that I'm not affected by time zones.
Yeah, it's really not. It's really not a useful talent, but I can pretty much sleep anywhere, anytime.
Okay, right.
Any surface.
Yeah, I could lay this floor and go to sleep right now.
Rick makes batteries die anytime you wear.
I don't know what that is about. Yeah.
I have an excellent sense of smell.
Do you really?
That's a good one, buddy.
Do you really? I didn't know that.
That'd be kind of miserable.
Yeah, it's good.
Thank goodness you have glass between you and Greg.
Around a lot of people, that'd be tough.
I can smell it through the glass sometimes with Greg. I'm not messing around.
No, you can't. Through glass?
Yes.
Don't listen to him.
Come on.
Molecularly, I think that's impossible.
I think
I've been around you some. You can't smell that good.
No, I bother myself.
And we know what Greg's is. He's talked about it openly.
I can read mine.
Yeah.
Well, Greg's a truth detector.
Yeah, that's what it
got
is.
a BS meter off the chart.
Right again.
Yep.
Phone calls are coming up next. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll take your phone calls now. Any topic you want to talk about, you can refer to things we've mentioned. You can bring up your own topic. You're programming the show when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'll take you there.
There it is. The Staples sisters that went on to just become the Staples. Oh, Mavis Staples there on lead vocals. She can bring it. You ever heard them sing with Daddy Staples?
No,
Oh,
I have not.
Oh, Daddy can get out there and pick it a little bit. It was funny, Greg. Where that came from, I didn't realize that. Did you know that on the last waltz we had people calling? It was the Staples that sang the weight with the band.
Oh, really?
And Daddy Staples got a verse.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. So anyway,
Daddy Stape.
yeah, we got Frank Caliendo. By the way, that song was recorded in Muscle Shoals.
Was it really?
It sure was. It's a
I
shame.
love the documentary about Muscle Shoals.
Yeah,
We thought we even
that's
had,
a good one.
Yeah.
Of course, you know he's died. Rick Hall.
Yeah, he
He's
did.
died since. Remember, we had him on the show here.
So, and the show has died there because we're not on right now, and I get emails about that every single day.
Us and Rick Hall.
Yeah, every single day. But,
it's a great documentary.
We're still trying to work that out. But it was this sound. They said this song is the one that started drawing everybody to Muscle shows. So when they heard this recording,
listen,
of course.
Claim they would recorded there more, but they were banned from the U.S. for a few years. Or they...
I would love to come back and we were banned, so I couldn't come back. But
they're banned a lot of places.
Yes, they are, and still going. By the way, 50 years of the Rolling Stones. 5-0.
That's amazing. How old is Mick now? About 86.
He's 70.
And I will say this,
in pretty good shape too.
As far as the show, and I mean, yeah, they're not great live, but it's something about it you love. But him putting on a show and moving, he looks just like he did in the 60s.
It is weird.
Now, he's wrinkled up.
Right.
But I'm talking about up there. You think a man his age wouldn't be able to run around.
Oh, he's still like a little banty hen up there, isn't he?
Well, what's
those famous moves?
What's interesting, it's kind of like you always have these exceptions to all sorts that drive people crazy. I can remember, and we tell this story a lot, when we had a radio consultant screaming at us, your show should not work. It should not have an audience. It defies. You do everything the way you should not do it, and you're successful, but you shouldn't be, and it drives me crazy. Okay, you remember that?
It was a proud moment.
Well, don't you think every doctor can say the same thing to Keith Richards?
Oh, yeah.
Do you think Keith Richards didn't frustrate everybody's health regimen? Keith Richards had to have
smoking.
How about he had to have his blood completely removed and
start over.
They had to, like when you would fill the tank up on your automobile, fill him up with new blood.
Yeah.
New blood. He's done everything you should not do, that you should die young, and he not only is alive, he's thriving. I mean, he's in concert somewhere this week.
I think he needs to be studied, Rick. I really think the Surgeon General and the Mayo Clinic, they need to go in and put him in a tube and check him out and study him completely.
If you ever want to have just that, now him with just being alive, but you take like Ron Wood and Jagger, they got kids under 5 years old.
I know.
Wood's got like twins that are like 3 years old, and Mick has had a new one last year.
That's unbelievable.
What in the world is going on?
They defy all logic. Here's the thing you have to consider, and I know that your wife has said some other people may have done the same thing. Sometimes you wonder, they did write a song that was called Sympathy for the Devil.
Did they sign a contract?
Meaning, that almost like we got to try to understand him a little bit. And
there are, and what Rick is referring to, there are some people in the public domain that my wife has declared clearly they've made a deal with the devil.
Yeah. I mean, you just wonder.
Went down the crossroads.
Yeah, but you do wonder because.
And their day is coming, but for right now, they appear to be flourishing.
Listen, I will say, because he always comes and asks for the invoice to finally be paid.
He's in no rush.
Right. But what I'm wondering is, can we all agree? Because I mean, they did what the Beatles couldn't do.
Yeah.
Stay together, stay alive.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Listen, what the Rolling Stones have done, you could definitely make a case is supernatural.
Rick, I think so.
Yeah. I mean,
Rick, miraculous.
Rick, they still play stadiums.
I know.
Where are they playing this weekend? They look it up.
Not long ago they played Havana. When we opened Cuba back up.
Yeah. So we've been there. Let's go.
Brought the house down.
I mean,
you know why? There was a few ladies Mick hadn't met yet.
That was all they were. There was only a few in the whole planet.
Yeah, there's not many.
We'll be back. 17 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, here we go. Phone trolling. Lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. And there is a line available for you right now. So here we go. Comments, questions, bringing information to the table. No meaningless shout-outs. No shameless plugs. No baby predictions. Nothing like that in a phone troll. This is designed. Here we go. It's almost like you can just feel that meter running. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. And you're coming in. You're getting to your point. You're not rambling around. And you get right to the, hey, here's my comment. Here's my question. What do y'all think about this? Here's what I was thinking. I'd like to hear a comment about that. That's what this is designed for. Really, we're asking you, the audience, to learn. It's a lost ability in our society, and that is the ability to cull yourself. So you're asking difficult questions. Like if I were listening to the show right now, I was watching it on YouTube, and I heard my call. Would I be informed? Would I be entertained? Or would I have to be honest and say, I think I might find myself annoyed, and you back yourself out and bring people in? It's quality control. We at one time could do that even on our own. So we're trying to learn that and change society for the better.
Good luck.
866-WE-BE-BIG line is available for you now. Field of Greens, love this product. How many times have you been told by your doctor, or you've been reading on some nutrition deal, a dietitian says, well, we recommend this amount of fruits and vegetables, and you're thinking to yourself, I just don't do that. That's hard to do. Then you got some junk science that comes with some of those supplements that use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables. Few health benefits there, but nothing like Field of Greens. It's different. And that's why we take it and love it. It's made from whole organic fruit and vegetables that are designed for your body, because the body says, this is what I want to run on. And if you'll give me these nutritional fruits and vegetables, I'll run at my top efficiency. So, and I can definitely tell the difference now that I've been on it. And you can get yours now by going to fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba. You'll get 15% off. Fieldofgreens.com/Bubba, or you can also find it at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. I've also been surprised how many of you have to be told to use a blender. My assumption was that maybe you didn't have a blender. I have been surprised. Some people say, well, I've tried to shake it up and I've tried to do this and I can't get it out. And I just go, do you ever put it in a blender? And then they'll come back and go, that's a great idea. So the blender will do it. If you have a blender. Now, their little shake thing is pretty good, but the blender
it out for me.
But the blender is fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so try that. Let's go to Devin out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Devin, you got 30 seconds, buddy. Go ahead.
Sorry, y'all.
Go ahead.
Yellow.
Yeah, so it is a little weird that the guy follows you in the bathroom to talk about Hebrews 13.
Yep. No doubt.
But I think you're being a little baby.
I disagree. You may not have the quirk that I have. When someone has their pants down sitting on the toilet, that's not the time to carry on a conversation with them. And if you don't find that odd,
you're right, but
I think you may be odd. It's always that thing. It's like the first time that, my wife let me know that sometimes, why do I think someone breaking wind is funny? And then I shifted and I said, no, here's a bigger question. Why don't you think it's funny? So anyone who doesn't think it's weird and odd for someone to be talking to you about Hebrews 13 through the bathroom door while you're sitting on the toilet, if you don't find that uncomfortable, I think you're the one that's weird. I think my reaction is actually quite normal.
In a public bathroom.
Right, yeah, in a public bathroom.
You froze and didn't know what to do. That's good. Well,
I panicked.
Yeah.
How many flushes would it have taken for you to go, I shouldn't be doing this?
I wouldn't have.
Maybe 13.
The latch on the door would have
Maybe one
for
for
me.
each chapter.
I can answer this question for you. For this particular person, 3 is not enough. Let's go to Joe in Auburn. Joe, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
All right, I got 3 things really quick.
Mm-hmm.
One, I saw Glenn Beck on his thumbnail on YouTube. He's starting to tuck his shirt in. I like that look. I like a little bit, hanging out there above the belt. Bubba, Rick, what do you think about tucking in your white shirts? Number 2, I noticed that when I was walking out of Circle K earlier, some women just don't need to be wearing tight yoga pants. Number 3,
didn't get to 3.
Quite a list there.
Well, I will tell you this, even though I've dropped a few lbs, I have been a person of weight for so long, and really all I've accomplished right now is less fat. There's a certain trigger for some of us when it comes, first of all, large people shouldn't wear white in general. It's not a good color for us, okay? Wearing a white T-shirt and tucking it in is almost a nightmare scenario for us. We can't even remotely let our minds go there.
I'm glad the tuck in has kind of gone away, and I'm never going back.
Yeah, I tuck in more now than I have, but I'm still very uncomfortable with it.
I do find it kind of strange, and I notice a lot of the ladies do this. They'll have their shirt untucked, but they tuck it in right in the front.
That
Have
is
you
odd.
noticed
I've
that?
noticed that too.
It's kind of like they were getting dressed and they got their hand stuck and
Yeah.
forgot it was in there or
Right.
something. You know?
Yeah.
I don't know
Y'all
why
are fine.
we're
You're
doing
fine.
that.
Yeah.
You're fine.
Yeah.
All the
Yeah.
ladies,
Yeah.
every
Right.
one of them does that right now.
Now, I will say this. I think some women do that now, I don't know why they just don't leave it out in the front.
Right.
But I know what they're doing with the back. They're trying to go to the grocery store and men not be challenged. I'm going to take Bootylicious and cover it up so it's not. I'm not walking through there.
No, I
in
mean,
my-
a lot of times
Yeah,
they'll be
yeah.
out and they only tuck it in the front. It's out everywhere.
Oh, I'm
else.
sorry. I thought
Yeah.
you meant it was out in the back.
No.
Well, now y'all really don't understand that.
No, it's
No, it is
hanging
out.
everywhere, but tucked in right in the front.
Just in the front, yeah.
Yeah, that's and I was like, it's what?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
called
It's called a
tuck,
French tuck.
In case y'all want
I
to know.
got
It's
you.
okay.
All right,
My
it's
wife
fine.
even does that.
Yeah,
So,
Yeah.
it's all
I have
right.
never seen that.
I just didn't
Yeah,
understand why that was the only place that got tucked.
Yeah. She
I'm
wants to cover up the back, and
Well, he's saying no, that they leave the back tucked in. It's the front that's not.
no,
tucked in.
he's saying it the other way. No,
The
he's
front's
saying,
tucked in and the back's not.
yeah, just
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah,
There it
it's
is.
almost like I'm going to
Okay.
wear my shirt out, but I want you to see my sharp belt buckle I got.
You're right.
You know?
Yeah, I got you. Okay. All right. We continue. But again, tucking in for people of weight is always an unpleasant thought.
Yeah, it's
a-
just not a good presentation.
Let's go to
The frock looks much better.
let's go to John in Georgia. John, go ahead.
How you doing today, guys?
Y'all
I'm good,
quit
man.
worrying. Y'all are all fine. Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask, what's y'all's favorite bit out of all the stuff y'all done over the years? And Rick, I'm going to tell you, my favorite is the one that you did Sundays at the Burgess house.
Yes.
Because I've used the same line you told Big Love about making God sad about not going to church.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. It works.
Yeah, good. Yeah, and I thought a brilliant move to teach the one that wanted to dress as a superhero. Why don't you dress like Clark Kent?
Right. That was good.
Didn't know he'd put the Superman suit under his Sunday clothes.
But that's all right.
But it
That's
worked.
all right.
It's fine. If I was a listener of the show, it's interesting because there's bits that I enjoy doing as part of the show. I have fun talking about those things. Then there's the ones if I was a listener listening, and they're not always on the same list.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of weird when it comes to the show because I probably like the show kind of the way I am about music. A lot of times I'll like a song that's not that popular versus a song that everybody likes.
Right.
Because I'll find something in there that really appeals to me. And some of our things that are more subtle and not as in your face slay me.
Mm-hmm.
We're like, if you listen, you get the joke. But if you weren't really listening real good, you miss that
There's
little
a
one
throw
line.
by in there.
Yeah, I like that kind of stuff.
Is he saying reoccurring bits or just best of
Best.
moments?
He said, "What? Like if you were a listener, what would be your favorite moment the show
Well,
has
see,
ever produced?"
that's like
hard.
saying what
That's tough.
bite of a pizza is
That's
your
tough.
favorite bite.
That's tough.
The whole pizza's pretty good.
And it's a big old body of work.
Yeah.
And I probably would say something, then be wrong, and on my drive home today, I'll go, I didn't even think about that one.
Right.
Let's continue. Let's go to Kevin. Kevin, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, how many bits y'all going to have to do Monday morning in the kickoff hour about UAB football or UAB tennis that Helms ain't been here all week?
Yeah,
You say you're gonna catch up?
Yeah, it'll be a best of show next week, so probably none. yeah.
Oh, hey, thank God we're all blessed.
Is that the same guy that mentioned that earlier?
I have no idea.
866 we be big. Let's go to Sam in Alabama. Sam, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, I just wanted to speak to the wearing the shirt half tucked in.
Yeah.
It gives us a little bit of shade of just looking like a lampshade with our shirt hanging over our bra.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying because she said it's to take away that lampshade look sometimes because I've noticed that like now I'm in this weird place. A lot of my clothing is way too big for me now, but then I'm not quite confident.
Don't brag, Rick.
I'm not quite that confident enough to go to a smaller size yet.
Yeah.
So there's a couple shirts. I only have about 2 shirts that are not double X or bigger. And there are some of them because they're different cuts. Not even 2 double X's are the same. Right. And sometimes I know what they mean. You'll look and you'll realize a shirt's way too big. You're like Tom Hanks in Big, like you got your daddy shirt on and you're a little boy, and it's hanging on you and it's too loose. And then as you move, sometimes it makes you look even bigger because air will get under it, and it's kind of hanging around you, almost like you've got a. This one today is too big for me. And I've noticed that this morning I almost went, that's too big, but then I'm like, who cares? I'm going to be sitting here. You're only going to see it from here up anyway.
You know, I got to say, I'm trying the French tuck thing, and I think the ladies may be onto something. Check it out.
Okay. Oh, my goodness. Here comes Adler with the French tuck.
Oh, here we go.
Hey, buddy. Yeah, there you go. Looking good.
Okay.
Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not.
Front, party in the back, gentlemen.
Business up front. It's a shirt mullet.
It really is.
It's a shirt
That's
mullet.
what it is.
It is. All right, we'll come back. More of your phone calls coming in. And we'll finish with phone calls and anything we may have missed. Because for a lot of you, this is the last segment we're going to get to spend together live for a week or so. So, all right, we'll take your phone calls when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In that group,
I mean, so
gotta be.
So anyway, it's an amazing thing. Speaking of folks that are aging gracefully, George Clooney. We had that yesterday. The story about his motorcycle crash on an island in Spain.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
You know, Rick, we did the story, and it's a story again today because they have found security video footage of the actual wreck. Now, he was riding along on this Italian island when the crash occurred. He ran into a 65-year-old man driving a Mercedes. Not really sure whose fault it was, but look how high in the air he goes, Rick.
Yeah, the timestamp is on it, so you kind of miss, but you can see his body flying up in the air here. But you've got this car that turns into the lane right there, and
wow.
It hits him coming in.
They're saying 20 foot in the air.
That's his body just landed over there?
Yeah. In front of that truck.
Really wish that timestamp wouldn't.
I know. I hate that. So right now you've got a car coming at him on the other lane, and he turns left across traffic.
Look at the time he was in the air, Rick, from when it hit to you see his body laying in front of that.
It looks like
the parked truck.
It looks like
whatever.
it's the car's
Boom.
fault.
Yeah,
Boom.
most definitely. I think the car came into his lane. It looks like
the car clearly turns over in his lane.
Yeah.
It's like the guy's not even paying attention to what he's doing.
Right.
So
well, it looks like to me,
and I don't know how he didn't see him either. The other bike got through. It looks like,
and you know, I think that's why that car stopped, because as it was turning, the other bike gets through, so it stops because it almost turned into that one, and when it stopped, it was right there.
No, you're right. This is, I think, what we're seeing here, and I understand the guy's a little older, and I don't want to just hang it on that, because I found myself driving, and people have been saying this a long time, and I try to tell my younger drivers this. You just don't see motorcycles like you do cars.
Even with a light on and all that.
You just don't. It's not the same thing when a motorcycle's coming at you. Now, there's no excuse for what I'm seeing right here. I mean, he should have seen those, and I don't know if he was distracted or he just didn't see them. But I'm gonna tell you what, when pulling out in front of a motorcycle,
it's tough.
Is a much easier occurrence than pulling out in front of a car. You just don't see them the way you do cars.
Now, Clooney is 57 years old. He was riding to the set of his new TV show, Catch 22. They said he is recuperating at home and will be fine, but a very scary moment.
So this guy is going to be the one that his buddies go, hey, remember that time you ran over George Clooney?
No, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Because it's your fault.
No, it's not near as big a celebrity. It's like we reminisce when we got into a fisticuff with Diamond Dallas Page. But,
DDP.
I mean, there's something that makes a story funnier if it's somebody that's kind of a celebrity or an entertainer.
Definitely.
It does make the story funnier. It does. And now I'm glad everybody's okay, but it's one thing you shouldn't pull in front of any motorcycle, but to pull in front of a motorcycle with George Clooney on it. Yeah. So even me saying it, do you hear how much pop the story's got? I mean, it's got a little bit little feel to it.
How about it? Yeah. And Clooney's he's on up to speed, man. He's mean, he's not stopping or nothing. He's just in his lane cruising.
Does he have a helmet on?
I think so. Not sure.
I hope so.
I would think he has to, because I mean the way he hit that car.
He went really.
Rick,
if you
the
watch, his
pictures-
body comes above
Yeah.
the timestamp.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
see it just briefly get above it.
No, they say 20 foot in the air.
Oh, wow. See him
Yeah,
right there?
see?
You see his- his-
Look at the delay before he hits the ground. The still pictures that are closer on the side of the motorcycle and the car, boy, you think he's lucky to be alive.
Yeah.
And you know that guy jumped out of the car and he's run over and he goes, "Oh God, I think he's going to be okay." Oh, and by the way, I think it's George Clooney.
All right, I'll tell you exactly how it goes. All right, y'all ready to meet for lunch? Here it is. All right, let's picture right now, y'all over at the house next Tuesday. All right, I'm grilling out, and y'all got your trunks on. Some people say, I'm going to go down here and tell you, and I say, hey, guys, you ain't going to believe this, man. Really scary moment the other day. I actually, accidentally, I didn't mean to, I turned in front of a motorcycle, and my car's actually getting the windshield fixed. I turned in front of a motorcycle, and the guy bounced off my windshield. All right, you like that story? It's scary. Now let me give you this one. Guys, you ain't going to believe it. Seriously, stop whatever you're doing right now. Pulled in front of a motorcycle, wish it hadn't happened. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know how I didn't see him. And you're not going to believe who bounced off my windshield. George Clooney. Right?
And one more detail. The guy hit was actually George Clooney.
By the way, bad to hit somebody. How about this, guys? I walked over. Guess who it was? George. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. We'll get some more phone calls if you want to get in here. Greg's got them at 866 We Be Big. Golden ticket seats today. And the golden ticket seats today. Let's say hello to Clay Ison. Clay, welcome to the show today, buddy. Mallory Barber is here. Mary Austin Barber's here. Carolyn Womack is here. Rhonda Perry and Paul Wilson. All here in the golden ticket seats today. Like I said, they cover Kansas City, Oklahoma, Starkville, Mississippi, Tuscumbia, Alabama. They're all here. Bubba, give me a number between 1 and 6.
What about lucky number 4?
Number 4, congratulations to Paul Wilson. Paul picks up a $50 American Express gift card, and he gets that from Dr. Dudney, who has been our dentist for many, many years. And it looks like that Paul is able to take everyone out for lunch today. So
congratulations.
Lunch is on
Lunch is
on Dudney, which is also on Paul. Things you need to know, since for a lot of you, this will be the last time we talk to you live for a week, as Bubba and I will be on vacation next week. Catch those best of shows. A brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. David Pilatus, Missing 411, the UFO Connection. Catch that this weekend. All right, so
Rick, let me give you these numbers on this movie quick before we get away with that. We had talked about and promoted on the show the Jesus Revolution.
Still haven't seen it. Probably we'll see it this week.
And the experts had predicted about 6 to 7 million in gross sales in the United States. Currently, as of last weekend, 40 million, almost 41 million.
That's big.
It is Lionsgate's biggest movie since 2019.
What was 2019? I can only imagine.
Probably so.
Well, that was before. Maybe that was before the Irwin brothers were with Lionsgate. So maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know what it was, but the fact that it's at 40 is kind of amazing. And what's funny though, the article I'm reading about it is saying that Kelsey Grammer's faith-based comedy drama, Jesus Revolution, has become Lionsgate Studios' highest-grossing film since 2019.
Oh, so they're saying Lionsgate. Anything they've done, not just faith-based movies.
Yes.
Okay,
that's what it says.
That's big. So yeah, it's done really well. I've heard almost 100% good reviews on it, but I have not been able to see it just from schedule. But I figure with a week off, I'll ease over and give it a look this week because I'm staycation, so I should be able to hopefully get to do that. I know there'll be a lot to get done, but I hope to do that. All right, to the phones we go, 866 We Be Big. Let's start with Todd in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Todd, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I hope you're doing well.
Thank you.
The French tug, now I didn't know what it was called, but it's not just for women. I was doing that back in 1988. But now I am a man of weight.
Yeah.
And no, it doesn't work for a man of weight.
No, if you're a big guy, you'd almost do it opposite. You'd tuck in the back and let the front hang out.
Really, honestly, yes. You're exactly right. Yeah, yeah. To the phones we go, but he said this has been around since the 80s. Are y'all throwing back to the 80s? Is that what's going on? I mean, everything comes back around. Let's go to Danny in Alabama. Danny, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, I just wanted to let you know that we kicked off our Man Church Pursuit Study last night.
Good.
And it was a great showing, and it went off without a hitch. And I'd like to thank you for shooting that promo video, hooking me up with that.
Sure.
I think that did a lot of stuff. It was actually personalized, which that was great too. So, but the men seemed to be connected. They got into it, and a lot of discussion talk, and so it just went off great. And I'd just like to thank you guys for helping me out with that.
Oh, good, Danny. Thank you for taking the lead on it, and you're kind of confirming what we hope. It's designed for men to get in small groups and be able to facilitate it with no problem. And like we all kind of prefer, it's designed for kind of the way we were made. Let's get right to it. So, Danny, thank you for your obedience on that, and we're happy to help you implement it as best we can, and that's going on all over the country. So we love that feedback. That's great. Alan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yes, I was wanting to know where I can watch the Mission 411 at. And another thing, for Bubba's Farm, the Eagle's Nest would be a good name.
Yeah, not overly original, but you're right. You can watch it on Amazon. Amazon, it's there. That was the one that David seemed to point everybody to that seems to be the most simplistic. So Amazon has it for sure.
Now, look, don't watch it at night if you're home alone.
No.
It'll bother you.
No.
Okay. You need a buddy with that one.
Let's go to Frank in Pell City. Listen to us on ZZK. Frank, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I was just listening to the speech with Kamala Harris was given to the losing basketball team this morning, and just the only thing missing at the end was her saying, "And now, guys, even though we lost, we get to go get on the big yellow bus." Don't everybody love a big yellow bus?
You're right. She's obsessed with school buses. You are right. Let's go to Chris in Alabama. Chris, go ahead. Chris.
Hello?
Yeah, Chris, go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, this is for Bubba.
Yeah. When we answer, everybody on the show's listening.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Chris. Go.
Yeah. I've got a name for his farm that'll make him and Miss Betty both happy.
Mm-hmm.
You can call it the Triple B Farms, where Bubba, Betty, Bus.
There you go. You've had a few triple B's come in, haven't you?
Yes, we have. We've got that one.
That was it. Still stuck on Beaver Bite, so.
Yeah. I still think that one's going to be a mistake. Josh in Georgia. Josh, go ahead. Josh.
Hey guys, this is Jimmy.
Jimmy, okay.
Listen,
I don't know why everybody calls you Josh, but Jimmy, go ahead.
I don't know. That's what you get for calling Greg. But anyway, listen, I was in outside sales my entire life, and my territory was in North Georgia, and you would learn where the good bathrooms were in each city you went to, and you would have a place that you actually went to. So get this, when I was a younger salesman, I went up to a northern county in North Georgia and went to the courthouse to do some business, and I said, "Where's the restroom?" I said, "Go down these stairs, and you'll run right into it." So I go clomping down these wooden stairs, open the door, and this room is probably 15 by 15, concrete floor. It's got a light hanging down the ceiling, and there are two toilets sitting side by side.
I just have to turn, go back the car and drive on.
Yeah, there's just some things I don't want to do in a group, you know?
No, I could never do outside sales because they're on the road using public restrooms all the time. Just no way.
Bless their heart.
No way. Hey, thanks for being with us. If we're wrapping up our time, enjoy the Best Of shows next week. Enjoy your weekend. If you got more Rick and Bubba, then it will continue.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.